Chapter 1 Celestial Dragons. Super Slave System. The Holy Land rejoices, in an extremely luxurious palace. Gu Chen opened his dim eyes and sat up from the bed. Where is this place? He looked up, surrounded by gorgeous decorations, all kinds of exquisite furniture were placed in the room, and the ground was covered with thick gold silk carpets. The luxury of this room is no less than the presidential suite of a five-star hotel. Why am I here? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. I only drank a little wine yesterday. Why did it become like this today? Is it still in a dream? He shook his head, trying to clear himself up. I don't know this, but my head is like a burst, and a stream of memories, like a tide, keeps pouring in. Forehead. The cry of pain kept coming from Gu Chen's mouth. After a while, the pain subsided. Gu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his head, and then began to reminisce about the memories in his head. He actually crossed into the world of One Piece, and what is even more amazing is that his current identity is actually a celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. A huge sense of happiness surrounded his whole body in an instant. You know, in the world of pirates, celestial dragons is an extremely noble existence. As the world is descended from the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, they have many privileges. Ha ha ha. Once developed, Laozi will be able to enjoy aristocratic life in the future, beautiful women, money, everything. Gu Chen jumped up from the chuang excitedly. He had already imagined the life of a drunk and golden fan in the future. Oh! By the way, maybe there will be beautiful slaves waiting for my favor. Gu Chen seemed to remember something suddenly, and said with a little excitement. Among the privileges of celestial dragons, one is particularly striking, that is, they can decide the life and death of ordinary people at will, or let them become their own slaves. It's so awe-inspiring. Do you have? But at this moment, Gu Chen's words seemed to trigger some mechanism, and a cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, the existence of host is detected, and the super slave system is being bound. 6%, 4%, 99%, 100%. Ding bind successfully. The voice appeared so strange that Gu Chen was stunned. It took a while before he came back to his senses. Is this the cheat that Laozi brought after crossing? He said to himself. The electromechanical sound didn't seem to stop, and continued to talk. The detection world is one piece, and the system is starting. Successfully opened. Show host profile. A transparent light screen suddenly popped out, and Feng Mo's eyes were prst'd, and he found that some basic information of him was displayed on it. Name, Gu Chen. Lancelot St. Identity, Celestial Dragons. Occupation, Super Plane Slave Owner. Level, Level 1. Combat Power, 5. Skills, none. Gu Chen looked at his attribute panel and smiled awkwardly. His combat power is only 5 points, which is simply the legendary 5 scum of war. Fortunately, he became celestial dragons. If he became a pirate, he might have been beheaded for public display now. System, I have a question I want to ask you. Gu Chen asked casually, thinking that the system would not answer, but it actually responded. Host, please say, the super slave system will answer any doubts for you. Then tell me about this slave system. Gu Chen said. Okay, host. The super slave system, so the name suggests, is to make host the supreme slave owner, an existence that can enslave everyone. Then how can we become an existence that enslaves everyone? The system will formulate the perfect steps for you, and then publish the task. Whenever you complete a task, you will get rewards and bonus points. The points obtained can be entered into the slave mall for redemption. As soon as the system was finished, the personal attribute panel in front of Feng Mo gradually disappeared, replaced by the interface of Slave Mall. The entire interface is arranged in countless rows, and each row is placed with a small picture, followed by a bunch of detailed annotations. Gu Chen glanced around at random and saw the following lines. Enslave 9 tails monsters for 1 day, price, 10,000 points. Purchase Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu, 70,000 points. Ownership of Asts, Queen of Ice, price, 100,000 points. And at the bottom corner of the panel, there is a number representing the integral, 0. The Queen of Ice? Kaika Suijutsu, even 9 tails demon foxes. Gu Chen looked at the slave shop in shock, his mouth slightly opened, as if he didn't believe what he saw. It's unbelievable. As long as he has enough points, he can turn those terrifying guys into his own servants. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but show a smile on his face. If this is the case, then I am afraid that he can not only be a celestial dragon who can eat and wait to die, but also become the emperor who can conquer this chaotic world. Ha ha ha, in this way, what Shishibukai, what shit 4 emperors, are all going to crawl under my feet. Gu Chen said proudly. Okay, the explanation about the super slave system ends here. Since the host is logged in for the first time, a special gift package for the novice is given. As soon as the voice fell, a metal treasure chest jumped out of the light screen and landed firmly on the ground. Hey, there is also a gift package to give away. This system is really kind. Gu Chen looked at the treasure chest excitedly, rubbed his hands, and couldn't wait to step forward, wanting to see what treasures could be found out of it. With a click, the treasure chest was lifted, and 3 streams of light flew out from it. They stayed in the air and turned into 3 golden cards. These are 3 gold level gifts for host. Please accept them. Golden gift. It must be something incredible. I have made a fortune. Gu Chen smiled and looked at the cards floating in the air. After speaking, he walked forward, reached out, and took down the first card. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Golden Gift Pack. An incredible gift. The card burst out with a burst of golden light, and then turned over. Descent card, Eye of Insight. Rareness, Gold. Effect 1, useful information about objects and people, such as combat power, health, etc., can be explored. Effect 2, can copy and copy other people's actions and martial arts. Effect 3, close your eyes, you can perceive all life fluctuations within a radius of 10 kilometers. Effect 4, you can lock a certain character and perceive its specific dynamics. Effect 5, it can be upgraded and evolved into many high-level pupils, such as Rin Egan, Mangeki Bloodwheel Eye, and Straight Death Demon Eye. Gu Chen looked at this card and couldn't help laughing out on the spot. This is the collection of Byakugan and Bloodwheel Eye and Dragon Ball Battle Detector. It's an invincible bug. With this Eye of Insight, facing any unknown enemy, he can discover its weakness for the first time. It is simply an auxiliary artifact. And if there are enough points, it can continue to upgrade. Think about it, in the future, the left eye will be Mangeki Bloodwheel Eye, and the right eye will be Rin Egan. Who else would dare to be presumptuous in front of him? But speaking of the system, how to use this card? Gu Chen fiddled with the cards, a little confused. Read the corresponding spell, and the content on the card will take effect. As soon as the system was explained, a large line appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. The card that hides the golden power, show your true power in front of me, now order you in the name of your master, Gu Chen, and the seal is lifted. Damn, this is exactly the line of the magic card girl Sakura. The system is really nasty. Forget it, for the sake of such a powerful card, I won't know your general knowledge. Gu Chen bit his head and said this shameful remark. The golden card suddenly exploded and turned into 2 bright streamers, flying into his eyes. Gu Chen closed his eyes subconsciously, and when he opened them again, his eyes had turned pale gold. The 2 eyes were shining golden, with a kind of strange beauty. He looked up, and his eyes became very clear. Perception. Gu Chen closed his eyes and tried to use its potential energy. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible light burst out. This light seemed to be able to penetrate the substance, even the walls could not stop it. Gu Chen immediately felt that there were a total of 213 people moving around 10 kilometers away. What a magical feeling! Opening his eyes again, a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. It's not bad, so that no matter how brilliant an assassin is, he won't be able to hide his traces by my side. You know, in the world of pirates, celestial dragons have the supreme status, but there are still many generations with unpredictable hearts who lie in ambush in secret, ready to assassinate them at any time. With the pupil of insight, Gu Chen's life has a touch of protection. Well, let's take a look at my second item. Weapon card, Nebula Chain from Saint Seiya. Function, used to capture slaves and restrain the enemy. The specific degree of restraint depends on the strength of the host and has an effect on any unit. When a Logia-capable person is bound, they can be contacted with the entity. Like just now, the weapons in the cards turned into streamers and flooded into Gu Chen's arms. Gu Chen spread out his palms. And a mysterious chain of silver and black appeared in his palms, exuding a murderous air. As soon as his thoughts moved, the chain stood up and swayed like a snake. In the next second, Gu Chen's mind changed, and the nebula chain shot out again quickly, tossing and turning, extremely flexible. The nebula chain, in the hands of Gu Chen, can be manipulated freely like an arm makes a finger. Ha ha ha, what a good weapon! This chain can be used not only to restrain the enemy, but also to play with the beauty. Think about it, the beauty is entangled in this chain, the body is stretched out of the moving curve, and she can't move. What a beautiful picture! It's really exciting. Gu Chen was very satisfied with the first two gifts, so what kind of surprises will this last one bring? Gu Chen took down the last card floating in the air. As soon as I encountered it, a dazzling golden light came directly, shining the whole room shining brightly. Gu Chen couldn't open his eyes even more because of the strong light. What a powerful thing this is! Gu Chen opened his eyes again and looked at the face of the card that had been turned over. Skill card, Day for a long time. Effect, a long-term love can be applied to a certain female character. When the host makes a certain super friendship behavior against it, even if it is reluctant, it will gradually give birth to affection until it can no longer be separated from the host. Love for a long time for the day. Seeing this card, Gu Chen couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. This card is simply a god-level skill. Although Celestial Dragons is so powerful, there are still some people who will not succumb to their lewdness. For example, the Empress Boa Hancock. But with such a skill, then the result may be inevitable. As long as I can capture their bodies, I am not afraid that I will not get their hearts. It's like a bombshell. After receiving the 3 gifts from the system, Gu Chen is in a good mood. After receiving the gift, the system will issue a series of tasks, please check it by host. Gu Chen opened the system panel, and sure enough, a task was posted on it. Main line 1, obtain 100 low-level slaves. Duration, 10 days. Task reward, get 1000 points and a mysterious gift, failure penalty, obliterate 100 slaves. Gu Chen couldn't help being surprised when he saw this number. Where can I get so many slaves? Low-level slaves, to put it bluntly, are actually looking for 100 ordinary people to serve as their own slaves. If this is anywhere else, forget it. But here is the sacred place Marie Joyce, where people live with faces and faces, not celestial dragons, or family members of the world government. If you rashly turn them into slaves, then the consequences will definitely be unmanageable. New book for collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation. There are also protagonists who need to summon many characters from other animations. If you have a favorite character, you can leave a message in the comment area. ***. Chapter 3 Slave Exchange. Seeking collection, seeking flowers. Gu Chen shook his head, then picked up the fork and spoon, and began to taste breakfast with difficulty. A piece of golden roast was cut into small pieces, and then sent into the mouth with a fork. The moment the teeth touched the barbecue, the strong fragrance came into the mouth, and the meat was surprisingly soft and tender. As soon as the mouth came in, the oily juice penetrated out and stained his lips. From a distance, it looked like smearing. Just a layer of lipstick. Being chewed in the mouth, the tongue buds of Gu Chen were covered with rich oil, a light thunder anesthesia emanating from the flesh, irritating his mouth, making him feel goosebumps all over his body. Swallowing it, the thunderous anesthesia followed the throat all the way into the stomach, as if sweeping the whole body. It was so comfortable that people couldn't help but want to squat. Yin out. This wonderful taste, Gu Chen has never experienced it in his previous life. What a great enjoyment! Well, this meat is good, what is it made of? Gu Chen was a little curious. Sebastian said quietly on the side, Master Hui, this is made with East Blue Thunder Electric Manfish, after a lot of programming. The pirate world has hundreds of millions of fish. Every kind of fish is unmatched on Earth. Therefore, Gu Chen will have such a novel experience. Next, Gu Chen tasted other foods. Both are excellent top grades. And those ingredients come from all over the world. Such a luxurious breakfast can only be enjoyed by celestial dragons. Really luxurious. But I like it. Gu Chen put down the knife and fork and said contentedly. Well, I'm going to the slave exchange next, you can arrange it for me. Yes, Your Highness. Sebastian turned around and began to prepare for Gu Chen's trip. After a while, the arrangement was in order. Going to the door, Gu Chen sat on a luxurious carriage and drove towards the slave exchange. Along the way, shops are lined up and prosperous. Worthy of being a holy land. The richest place in the world. After a while, the slave exchange arrived. Gu Chen got off the carriage and saw a rich fat man waiting by the carriage. This guy is the head of the slave exchange, Holden. As soon as he saw Gu Chen, the fat man greeted him with a smile on his face, and said flatly, Saint Lancelot, welcome to the slave exchange. I don't know what you want today? The subordinates will definitely help. You found it. Gu Chen put his hands on his back, and said lightly, No hurry, no hurry. Let me see first. Yes, please. Gu Chen paced and walked into the slave exchange. The slaves inside were held in cages. Some are stocked in the square. Gu Chen took a look and found that most of the slaves were just ordinary goods. But after thinking about it again, too. Some rare races, such as murlocs, giants, etc., will only appear at auctions. After all, only at auctions can the value of these slaves be better reflected. Gu Chen turned around and found that there were really no cherished slaves in the slave exchange. Hey, forget it, let's complete the task released by the system first. After thinking about it, he beckoned, and Horden, who was on the side, rushed over immediately. His Royal Highness, how did you choose? Gu Chen nodded and said, Well, you pack me up to 100 slaves here, and send me to my house later. After speaking, turned around and wanted to leave. What? 100 slaves? When Huodu heard this, he was anxious. He hurried to the front of Gu Chen and said with a smile on his face, His Royal Highness, don't joke with me. These 100 slaves are too much. Why, do I seem to be joking with you? Gu Chen looked cold. His Royal Highness, most of the slaves here have been booked by the Rosvard Holy Family. You are embarrassed by this. Holy Family Riswald, what is that? You, what a thing. Hurry up and do what Lao Zi said, otherwise. Gu Chen said gloomily. There was a smile on Huodu's face that was even worse than crying. Why, can't I still command you? Gu Chen winked, and Sabas, the butler behind him, immediately stepped forward. While walking, relax the muscles and bones alive. Kika. Yes, I was shocked. When he walked to Huodu, Sabas raised a hand at random, grabbed Horton's neck, and lifted him in the air like a chicken. Horton's face flushed red, and struggling to say, "Your Highness, please spare your life. Your Highness, please spare your life, the villain will do what you said." Gu Chen smiled on his face at this time, "That's right." Sebastian put him down. Sabas gave a cold snort and pointed his finger. Huodu suddenly fell to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke. Regardless of the pain in the fart and thigh, he scrambled to get things done for Gu Chen. After a while, a lot of slaves were brought up. Horton knelt down in front of Gu Chen, shivering and said, "His Royal Highness, this is my slave here, there are 99 people in total." "What? Only 99? Are you kidding me?" Gu Chen stared, and said viciously. Don't dare, Saint Gu Chen. I really only have so many people here." Horton kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Gu Chen looked at Horton, the look in his eyes made him stand out. "Laozi must buy 100 slaves today. The poor candidates should be filled by you." "Oh! Your Highness, don't!" Horton collapsed to the ground in fright, begging for mercy. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and quickly said, "His Royal Highness, I still have a slave here, but I haven't adjusted it yet." Chapter 4 Rebellious. Crisis is coming, seeking collection, seeking evaluation. "Oh, is it? Take me to see." Gu Chen became more interested in that slave in an instant. "Yes." Horton quickly got up and took Gu Chen to the place where the slave was held. Many slaves were very violent at the beginning, and they often had a strong sense of resistance. Therefore, it is very important to tame them. The slave exchange also had such a place to tame slaves, but it was built below the ground. Gu Chen followed Horton, and after descending dozens of steps, finally came to the slave training classroom. It was a huge and empty room, square, 100 meters in diameter, and there was an alloy chain nailed to the ground in the center, which was set on the slave. I saw the slave sitting with his head down, leaning on the wall. His body is huge, conservatively estimated to be about 4 meters. His muscles are knotted, like a brown bear. There are still some terrible tattoos on her face, and she knows that she is definitely not good. Suddenly, perhaps he felt that a stranger was looking at him, and the slave suddenly raised his head, his eyes exploded, his eyes directly colliding with Gu Chen's. This guy seems familiar." Gu Chen looked at the line of information above his head. Pirate Jambaloo. Combat Effectiveness, 5-4. Jamaru. Come to think of it, in One Piece animation, this guy also appeared. He turned out to be a captain of the pirate regiment, but was later bought by Celestial Dragon's Wrath Ward as a slave. After being liberated, he became Luo's subordinate and joined the Heart Pirate group. In terms of strength, he was on par with the pacifists and was strong. Yes, a decent slave has finally appeared. I want this slave too." When Horton heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, but his heart ached. Originally, the pirate wanted to send it to the island of Sabayati as an auction item. After all, a pirate captain can at least sell tens of millions of Baileys. But now, such a large sum of money has been soaked up. Although celestial dragons will also pay a certain amount of money, it is definitely not comparable to the auction price. There is no other way, just spend money to eliminate disasters. Thinking of this, Horton sighed secretly and prepared to send someone over to escort the pirate to Gu Chen's home. But at this moment, the mutation happened. The chained pirate Jambaloo suddenly broke free from the shackles of the chains and stood up. Ha, I didn't expect it. Laozi broke free from the chains a long time ago. He wants me to be a slave, but there is no door. Horton was stunned. The pirate in front of him broke free from the shackles of the chains. And he didn't wear a slave collar around his neck. This is dangerous. Without these two things, Zhang Balu is like a tiger out of the cage, fearless. To celebrate, Lao Zi decided to kill you all. His face is full of hideousness. This is not good. Gu Chen frowned. But at this moment, the system suddenly appeared. In view of the dangerous situation of the host at this time, the system deliberately gifted a set of skills to deal with this dangerous situation. As soon as Gu Chen thought about it, he immediately accepted the skills presented by the system. He checked it specifically, and immediately felt relieved. With this skill, facing such a guy in front of him, there is no need to worry at all. A trivial ant, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. I give you a chance, now I kneel down, I can let the past go and continue to let you be my slave. Gu Chen's cold voice echoed throughout the basement. As soon as Jamaru heard this, he turned angrily. Well, I want to see, what do you have? Lao Zi will kill you first. You, don't mess around. This is celestial dragons. Horton stammered, he was already at a loss. Oh. Is it celestial dragons? Zhang Balu's mind turned, and a sly light flashed in the corner of his eyes. He knew that even if he broke free of the chains, he would not be able to escape from the Holy Land. There are too many masters in it, anyone can kill oneself. However, the celestial dragons in front of him seemed to be able to help him break through the siege. As long as he is held hostage, I believe no one dares to take action against himself. Thinking of this, a smug smile flashed across his hideous face. In the next second, his huge body suddenly rushed towards Gu Chen. Rumble! Zhang Balu's huge body, stepping on the ground, drove up quickly like a tank. This voice can be heard even by people on the ground. Sabas, Gu Chen's butler, couldn't help his face when he heard such a movement. No, master is in danger. In the next second, he rushed towards the underground. After a while, Zhang Balu rushed to Gu Chen. He raised his huge palm, wanting to hold Gu Chen in his hand and become his amulet to escape this hell on earth. But at this moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Very well, miscellaneous, you actually want to hold me down, you are dead. After speaking, silver light flashed all over his body. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Chain Entangled. Diamond Seal. This, what is this? Zhang Balu was stunned by the strong light radiating from Gu Chen's body, and stood there, and his actions stopped. Of course it's something to surrender. As soon as Gu Chen's voice fell, he heard the rhythm of countless chains. In the next second, countless silver chains spouted from Gu Chen's body. Swish swish! Countless chains, like lion majesty, flew towards Jamaru. In an instant, the entire basement was enveloped by countless chains, and the silver light was extremely dazzling. King Kong Seal. This is the self-defense skill presented to him by the system. It comes from Naruto world and is a unique skill of the Uzumaki clan. The mother of Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, once used this trick to trap the crazy Nine Tails, which shows its power. This kind of skill, dealing with the guy in front of you, is not enough. Moreover, this move and nebula chain will show even more terrifying power. I saw Gu Chen nodded his hands and sipped in a low voice. Give me a seal. In an instant, the chains flying all over the sky suddenly tightened, and the blockade of Jamaru was completed in an instant. This, what's the situation? Zhang Balu woke up from the shock, but found that his body had been wrapped in heavy chains and could not move at all. Moreover, it is even worse. He couldn't use any power from all over him. The body seemed to be hollowed out. The color of horror in Jamaru's eyes grew stronger. He did not expect that a celestial dragons could have such a means. I will give you another chance, surrender or die. I surrender. I surrender. Jamaru seemed to have given up resistance. Very good. From now on, you will be my slave. In a moment, those chains were withdrawn from Zhang Balu's body. Follow me. Gu Chen turned around and walked towards the basement door without looking back. However, behind him, Jamaru's face became even more hideous. A fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his hammer-like fist suddenly clenched. Want me to be a slave? Dream. Lao Zi killed you first, and then was trying to escape from here. After speaking, his huge fist suddenly blasted out and pointed directly at Gu Chen. The fist was covered with a layer of black material. This is the armament haki in Conqueror's haki. Die to me. Boom. The fist pierced the air, and came with a violent roar. At this critical moment, Gu Chen had his hands on his back, his expression indifferent. With such a little trick, you dare to attack me? A sneer flashed across the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. When the fist was about to hit Gu Chen, it stopped its advancing trajectory abruptly. It turned out that a few more chains appeared, blocking his arms. Gu Chen just turned around just to test Zhang Baru, but he didn't expect his fox tail to be exposed so quickly. He turned around again and looked at Jamaru, who was also sealed again, with a cold smile flashing across his mouth. I've already given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Then you can't blame me. Zhang Balu was sweating profusely with fright. He just wanted to ask for mercy, only to find that his mouth was also wrapped in chains, and he made a sound. Chain strangling. Click. Click. Countless chains work hard together, and keep tightening. Zhang Balu's face was full of painful expressions. His eyes are prominent, like a dying fish. Die to me. Gu Chen said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, he heard a puff. Zhang Balu's huge body was cut into countless pieces by chains. Blood is all over the sky. Ding dong, kill the rebellious strong Baru and get 50 points. Oh. Do you have points like this? Gu Chen asked curiously. Yes, host will also get corresponding points for killing enemies. But compared to turning them into slaves, the points given are less. Gu Chen thoughtfully. When Sabas led the guards to the door of the training room, he saw blood and broken limbs spilling all over the floor. And Gu Chen is like a demon, standing in the middle of the hall. And behind him, there are chains flying in the sky. Everyone was stunned immediately, speechless in surprise. Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness, who usually seems to have no power to bind a chicken, still has such a method. This made everyone more afraid of Gu Chen. Sabas saw that Gu Chen was safe and sound, so he was relieved. He strode forward and fell to his knees. It's too late to come down, please forgive your highness. Gu Chen turned his head and saw that it was his servant, and his face returned to peace. It's okay, it's okay. Get ready to go back, I'm a little tired. Yes. Your highness. Sebastian said respectfully. Gu Chen Shi Shiran walked through the steps to the ground square. In the basement, Sabas looked at Horton lying on the ground with a gloomy expression. In the previous battle, Horton was trembling with fright, fearing that he would be killed by Jamaru, so he kept hiding in the corner. After that, he was scared to faint by Gu Chen's method of dismembering the body, lying on the ground, motionless. To put His Royal Highness in such a dangerous situation, the death penalty is unavoidable, and the living sin is inevitable, so I will demote him to a slave, in order to emulate him. The guards on both sides of Sabas immediately rushed up, tied him with an iron chain, and then put a special slave collar made by the Lancelot family around his neck. Horton still did not escape the order to be a slave and became Gu Chen's 100th slave. At this moment, there was a ding-dong sound in Gu Chen's mind. New book seeking collection, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Slave Soul Seal. Dark Seed, please collect. Seek reward. Congratulations, host, complete the task ahead of schedule. Task evaluation, SSS. Reward, 1000 points in a reward box. The main task 1 has been completed, and the next task will be announced in 3 days. Please prepare for the host. Gu Chen saw the prompt from the system, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This first main task was completed so easily. It's really effortless. Gu Chen hummed a small tune, and walked to the carriage leisurely. He opened the treasure chest immediately, but after all, this is not in his own home. There are so many people, it is inevitable that people will be suspicious. Therefore, he decided to make plans after going home. Start, go home. Gu Chen boarded the carriage and drove towards the palace where the Lancelot family was located. Behind the car, a group of guards and a large group of slaves followed. After a dust blow, Gu Chen and his group disappeared at the gate of the slave exchange. The entire slave exchange was in a mess after Gu Chen left. Some of the staff inside also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Soon, news of Gu Chen's rampage in the slave exchange spread throughout the holy place Marie Joyce. Back home, Gu Chen came to the hall of the palace. He sat on the luxurious sofa, with Erlang's legs tilted, and took out the treasure chest from the system. This time the treasure chest presented by the system is much smaller than the first time. After opening the treasure chest, there is only one card in it. However, the color of this card is no longer gold, but black. A frightening black. Gu Chen stretched out his hand and took off the floating black card. A palpitating feeling spread throughout his body. It seems that this card is not easy. Gu Chen frowned and turned it over. Skill card, Slave Soul Seal. Function, control the slave and let it be completely controlled by the host. Actually, is it? Gu Chen's eyes opened wide and his face was full of incredible expressions. For a long time, in the world of One Piece, there was only one way to control slaves, and that was to let them wear explosive collars, threaten them with their lives, and let them obey the master's orders. However, this approach is extremely dangerous. Once the slave is not afraid of death, then the master will be very dangerous. Moreover, once the collar is lifted, the slave will be free again and will no longer be under any control. Hasn't there been a slave uprising that caused a sensation in the world before? Murloc Tiger climbed up to the Holy Land with his bare hands and made a big disturbance, liberating thousands of slaves of different races. The world is shaking. As a super slave owner, a more efficient method, a technique that allows slaves to never defect and always obey their orders. Now, this technology is in his hands. Ha ha ha. Gu Chen's presumptuous laughter echoed throughout the palace. Dark Soul Seal. Through it, Gu Chen can easily control the slave who has been surrendered by himself. Integrating the card into his body, Gu Chen couldn't wait to experiment the power of this slave soul seal. He picked up the phone worm and called the housekeeper Sabaz. Sabaz. Summon all the slaves brought back to the square. Yes, master. Although Sabaz felt a little strange, he quickly fulfilled Gu Chen's order. Soon, on the square of the Lancelot family, 100 slaves stood neatly in it. Gu Chen walked out of the palace, and then stood on a high platform in the square. He looked at the 100 slaves below, and his heart was agitated. Now, let me see if this slave soul seal is as powerful as the introduction. Soul Seal Dark Seed. This is the first state of the slave soul seal, which can only be aimed at ordinary people, and it is just right for the 100 slaves below. A flash of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. His hands are constantly changing, dazzling. A black halo appeared in front of him. The soul seal is now. Go. My dark seed. Gu Chen uttered a low drink, and the aperture in front of him immediately turned into a black spot of light, like a tadpole, piercing directly into the eyebrows of the hundreds of slaves present. All the slaves present held their heads in both hands and wailed in a low voice. Their bodies were shaking, and they looked very painful. This situation is quite normal. When the seeds of darkness invade their souls, there will be natural rejection. But this phenomenon will only last for a while, and the dark seed will immediately complete the fusion after the previous rejection. Sure enough, after a while, all the slaves on the scene stopped yelling, and the scene returned to calm again. However, the atmosphere in the square is changing. Those slaves who had been planted with the seeds of darkness, when they raised their heads again, their eyes had become red, and their bodies were also carrying traces of black evil, like demons walking out of hell. However, this weird sight quickly disappeared. The slaves returned to their normal appearance again, and their minds became sober. However, the moment they saw Gu Chen, these slaves immediately squatted down their bodies and worshipped Gu Chen respectfully. See the master. There was a smile at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Get up all. Yes. All the slaves obeyed Gu Chen's orders and stood up. Gu Chen looked at the 100 slaves in front of him and narrowed his eyes. According to the introduction in the card, these slaves who have been planted with the seeds of darkness will absolutely obey themselves, without the slightest hesitation. He was a little skeptical about this, so he wanted to experiment to see how loyal this group of slaves was. After thinking about it, Gu Chen stepped off the high platform and came to the slave group. He walked randomly to a better-looking girl, reached out his hand to support her chin, and slowly raised her face. The girl squinted her eyes cutely like a cat being petted, and her beautiful and charming face became more charming and charming. With a look of appreciation, Gu Chen said faintly, "Now, take off all your clothes, there is nothing left." "Yes," the girl said without hesitation. She raised her dexterous hands and gently untied her clothes. Brush. The clothes slipped off suddenly. In an instant, a beautiful snowy white carcass appeared in front of everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Fighting Festival. Bloody fight, for collection, for reward. Why did he find me? Gu Chen was slightly puzzled. According to memory, he and St. Charles Rose have always been at odds. How did this guy think of calling himself? Forget it, listen to it first. Gu Chen received the call worm from Sebastian. Bala bala bala. The phone worm keeps ringing, and the phone worm's expression is also very unfriendly. Hey! Saint Lancelot, did you take away all the slaves I ordered in the slave exchange? A wretched voice roared on the phone slightly sullenly. Yes, what's the matter? Gu Chen saw that he was here to seek revenge. Okay. Come, see who is afraid of whom. Do you know that it was what I used to participate in the slave fighting holy scriptures? If you do this, how can Laozi participate in the competition? No, you must return my slave today, otherwise I will never end with you. Charlize is still chattering, but Gu Chen is no longer interested in listening. Slave fighting ceremony? What is this? Gu Chen was a little puzzled. He flipped through his memory and finally learned some information about this event. The slave fighting festival is held every 3 years. This is the most famous way of celebration in the entire holy place. Whenever the festival comes, every celestial dragon's family needs to send 10 slaves to participate. These slaves will be put into a duel arena and fight to their heart's content. When the game time is over, which family has the most slaves left in the field, then that family will be the winner of this festival. Charles Rose was tyrannical, often killing his slaves. He originally booked 10 slaves in the slave market to participate in the festival. However, those slaves were unceremoniously packaged and taken away by Gu Chen. Now his number of slaves is not enough, so he wants to ask Gu Chen for slaves. However, how can Gu Chen do what he wants? Sorry. The signal here is not good, what you said, I didn't catch it. Click. Gu Chen hung up the phone worm. On the other side of the phone, Charles Roth was furious, cursing loudly with anger. But all this has nothing to do with Gu Chen. At this moment, a string of reminders suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong! The side mission is on. Send slaves to participate in the fighting holy scripture and get the highest ranking. Winning reward, 1 treasure chest. Failure, obliterate. Hey, it seems that there is something else to do. Although Gu Chen currently has 100 slaves, the number is enough, but the quality is terrible. He checked the list of slaves, and among his 100 slaves, the one with the highest combat effectiveness was just over 100. In this world of pirates where the strong are born, not even an ant can be considered. Wanting to win the fighting scriptures with these people is simply a dream. Therefore, if you want to win, you can only buy some characters from the slave mall through points to help him achieve his goal. I still have 1000 points, so I don't have to worry about finding a suitable person to participate in this fighting ceremonial. After thinking about it, Gu Chen said decisively, "Turn on the slave system." A light screen appeared in front of Gu Chen. Search for fighting talent. Ding dong, a total of 1,240 people have been searched, but based on host's points and actual conditions, 3 characters are specifically recommended. Who is it? Gu Chen asked curiously. With a flash, 3 lights and shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Gu Chen scanned the past one by one, and the first character was actually the letter of the chrysanthemum. Debon Manager, Xin Zhao. Introduction, from the world of League of Legends. Originally a gladiator of Naxos, he had experienced hundreds of battles and was alone, facing 300 soldiers. After learning of his unprecedented record, King Gavin II of Demacia sneaked into the arena to help him escape the hell on earth. Since then, Xin Zhao has become the personal butler of the Light Shield dynasty. Purchase points, 200 points. When playing League of Legends, Gu Chen especially liked using this hero. A bit of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Zhao Xion's peerless spear light always kills the enemy in fear. Yes, I picked this guy. So who is next? Furious Fighter, Iori Temple. Introduction, from the King of Fighters world. He is the old enemy and good opponent of the protagonist of the King of Fighters series of games, Kusunakyo, and another protagonist of the King of Fighters Orakai chapter. As opposed to Kyokyuzena, he uses a fighting technique that can manipulate purple flames. It is the descendant of the 8 gods who guarded the 8 Shark Kyango Jade among the 3 divine artifacts, and when the blood of the serpent ran away, it would become the ram of the blood of the serpent on the night of the moon. Isarian. When Gu Chen was a child, he also played the King of Fighters. He likes to use it the most. It's this seemingly villain character. No matter his moves, or his slightly killing mat style, they left a deep impression on Gu Chen's heart. And, as a fighter in a fighting game, then Iorican's fighting skills are definitely not in doubt. So, who else can he choose if he doesn't choose? Therefore, this second character, Gu Chen also clicked to buy. Then this last one is even more remarkable. Asterisk. Chapter 8 The Madness of Tianlong Arena. Seeking Collection, Seeking Evaluation. Wolverine, Logan. Introduction, from the world of Marvel, a member of the X-Men, he has a strong self-healing ability, and his bones are covered with Edmund alloy. Purchase points, 300 points. Wolverine is also a great man. Relying on his strong recovery ability, he just hit a world of his own in the Marvel world where the strong are like forests. Okay, I bought this one too. Host has purchased 3 characters in total, totaling 900 points. Do you want to pay immediately? Of course. Gu Chen said without hesitation. Brother has money, even though it is deducted. Ding dong, payment is complete. After 3 seconds, the purchase character will come. Please host be prepared. Well, good. Gu Chen took 2 steps back. I saw 3 beams of light in front of him. The light and shadow streamed, and the 3 beams of light burst together, and the strong light pierced Gu Chen's eyes. When he raised his head again, he saw 3 people standing in front of him. One of them, wearing an armor, holding a cold silver gun, with a majestic face, stood there. Mr. Debon, so is Xin Zhao. The other person has long red hair and is dressed very differently, standing diagonally like a street gangster. Needless to say, it is naturally Iori Temple. The last person, holding a bottle of spirits in his hand, kept filling it and hiccups at the same time. I don't know where the drunk came from. However, there was occasional light in his eyes, which proved his extraordinary. This is the famous Wolverine, Logan. When the three of them saw the ancient city, they all knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "See the master." Gu Chen nodded, raised his hands, and said, "Get up." Yes. In an instant, three unusual things emerged in Gu Chen's mind. This is impressively the skills of the three people in front of them. Brush. Gu Chen's left hand shook, and a purple flame instantly appeared in his palm. Crack. On his right hand, three metal-like blades surged out, exactly the famous weapon of Wolverine, Edmund Steel Claw. System, what's the situation? Host can have the tricks and abilities of its own slaves without side effects. This is called ability sharing. The stronger the slave controlled by the host, the stronger his own will increase exponentially. It's so cool. Now, Gu Chen has assembled all the abilities of the three in front of him alone. If he goes to sea to become a pirate, he will be able to reward over 100 million yuan immediately. However, Gu Chen will not be so stupid. It is inappropriate to keep good celestial dragons. What kind of pirate to be? Very well, next, let's watch your performance at the fighting festival. The next day, the fighting ceremony was officially held. Gu Chen led the butler Sabas and the maid Beth to the scene of the competition. As a grand event held every 3 years, this fighting festival is very grand. The residents of the Holy Land have come here as a festival. All people will go to the Tianlong Arena to watch this match. Soon, Gu Chen and his team came to the outside of the Tianlong Arena. Outside the arena, there are already crowds of people. As celestial dragons, Gu Chen naturally refuses to join the civilians. He walked through the VIP channel. As soon as he entered the arena, he couldn't help being shocked by the magnificence of the arena. This reminded him of the Beijing Bird's Nest Stadium in his previous life. As the most noble person in the Holy Land, Gu Chen was arranged to sit in the VIP seat with the best view and the most luxurious decoration. Unfortunately, Charles Rose was sitting near him. He looked at himself with resentment, his eyes full of resentment. "You will regret it, Saint Lancelot." Gu Chen whistled, completely ignoring this guy. His eyes were looking everywhere in the field, searching for beautiful women. Soon, the entire auditorium was full, and at a glance, it was full of black heads. In the center of the arena, the celebration before the grand ceremony is going on. A group of young girls danced in the middle of the arena. This is the same as the habit of the earth. At major festivals, there will always be a group of young girls singing and dancing to set off the atmosphere. The Tianlong people in the stands looked like they had nothing to do with them, and didn't care about the dance in the arena at all. For them, this kind of thing is really too much to be interested in. At this moment, a host started to fight from the stage. He waved his hand and drove the group of girls off. "Thank you for the wonderful performance of the song and dance troupe just now." The host is an ordinary person, but he has been in the Tianlong arena for a long time, but he is also a personal spirit. It is obvious that these noble lords with above-the-top eyes are in a bad mood now. He kept talking, and then said, "Then, our highlight is next. Slave fighting ceremony." Colorful fireworks lit up outside in an instant, blooming above the sky. The Tianlong people who were still indifferent at first seemed to be energetic in an instant, and they became excited, and the faces in the bubble mask even took on a little fanaticism. Although they often watched slaves fighting, how can there be such a big scene as today? 200 slaves were slaughtered together. Thinking about it makes people excited. The host was obviously satisfied with the audience's reaction, and continued, "Then, there will be slaves who invite us to participate." Click. 20 iron gates in the arena opened at once, and countless slaves roared out. Today's fighting festival is equally important to the slaves. If their performances are brilliant enough, they might even be released from slavery and promoted to guards. This is their only chance to get rid of slavery. Almost every slave present had red eyes and excited spirits. Like a beast, he kept breathing heavily. Only 10 slaves under Gu Chen's command remained calm. Now, the exciting time is coming. I announce that the fighting festival has officially begun. The host's passionate and powerful voice echoed through the phone worm throughout the arena. The voice of the arena, which was already full of voices, doubled its voice. Those big people lost their usual courtesy and shouted like a man in the countryside. And in the arena, the slaves screamed up to the sky, like wild dogs out of the cage, taking up the weapons in their hands and fighting each other. Asterisk. Chapter 9. The strong are like clouds. Blood flows into a river. For a time, the scene became extremely bloody. Every slave in the field worked hard. Puff. Call out. The sound of weapons is endless. Xin Zhao also moved, and saw that he was holding a long spear, like a lion majesty, suddenly stabbed out. Hold head high. The spear is like electricity. A slave in front, unable to dodge, was stabbed in the head. Boom! With a sound, the stabbed head suddenly exploded. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. After killing one person, the expression of Xin Zhao did not change a little. Still in this melee crowd, a spear was dancing, which looked ordinary, but it was full of power. Every time, a head can be harvested. Not to mention the Iori temple, purple flames flowed as they waved their hands. Slaves were constantly being burned by his flames, and then screaming fiercely. This guy is like Shinigami, and everyone around him is unwilling to provoke him. What's more, he regarded him as a Logia fruit-capable person. As soon as he saw him, he immediately turned around and ran, unwilling to provoke him. And Wolverine, sticking out his metal steel claws, like a wolf into a flock, slaughter as much as possible. Wherever these three people went, there was bound to be a bloody storm. Other people are extremely afraid. Gu Chen, who was sitting in the stands, looked very excited. Because in his mind, there are constant reminders. Congratulations to the host slave, Wolverine kills the enemy. Reward 10 points. Congratulations to the host slave, Iori Temple killed an enemy. Reward 10 points. Congratulations to the host slave, Xin Zhao killed an enemy. Reward 10 points. The enemies they kill, although the points they get every time are very rare, but they can't stand a lot of them. In just a short while, Gu Chen's points have exceeded 200 points. This means that in just a short time, the 3 people summoned by Gu Chen have already killed nearly 20 people. Moreover, this momentum has a tendency to continue to rise. Gu Chen has a happy smile on his mouth. It seems that this deal is really not a loss. Suddenly, Gu Chen stopped smiling, because of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the remaining 7 people. These 7 people are the strongest wave of people selected from the 100 slaves. However, it is obvious that their strength in this arena seems a bit weak. According to the current situation, Gu Chen estimated that within a quarter of an hour, all 7 of them would be wiped out, with no bones left. Forget it, let's help them. System, search, is there a formation suitable for 7 people? Gu Chen said to himself in his heart. After a while, there was a sound from the system. Ding dong, find the formation that host needs. Tian Gang Baidu formation from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Introduction, the formation created by Wang Chongyang, used by the 7th son of Chuanzhen, is the most excellent Suanmen Kung Fu in Chuanzhen sect. Purchase points, 100 points. OK, choose to buy. In an instant, a skill card appeared in Gu Chen's hand. Go to me. With a wave of Gu Chen's palm, the card turned into a streamer and flew towards the arena. On the way, the ray of light divided into 7 and poured into the bodies of the 7 slaves. 7 of you, gather together and use the formation I gave you just now. Gu Chen held his temple with 2 fingers and sent a message to the 7 people present. As their master, Gu Chen can invade their spirits at will and establish spiritual connections. Through this, he can issue orders to his men at any time without letting outsiders notice. Yes, master. The 7 slaves shuddered in their hearts and gathered together quickly. They are arranged like the Big Dipper in the sky, and every step they take, they seem to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, someone on the side rushed up with a big knife in his hand. The steps of the 7 changed, and they were trapped in them in an instant. Kaka. The next second, the guy was beaten and lay on the ground. This Baidu Tiangang formation can bring together the power of 7 people, and then burst out with powerful power. With this formation, Gu Chen believes that these 7 players will definitely be able to support the game to the end. Not long after, there were only half of the slaves in the entire arena. The scene was full of mutilated limbs and arms, which was extremely terrifying. But the audience seemed to become more excited, shouting to each other the names of the slaves they supported. The slaves still left are either cunning and treacherous, or superb. Gu Chen opened his eyes of insight, observing everything in the field. After scanning, he found several enemies that were as strong as Wolverine. It seems that the water is very deep in this grand ceremony. The host of the arena then stood up again. He held the phone worm microphone in his hand and shouted, "Okay, now the game is halfway through. Let's take a look at the players who shined brightly in this game. First, let's take a look at the southeast corner of the arena, where it is ruled by Murloc Weiss." Gu Chen nodded. That guy is indeed strong, with a combat power of 203. As a Murloc, he is born with 10 times more power than humans. Moreover, what he displayed was the unique secret of the Murloc tribe, Murloc Karate. This guy is not easy. The host made repeated introductions, and then turned his attention to the west. Okay, the next player is also not to be underestimated, and that is Pushkin from the giant race. Pushkin! Pushkin! The audience in the arena shouted loudly. Obviously, this giant guy is very popular in the arena. Gu Chen knows from his own memory that this guy is very well known and has participated in many events held in arenas. He looked to the west, and sure enough, there was a tall and burly giant warrior with metal gloves, waving his fists. The ground was rumbled by his huge fist. Many slaves were beaten to death by his violent attack and died on the court. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Pig Fruit, Wild Boar Form, please give me a reward. Of course, let's not forget that there is also Kazan called Wild Boar. That wild boar, Kazan, was really like a pig, as he described it by his nickname, with a fat head, big ears, and a hideous face. He was holding a giant pig-killing knife in his left hand and waving a chain in his right hand. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew everywhere. When Kazan heard the host introducing him, he could not help but stop the massacre, waving his hands towards the audience. A burst of enthusiastic cheers broke out on the scene. There are still some masters in the field, and the host continues to introduce them in sequence with exhaustion. Every time they say one, the audience in the arena will burst out with shouts after another. They are cheering for their favorite players. After all, they invested money. Before the ceremony, the residents of the Holy Land will discuss which family will win. The casino has also opened a handicap, and countless money has been invested in it. It is no wonder that the audience will be so crazy. The 3 contestants introduced by the host just now are the hottest contestants in this event. Gu Chen sat in the auditorium with a smile across his mouth. If I send my men to knock down all of these champions, the scene will be very interesting. Okay, just do it. Gu Chen immediately contacted the 3 of his men through spiritual contact. Iori Temple, you go to attack the Murloc Weiss. Xin Zhao, Pushkin of the giant clan is handed over to you. And Wolverine, be sure to kill the wild boar Kazan. Yes, master. Seeing a flash of red light in the eyes of the three of them, they rushed away at their opponents. Wolverine was the first to kill, and saw that he was covered in blood, staring at the wild boar Kazan like a blood wolf. Hey, there is another little bit to die. The wild boar Kazan licked his lips, grinned, and the grinning face full of wounds made people shudder even more. Come on, you fat pig. Wolverine hooked the steel claws and said mockingly. The war between wild wolves and wild boars is about to start. Very well, you have successfully angered me. Wild boar Kashan's eyes instantly filled with endless killing intent. His feet slammed on the ground, and the ground he was on instantly collapsed, and the whole person exploded at a speed that was incompatible with his body shape. Like a missile out of the chamber, it hits Wolverine at an extremely fast speed. Die to me! The huge pig-killing knife suddenly slashed at Wolverine. Good coming, look at my steel wolf claws. Wolverine's alloy steel claws inspected again, and suddenly grabbed it forward. Choke! The steel claw directly cut the pig-killing knife into two with splashing sparks. How is it possible that my knife is made of the best steel, and it breaks so easily? Wild boar Kazan seemed a little bit confident. Gu Chen looked at the surprised Kazan below and couldn't help but sneered. Actually dare to compete with Wolverine for weapons, you know, his steel claws are made of the strongest Edmund metal in the Marvel world. Wolverine took advantage of the wild boar's stunned effort, and suddenly accelerated, and his paws slashed towards his neck. The wild boar Kazan is no longer a rookie. Even if he recovered, he rolled to the ground and escaped the attack. It seems that you are very strong, or that's fine, let me show my real strength too. He crawled on the ground, yelling in his mouth. When the host saw this scene, he couldn't help shouting, look! The wild boar Kazan is about to transform, let me cheer together. Transform? Gu Chen is a little surprised if he is actually a fruitful person. That's right, the wild boar Kazan is indeed a fruit-capable person. His devil fruit is pig fruit, wild boar form. I saw that his huge body suddenly swelled, and his body was constantly growing dark mane. What is even more terrifying is that in his mouth, two huge sharp teeth grow out, like two sharp knives, shining with a sharp cold light. But for a while, a huge wild boar appeared in the arena. Take it to death. No one can survive in my form. The wild boar Kazan roared and stared at Wolverine with murderous eyes. Really? Come on, then. Wolverine looked disdainful. Come and accept my anger. Savage collision. The wild boar dashed violently, as if it was transformed into a high-speed tank, with slaves blocking it along the way, and was directly crushed by it. Wolverine's face was composed. Just when the wild boar was about to hit him, he jumped up suddenly. The whole person was like a flash of lightning, shooting directly above the wild boar, and the steel claws in his hand also instantly turned into a cold light, slashing towards the neck of the wild boar Kazan. Die! At this moment, a black shadow swept over Wolverine quickly. He didn't dodge in a hurry, and was pulled to the ground. Wild boar tail sweeping. That dark shadow is actually the tail of the wild boar Kazan. Puff! Puff! After pulling his tail, the agility of the wild boar Kazan soared instantly, and he suddenly rushed to the Wolverine who fell on the ground. The sturdy iron hoof, as well as the sharp single horn of the knife, pierced directly. Puff! Two sharp blades with long teeth penetrated Wolverine's abdomen directly. Readers, let me give you a hint. The grades are too bad, there is no excitement, I can't write. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Super Kill. 8 glasses of wine, for collection. Long teeth strangling. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Wolverine's mouth, and blood was flowing from his abdomen. Ha ha ha. Die to me. The wild boar Kazan pushed hard, and Wolverine's body was thrown out like a torn sack. He was lying on the ground, motionless, as if dead. Seeing the movement here, the host immediately pointed to the wild boar Kazan and shouted, "It seems that the Kazan player has solved a strong enemy. Let us cheer for the Kazan player." There was a burst of cheers in the audience. Wild boar Kazan! Wild boar Kazan! St. Charles also turned his head, his face was full of mockery. "Ha ha, Lancelot, your slave dared to challenge the wild boar Kazan, it is really self-defeating. Ha ha ha." Gu Chen didn't pay any attention to his ridicule, only a disdainful smile rolled over his mouth. How did he know that the strongest place in Wolverine was not his force or steel claws, but his ability to recover? Wolverine's pervert's recovery ability helped him to get up and continue fighting despite repeated failures. However, this pervert ability, Gu Chen now also has. He wanted to see if Wolverine in Marvel's world is more powerful, or Kaido's undead ability is better. For this, he is looking forward to it. Sure enough, when Kazan received the cheers of the audience on stage, Wolverine slowly climbed up from the ground. Although his abdomen was stained with blood, the wound was completely healed. "Oh! God, that guy is not dead yet! Unbelievable!" the host yelled, as if he couldn't believe the facts before him. How can it be? Kazan's eyes were also wide open, and he had clearly penetrated his body just now. This guy, after suffering such a fatal injury, can actually recover. What a monster! He has only seen this situation in one person. That is the boss he once was, Kaido, the Beast. Many years ago, he was also a member of the Beast's pirates, but in a battle with Marine, he missed his hand and was captured, and became a slave of celestial dragons by accident. Even in the past many years, he still remembers Kaido's recovery ability still fresh, which is simply not something humans can have. And now, he actually encountered a man whose recovery speed was comparable to Kaido. It's scary to think about it. No, how can he compare to Kaido? I will definitely kill him. Kazan shook his head and tried to suppress the fear in his heart. Bristalization. There was a roar in his mouth, the pig hairs on his body were all erected, and his eyes became flushed. In an instant, his entire aura has undergone tremendous changes. Gu Chen was in the stands and clearly felt that his combat effectiveness was improving. Once this wild boar Kazan was violent, his whole body was wrapped in thick pigskin, and it was difficult to kill him at once. However, Gu Chen saw through his weakness at a glance. Wolverine. Wait a minute to shoot, aim at that guy's jaw. That's where he is weakest. Understood, Master. Wolverine's eyes flashed. I saw him jump out suddenly, like a lone wolf, rushing to his prey quickly. Looking for death. The wild boar Kazan saw Wolverine rushing towards him, and was even more angry. He used all four hooves and slammed into Wolverine fiercely. Pang! The two slammed together. But at the moment of the impact, Wolverine immediately swiftly flew upside down and dived by the rebound force. Rolling and unloading force on the ground, while the wild boar Kazan quickly chased and rushed past. You were recruited. At this moment, Wolverine's body turned flexibly like a butterfly, avoiding the wild boar's tusks in a subtle way. While spinning, Wolverine's steel claws also used the spinning force to strike out instantly. Puff! Fast as lightning, this steel claw slashed directly on the neck of the wild boar Kazan. Puff! Blood spurted wildly from the huge wound like tap water. Wow screamed, the wild boar Kazan twitched, his four hoofs were pedaling unconsciously, and the ground was cracked by the pedaling. His voice gradually fainted and he no longer reacted. Oh! The wild boar Kazan is dead, he is dead. The host grumbled, clutching his forehead. The audience was also cursing. Many of them were optimistic about him, but Kazan, the wild boar, just died. Their money is white, the white hits are in the water. Very good. Gu Chen said with a smile. The face of Charles Rose beside him was extremely ugly. Humph! It's just shit luck, what's so good about it? On the other side, a battle seems to have come to an end. That was the battle between Iorian and the Murloc Weiss. As a figure in the King of Fighters, Iorican has an extraordinary understanding of fighting. Once he came up, Iori Temple did not without reservation, and directly used his fame stunt. Ghost Burn. With a blast, a large purple flame rose into the sky and struck towards the Murloc Weiss. As a Murloc, Weiss was born to be afraid of flames. Facing the purple fire coming from the shop, he had to evade. As if seeing the fear in the Murloc's eyes, Iori smiled gloomily and immediately pressed it up. Come on. Let me send you to hell. Super must kill, 8 glasses of wine. As soon as he raised his arm, 8 purple pillars of fire suddenly appeared on the ground, and they completely blocked the Murloc Weiss. Do not. Murloc Weiss didn't even have a chance to resist, so he was burned with purple flames all over his body. Ah! A terrifying cry kept coming out of the flames, but in a moment, the Murloc turned into a pile of ashes. Does it die like this? It's really boring. Iorian raised his eyebrows, and said with some disappointment. In fact, it wasn't that the Murloc was too weak, but that he didn't have the opportunity to display his strength at all and was swallowed by the flames. If this is in the ocean, it is still unknown who will lose and who will win. However, in life, there is never if. Ding dong, congratulations to the host slave, Wolverine kills the enemy and earns 30 points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host slave, Iorianian kills the enemy and earns 30 points. Very well, you really didn't disappoint me. Regarding the update, I will speed it up. Don't worry, everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 12. The ceremony is over. The turmoil has risen again, seeking collection, seeking reward. And Xin Zhao didn't seem to be slack, and he was fighting with the giant Pushkin. As the once king of the arena, Xin Zhao's experience in this type of competition can be said to be extremely rich. Even in the face of such a tall giant warrior, he appeared to be comfortable and unbreakable. I saw him shuttle back and forth beside Pushkin, like a swimming fish, extremely dexterous. That long spear kept piercing out, and Pushkin's body had already seen multiple wounds. Damn it! You little mouse running back and forth, I must smash you to death! Pushkin yelled angrily. His voice sounded like a huge thunder, making people's ears sore. That huge fist suddenly blasted down, trying to crush Xin Zhao to death. But every time, Xin Zhao could easily escape, and Pushkin couldn't touch him at all. Not only did Pushkin not hurt the enemy, but because of his vigorous exercise, blood was constantly gushing from the wound. In a short while, he felt the world spin and his body was tired. This is a symptom of excessive blood loss. Pushkin shook his head, suddenly his feet were soft and his body fell forward. He hurriedly raised his arm, even if he supported the ground with his hand, he could barely maintain his balance. Good chance. Xin Zhao couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw the enemy in such a state. Fearless charge! Xin Zhao shouted, and a halo instantly enveloped his body. Under this halo, his speed will be greatly improved. I saw him holding a spear and rushing forward quickly. In just a few clicks, he jumped on the back of Pushkin's huge hand. Okay, just use this as a pedal to take his head straight. Ta-da-da! Xin Zhao stepped on Pushkin's broad arms, all the way up, and came to his shoulders in an instant. Take it to me, Pushkin! Xin Zhao roared, resounding everywhere. His gun waved out, and then a white light lit up. Crescent sweep. Puff! A huge wound suddenly appeared on Pushkin's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! Yeah. Actually, get hurt. Pushkin hurriedly covered his neck with one hand to prevent blood from flowing out. With the other hand, he tried to grab Xin Zhao. Do you still want to fight back? Okay, then I'll give you one last ride. Spiral gun sound. The long spear in Xin Zhao's hand was shot out by him like a cannonball. The tip of the gun rotated, mixed with buzzing, and shot out. Boom! The shot hit Pushkin's forehead. The spiral spear is like a meat grinder, instantly shattering everything in General Attack's mind. Then he penetrated the back of his head and slashed against the ground fiercely. The light in Pu Attack's eyes dimmed in an instant. His huge body also fell to the ground, making a huge roar. Suddenly, more than a dozen slaves were crushed to death. Xin Zhao jumped off Pushkin, drew his spear from the ground, and roared. The audience were all impressed by his wonderful performance, cheering loudly, and dedicated all the applause to him. At this time, the three most promising slaves were annihilated by Gu Chen's three men in turn. In the entire arena, no one else can compete with it. In just a moment, Wolverine, Iori Temple, and Xin Zhao cleared the entire arena. No one can resist their pace at all. 15 minutes later, only 10 people remained standing in the entire huge Tianlong arena. And 10 of them, all from the Lancelot family. All the spectators on the field stood up. Boom! Gu Chen felt a sudden explosion around him, like the cheers of a landslide and tsunami echoing around. This is a cheer for the winner. The host waited for the cheers of the audience to recede before reappearing. After some fierce competition, the fighting festival has produced the final winners. They are the players from the Lancelot family. The host paused, and then continued, "Now, I invite His Royal Highness Gu Chen from the Lancelot family to come to the stage to receive the award." Gu Chen tidied his clothes and walked towards the high platform of the arena. He held the golden trophy symbolizing the winner and held it high. Gu Chen's handsome behavior directly caused waves in the hearts of the girls in the arena. Ah! So handsome! His Royal Highness Gu Chen, I want to give you a monkey. In this peaceful atmosphere, a very annoying voice suddenly appeared. Wait a minute, I am dissatisfied with Lancelot's victory. The audience suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the source of the sound. That person is Charles Rose. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. Oh, I don't know what you are dissatisfied with. Gu Chen's cold voice sounded. Charles Rose's face was full of anger. He pointed to Gu Chen and shouted, "You fellow, use despicable means to prevent my slaves from participating in the ceremony." The audience was in an uproar. You can eat rice, but you can't talk nonsense. Charles Rose, I just bought all the slaves from the slave exchange just before you. If this is all considered mean, then I don't know what it means to be noble. Gu Chen said lightly. Well, Lancelot, do you dare to compete with me? Charles Rose completely ignored Gu Chen's words, he just wanted to vent his anger. Okay, let's talk about it. No matter what you want to play, I will accompany you at any time. Gu Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. When Charles Rose heard it, his eyes rolled, and he immediately said, "We are better than fighting beasts." Fighting beasts is also a long-standing activity among celestial dragons. However, the Lancelot family did not keep any beasts in captivity. Charles Rose knew this for a long time, so he mentioned it in public at the moment. He thought that Gu Chen's face would change drastically after hearing his proposal. After all, Gu Chen still looks calm and gentle. Well, it's better than fighting beasts. However, in order not to make this game boring, how about we set a bet? Gu Chen said with a smile. What do you want to bet on? Charles Rose's eyes flickered. It's better, asterisk. Chapter 13 Evolve. Digimon, Seeking Collection, Seeking Evaluation. Let's bet our lives. Gu Chen pointed at Charos, his eyes firmly said. All the audience present couldn't help taking a breath. In the history of the Holy Land Marie Joyce, no one has ever heard of celestial dragons betting on each other's lives. No. I don't bet on my life. Charles Rose was also taken aback, shaking his hands. He did not expect that Gu Chen would be so crazy, using his life as a bet. Oh, what are you betting on? Gu Chen looked at him and said curiously. Charles Rose's eyes flickered. He thought for a while before he said, well, let's bet 5 billion Baileys. If you lose, you will not only confess your mistake to me in public, but also give me the trophy of the fighting festival. How about it? Although 5 billion Baileys is a huge sum of money, it is not a problem for the wealthy celestial dragons. 5 billion Baileys, this is too petty. In this way, each of us will give out 10 billion Baileys, and those who lose must kneel down to the winner. How about it? Gu Chen smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, as if these 10 billion were insignificant to him. Charles Rose gritted his teeth and said fiercely, okay, then so be it. This time tomorrow is the time of fighting beasts. After speaking, he threw off his clothes and left the arena angrily. And Gu Chen, with a kind smile, to the many audiences on the stage, loudly said, everyone, please come and witness my victory tomorrow. Ah! Your Highness will win. A group of girls in the stands burst into cheers. Gu Chen's charming smile will stay in their memory forever. On the way home, Sabas, the housekeeper, looked a little ugly. He thought for a while, and couldn't help but said to Gu Chen, Master, our Lancelot family doesn't have beasts. I'm afraid it's too late to buy now. Why not? Don't worry, I have a clever plan. Gu Chen looked indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Yes. Master. Sabas didn't know what Gu Chen's plan was. He had no choice but to stop asking, and continued to stand by. After returning to the palace of the Lancelot family, Gu Chen entered the hall alone. The reason why he dared to agree to the challenge of Charles Rose was because through the slave shop, he would surely be able to buy powerful fighting beasts. The slave shop is open, search for battle pets. Ding dong, the search is complete. In front of Gu Chen's eyes, a light screen suddenly appeared. Above the light screen, there are densely packed, all kinds of fighting beasts. Pikachu, from the world of Pokemon. Introduction: electric Pokemon can release a large current of 100,000 volts. Purchase price: 1,000 points. Micah, from the world of Inuyasha. Introduction: it is a coral mount, the body is similar to a civet cat, and it can fly in the air, and there will be flames under its feet when flying. She was once the battle partner of Miko Kwaizi, the creator of the Jade of the Four Souls. Purchase price: 1,200 points. Gu Chen glanced over it, and there were no battle pets less than 1,000. Damn, how come the price suddenly becomes so expensive? It was the first time that I bought Host before, and the prices were all special. Now that the special offers are over, the price has naturally risen. Is not it? Gu Chen looked dumbfounded. Now he has only 800 points in his hand, and he can't buy any fighting beast at all. Hey! I knew it shouldn't have been so lavish. Gu Chen patted his forehead, wanting to cry without tears. Tomorrow is the game, where are we going to find the fighting beasts now? By the way, don't I still have a treasure chest that I haven't opened? This treasure box was automatically issued by the system after Gu Chen won the fighting ceremony and completed the side mission. He immediately took it out of the system backpack Vice Admiral treasure chest. Boom! A silver-white treasure chest popped out and fell in front of Gu Chen. It must be a good thing. It's better to be a fighting beast. Gu Chen put his hands together, prayed, and then opened the treasure chest. Puff! An egg jumped out of it. Damn, is there any mistake? An egg pops out. Gu Chen's face suddenly looked a little ugly, but, on a closer look, this egg does not seem to be so simple. Eyes of insight open. Gu Chen opened his golden eyes and swept towards the egg. Item: Digital Egg. From the Digimon world. Introduction: Digimon can be hatched from DG Egg. As long as you pay enough points, Digimon will evolve immediately. Gu Chen immediately became all smiles. It's still my luck. Sure enough, a fighting beast was drawn. I just don't know, what exactly can this digital egg hatch? He was holding this digital egg in his hand, looking left and right, but he couldn't see why. Forget it, let's hatch now. After deducting 10 points, the Digimon immediately tremble. Kaka. After a cracking sound, a billowing Digimon broke free from the egg. Rolling Ball Beast. Are you my master? The ball beast opened his big round eyes and looked at Gu Chen. Certainly. The ball beast shook his body and jumped into Gu Chen's hands. It keeps rubbing against Gu Chen, which is its friendly way. Gu Chen stroked the ball beast, but he was very happy in his heart. This ball beast is not an ordinary Digimon. Don't look at it so weak. Once evolved, it can become the most violent existence. In the anime of Digimon, as the hero Iori Teiki's Digimon, Rolling Ball Monster continues to evolve. It is extremely powerful and powerful. With this beast, tomorrow's game, isn't it easy to catch it? Asterisk. Chapter 14 Beast. Invincible Gorilla King, seeking collection, seeking support. The next day, the Tianlong arena was still overcrowded. Ha ha ha. The wild laughter echoed throughout the hall. The next day, the Tianlong arena is still overcrowded. The news of Gu Chen's bet with Charles Rose spread throughout the Holy Land yesterday. The casino even opened a special handicap to bet on who will win the final victory. In the beginning, most people were more optimistic that Gu Chen would win. Because of him, he won the championship of the fighting festival. But there is a rumor that the Lancelot family does not have any beasts at all, and this game will definitely lose. In an instant, the people who pressed Charos' victory far exceeded Gu Chen. For a while, the vast majority of people are biased towards Charles Rose. The odds for betting on the two have reached 3:1. There are too many people who bought Gu Chen and lost, causing the odds to be seriously skewed. It even continues to rise. At this time, in the arena, the audience were all discussing and arguing. By the way, who do you think will win the final victory? A man turned his head and asked his female companion next to him. That's enough, it must be His Royal Highness Gu Chen. The girl beside him answered without hesitation. Look at her appearance, the proper Gu Chen fan. At this time, someone looked up again, and burst out a sudden burst of news. It's not certain, it is said that this time St. Charles Rose sent it, but it is a fighting beast from Beast Island. Ferocious Beast Island is located in the second half of the Grand Line. There are no other islands on the island, so there are the most ferocious beasts, so it is named Ferocious Beast Island. All the beasts that came out of that island are monsters. When the people around heard it, they couldn't help shaking their heads, unanimously thinking that Gu Chen would definitely lose. Where else is the fighting beast comparable to that of Beast Island? Just as people were talking about it, a group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the arena. The whole lively venue immediately became audible. A handsome man is walking ahead, waving his hands to everyone. What? There was a burst of screams, as if the person was a highly anticipated superstar. Yes, this is Gu Chen. At this time, his popularity can be said to be unmatched. Soon, Gu Chen came to his own exclusive seat with a big smile on his face. In a short while, Charles Rose also came to the arena. Both of them have placed their beasts in the preparation room of the arena. Ding ding ding. The preparation bell for the arena has rang. Yesterday's host also appeared on the interpretation stage. He raised his hand and cheered loudly, "Hello everyone, I will still host this game today. Not much nonsense, the next beast competition, which is highly anticipated, start now. Oh! His Royal Highness Gu Chen will win. St. Charles, come on!" The audience in the arena immediately responded with a strong response, and they all cheered for the people they supported. Okay, let me first invite the beast from the Royal Highness Charlo to appear. The host just finished speaking, a huge iron gate under the arena suddenly opened, revealing a deep passage. In the dark passage, 2 scarlet lights suddenly lit up. Roar! A violent roar came from the dungeon. The sound wave was like substance, and a gust of wind was instantly set off. Then, even the ground began to vibrate. A huge incomparable violent ape emerged from the hole. I saw it was full of muscle knots, covered with huge scars. 4 huge arms are distributed on both sides of the body. At this moment, the 4 giant arms are flapping Xian's mouth together. Bang bang bang! The voice resounded throughout the arena. This great ape, it seemed to have walked out of the ancient wilderness, full of a primitive domineering aura. The great ape of St. Charles Rose, from the island of beasts, is extremely powerful. It is really the invincible orangutan king. The host immediately gave the great ape the name of Haki. Invincible Gorilla King. Invincible Gorilla King. The audience was also conquered by the powerful body of the giant ape and cheered loudly. The host shook his hand again, then below, let's invite the fighting beast from our Royal Highness Gu Chen to appear on the stage. The giant door on the other side also opened. The audience craned their necks, wanting to see what kind of beast would come out of it. Not long after, a small voice came out of the darkness. That is the evolution of the ball beast, Yagaman. The audience on the court looked at this young dinosaur, not only burst into laughter. How can it be compared with the invincible orangutan king of St. Charles Rose? Oh! I knew I had won by buying Charles Rose. Gu Chen sat in the VIP table, and all the comments from the audience came to his ears. His face didn't change, as if he hadn't heard these words at all. Charles Saint on the side obviously didn't expect this situation, his face was obviously taken aback, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, isn't Laozi set to win this time? His face was full of smiles, as if he was already holding the victory. Lancelot, it seems that the 10 billion, it's me, ha ha ha. Charles St is already thinking about where to celebrate the victory. Gu Chen put his hands in front of him, and said coldly, the game hasn't started yet. I'm afraid it's not very good if I draw a conclusion so early. If I lose this game, I will eat shit. St. Charles pointed at the violent ape on the field and said with pride. Okay, I remember this sentence, so now, let's take a look at the game in the field. In the arena, a human faced such a tall and mighty invincible orangutan king without fear. Small flame. While charging forward, a human spit out a ball of fire from its mouth and shot it at the invincible orangutan king. Roar! With disdain in the eyes of the invincible gorilla king, facing the flying fireball, he swept it away with a light wave of his arm. Immediately afterwards, it lifted its huge solace and stomped on a human. Boom! The earth shattered, and a human raised his arms, struggling to support it. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Tyrannosaurus Terrestrial Beast. Millions of flames, seeking collection, seeking evaluation. Ha ha ha. Your fighting beast is really vulnerable. Charles Rose said mockingly. Really? Gu Chen said lightly. The audience at the scene also booed a lot. Did they think there would be a battle? How do you know that it is so simple to tell the winner? Just when everyone thought that a human would be defeated, Gu Chen suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Is His Royal Highness Gu Chen ready to apologize? The audience was a little puzzled. Gu Chen's eyes flashed, he snapped his fingers, and then suddenly shouted, next, it's time to witness the miracle. Evolve me. A human. As soon as the voice fell, a bright light rose from the solace of the invincible orangutan king. Boom! The light gradually enveloped the entire arena. All the spectators present were blinded by the dazzling light like the sun. What the hell happened to this? Charles asked in horror while covering his eyes. Gu Chen did not answer, but quietly looked at the center of the field. A human, which was still very young just now, grew rapidly in the light curtain. When the dazzling light faded away and the audience opened their eyes again, they suddenly discovered that an extremely terrifying monster had appeared in the center of the arena. It exudes a violent breath, and its appearance is roughly the same as that of a dinosaur, except that the sharp corners on its head are stronger and sharper, and the claws on its hands are sharper as a knife. Earth Tyrannosaurus. Introduction: evolved from a human. The head is covered with a hard carapace. Very aggressive. Oh my god! His Royal Highness Gu Chen's fighting beast has turned into a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's incredible! The host shouted loudly. The audience was also shocked by the Tyrannosaurus. The evolved Tyrannosaurus is not only the same size as the invincible Gorilla King, but its aura seems to be more terrifying than the invincible Gorilla King. This coercion was just as substantial, pressing the invincible Gorilla King back a few steps. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the eyes of the Orangutan King. After seeing the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus beast, Charles couldn't help but his face was pale. Did this fighting beast eat the fruits of dinosaurs? Lancelot, he really can afford to pay for it. However, even so, you are still no match for my Orangutan King, he said silently in his heart. Gu Chen didn't pay attention to the changes in Charles Rose's heart. His eyes were all focused on the arena. Give it to me. Tyrannosaurus terrestrial, use your claws to tear the giant ape to pieces. With a wave of his arm, he shouted at the Tyrannosaurus Earth. Roar! Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast heard Gu Chen's command, and it let out an angry roar, and ran towards the invincible Orangutan King. Boom boom boom! The whole earth is trembling. The audience also screamed frantically, cheering for the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast. The invincible Orangutan King watched the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast rushing towards him, and the tyrannical blood in its heart began to boil. Roar! Two beasts rushed towards each other frantically. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus and the invincible Gorilla King made a real bang, and their feet moved back several meters against the ground before they stabilized their bodies. In terms of strength, they seem to be of equal strength. However, at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Earth turned around, and the thick tail behind it suddenly swept. Boom! There was a burst of sound in the air. This is exactly one of the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial tricks, steel tail whip. When this one tail is pulled down, even the hardest rock can be pulverized. Not to mention the flesh and blood like the invincible Gorilla King. The invincible Orangutan King couldn't dodge, was knocked down by this huge force, and flew out. Good opportunity, Tyrannosaurus, quickly display your nirvana. Gu Chen commanded the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast to take advantage of this favorable opportunity to completely defeat its opponent. Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast did not hesitate at all, and immediately opened its huge mouth. Super Flame! A huge fireball spouted from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus. This flame was extremely fierce, and the ground of the arena was cracked by the high temperature. All the spectators present were also wrapped in a high temperature, sweating like rain. The invincible Orangutan King was hit by this huge fireball, and a raging flame ignited on his body, and after a while, he was enveloped in flames. A violent roar came from the flames. That stern voice was chilling. No one thinks that the invincible Orangutan King can survive the flames. Only one person, still confident. Ha ha ha! Lancelot, with such an attack, I want to defeat my invincible Orangutan King. You underestimate it. Charles Rose laughed wildly. He seemed certain that his invincible Orangutan King would not fear the attack of this flame. Sure enough, the result was as he expected. The flame that enveloped the Orangutan King gradually extinguished. The host seemed to have noticed something wrong. He shouted, "Look, the invincible Orangutan King is not dead yet, and its body seems to have changed." Gu Chen looked towards the field, and the invincible Gorilla King jumped out of the flames. Its hair has been burnt clean, and its knotted muscles are exposed. Its body turned into a silvery white. What exactly is going on? Gu Chen offered an eye of insight and looked at the invincible Orangutan King. After a while, he knew the reason. Seek support, ask for collection, If you have any questions, you can leave a message in the comment area, and I will usually reply. Chapter 16 Iron Fruit. Dark Evolution, Seeking Collection, Seeking Evaluation. Unexpectedly. Charles Rose, you actually ate devil fruit to fight beast. That's right, the reason why the invincible Gorilla King can survive the raging fire is because its body has been transformed by devil fruit. And the fruit it eats is the steel fruit of Logia. When the Orangutan King was burned by the raging fire, he unintentionally unlocked the power of the fruit, turning his body into steel, so that he could resist the raging fire. The price of such a Logia fruit on the black market starts at least 1 billion yuan. For this game, Charles Roth really paid a lot of money. Ha ha ha, that's right, now my fighting beast should be called the Iron Gorilla King. Charles Rose's face was full of triumph. Gu Chen ignored him, and commanded the Tyrannosaurus beast and said, "Go forward and test it out to see if that guy has turned his whole body into steel." Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast nodded its head, protruding 2 claws, and suddenly drawn out. Brush! 2 sharp claws flew out in an instant and grabbed the Iron Gorilla King. Tyrannosaurus claws. Clang! The claw mang blasted on the steel orangutan king's body, bringing up a series of sparks. But it didn't hurt anything. No, the orangutan king has been completely toughened, this is troublesome. Gu Chen said with some worry. The steel orangutan king escaped from the fire, already very angry. Now, it has suffered such a blow again, which completely angered it. It clenched its fists, and the bones all over his body screamed. The silver light on the body has also become brighter. Roar! After a roar, the steel orangutan suddenly squatted down on its body, its feet pressed against the ground, and then suddenly exerted its strength. Boom! The slabs of the duel were instantly cracked. Its huge body also rose into the air, like a cannonball, smashing towards the Tyrannosaurus earth. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast was in a bad situation, it hurriedly spewed out a ball of flames, trying to stop its attack. However, as a body of steel, how could the orangutan king be afraid of flames? It faced the fireball with a punch. The giant steel arm smashed the fireball all at once. The flames are flying around like fireworks. The audience screamed with fright. Fortunately, the Guardian Marine shot and ejected all the flames back, without causing casualties. The game in the field continues. The steel orangutan descended from the sky, like a meteor, waving his fist, trying to blast towards the Tyrannosaurus beast. If this is hit, it will become disabled if it is not death. Quickly get out of the way. Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast! Gu Chen shouted. Tyrannosaurus terrestrials also seemed to feel the threat of death, and its body tilted and hurriedly rolled aside. Boom! The steel orangutan smashed onto the ground. A huge pothole was smashed out of the ground, and shock waves spilled out from the hole. It also cracked the surrounding land every inch. A cloud of smoke was raised on the scene. The full blow of the Iron Gorilla King was so powerful. Although the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial was lucky enough to escape the blow, it was also injured by the shock wave and its head became groggy. The steel orangutan king leaped from the pit and saw the weakness of the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast at a glance. It looked up to the sky and screamed, struggling to slap the Xian chamber. Just let you escape, but now, you have nowhere to escape. The steel gorilla king ran away in the direction of the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast. Although the Earth Tyrannosaurus was a little dizzy, it hadn't lost the ability to fight. Seeing the enemy attacked it, it threw its tail and wanted to knock it down to the ground. I don't know this time, the Iron Gorilla King had already prepared. The tail of the Tyrannosaurus terrestrials was firmly locked by its huge metal arms and could not move. The Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast was shocked, and hurriedly flicked its tail, wanting it to pull it out of the hand of the steel Gorilla King. However, it gradually discovered that no matter how hard it struggles, it cannot escape. The steel orangutan king seemed to use its whole body strength, holding the tail of the Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast, and shaking it suddenly. Ho-ho! The huge body of the Tyrannosaurus was thrown out after being swiped by the orangutan king. Its body slammed its head against the rock wall of the arena. All of a sudden, the bricks and rocks flew around, and there was smoke and dust. Gu Chen frowned. If he kept hitting like this, Tyrannosaurus terrestrial beast will undoubtedly be defeated. It seems that we must evolve again. With a flick of his fingers, a ray of light flew out of his body and dived into the smoke. In the smoke and dust, a wave of dark energy suddenly overflowed. This energy fluctuation, full of evil aura, made people shudder. That's not right. This Tyrannosaurus is evolving again. Shouldn't it be a steel Tyrannosaurus? Why is the breath so terrifying? Gu Chen was a little confused. Could it be, the evolution has made a mistake? Just as he was thinking, a crystal white bone foot claw came out from the smoke and dust. Gu Chen understood it as soon as he saw it. Sure enough, has this Tyrannosaurus beast undergoing dark evolution? A gust of wind blew by, and the smoke and dust immediately dispersed. The evolution of Tyrannosaurus Earth appeared in front of everyone in an instant. That is an extremely terrifying monster. After seeing it, all the audience in the audience swallowed. The host was also frightened out of his soul, and muttered, "Here, this is a fighting beast from hell. That monster is the lost Tyrannosaurus beast." Lost Tyrannosaurus. Introduction: the skull Digimon with only bones left in its entire body. It is a Digimon that is only obsessed with fighting, and it does not matter if the body is destroyed because of the struggle instinct to continue to survive. Walking like a zombie, it is a zombie Tyrannosaurus. Zombie Tyrannosaurus with only fighting instinct has no intelligence, and its existence is a threat to other Digimon. The nirvana is to launch the organic missile Zero cruise missile from the spine. Yes, this is the loss of Tyrannosaurus. The whole body is crystal clear white bones, and only a beating heart is left. Only evil aura remained on its body. Seeking rewards and support. The story of the Holy Land Marie-Joyce is about to end, and a new chapter is about to begin. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Oh shit. Char Ross, for collection, for reward. Roar. As soon as he appeared, the lost Tyrannosaurus roared. Bursts of sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out from his mouth. Ah! The audience present all covered their ears. This sound wave contains evil power, and everyone present feels uncomfortable. If you lose the Tyrannosaurus, attack the Iron Gorilla King directly. Don't do meaningless attacks. Gu Chen said. Suddenly, the roar stopped abruptly. Although the loss of the Tyrannosaurus is crazy, it still obeys the master's words. The Steel Gorilla King in the distance seemed to be intimidated by the monster in front of him. It has gone through many battles in the Beast Island, but it has never encountered such a terrible opponent. Therefore, it subconsciously wanted to escape the battlefield and flee towards the entrance of the cave. Where would the loss of the Tyrannosaurus be so easy to let it go? Boom bang bang, the lost Tyrannosaurus beast rushed towards the Steel Orangutan King. Every time it took a step, the ground would split cracks. In a blink of an eye, the lost Tyrannosaurus beast came to the front of the Gorilla King. The loss of Tyrannosaurus at this time was more than doubled compared to before. It is 20 meters high. The Steel Orangutan King is like a little chicken in front of it. Did not dare to resist at all. The lost Tyrannosaurus lowered its white bone head, with the green flames in its eye sockets, and stared at the Iron Orangutan King, as if saying, "Small, I dared to fly me just now. Now, let you taste this too." The Steel Gorilla King shivered with fright, so he almost knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Bone arm. A huge white bone dragon claw suddenly patted the Steel Orangutan King. Boom, the huge force directly blasted the Orangutan King into flight. Don't stop, just use the big move and kill it with one blow. Gu Chen commanded from the field. The loss of the Tyrannosaurus beast immediately understood the meaning of Gu Chen. It raised its bony head and looked at the orangutan king flying into the air with cold eyes. Zero destruction gun. From its spine, a large shark-shaped missile suddenly blasted out. This Type 0 missile is not only huge, but also powerful. The steel orangutan king couldn't dodge in the air and was hit by a missile head-on. Boom! A huge firework burst out from the sky. Even steel could not withstand the power of the bomb. Ha ha ha, these fireworks look really beautiful. Charles Rose, don't you think they are? Gu Chen clapped his hands. He looked at Charles Rose. I saw Charitha's complexion blue, the blue veins bursting on his arm. It was obviously not light. Oh! By the way, Sebastian, when you went to the casino to place a bet, what are the odds? Seeing the appearance of Charles Rose, Gu Chen sneered in his heart and asked Sebastian behind him. During the game just now, he called Sebastian over and asked him to leave the arena to do something for him. Back to the young master, the final odds were 4:1. I bought 2.5 billion Baileys according to the young master's orders. Looking at it now, I should be able to get 10 billion Baileys. Sebastian's voice was filled with emotion. When I went out just now, it was when the orangutan king made Kamui. He was still complaining silently in his heart, thinking that the young master was just taking anger. Unexpectedly, in just an instant, Bailey, who had squandered it, would earn it back several times. Then you go and cash your bet first, I'm afraid some people will regret it. Gu Chen said lightly. Sebastian nodded and turned to leave. By the way, Charles Rose, where's your 10 billion Baileys? Gu Chen asked Charles Rose with a smile. Charles Ross took out a check issued by the world government, filled in 10 billion, and then slapped it on the chair angrily. In this game, he was the biggest loser. Not only did the fighting beast die, but he also had to pay 10 billion Baileys. Most importantly, his face was completely lost in this game. Lancelot, you remember it to me, one day, I will definitely give it back double. After speaking, he turned his head, turning around like leaving. Wait, Charles Rose, I want to go. Have you forgotten? There is one more thing that hasn't been fulfilled yet. Gu Chen said with a smile. Fart, isn't that 10 billion for you? Charles Roth said angrily. Have you forgotten who said that the game was lost, and people ate shit in public? Gu Chen's smile turned a little cold. You. Charles Rose did not expect that a sentence he uttered after he was proud of it would be caught by him. Everyone is celestial dragons. Is it necessary to do it this way? Gu Chen's face was completely cold at this moment. Why, don't you want to keep your promise? It doesn't matter, right or left, go and help our master Charles Roth. Yes, Your Highness. Wolverine and Xin Zhao stood out from behind Gu Chen and rushed towards Charles Rose fiercely. What are you doing? I'm celestial dragons. Charles Roston was frightened, and backed away again and again. At this time, the captain of the guard of Charles Rose stood in front of him and said, His Royal Highness Gu Chen, this time it is our Highness that is wrong, please raise your hand. Gu Chen didn't speak, but suddenly shot, lifting it up with a kick, and directly kicked the captain of the guard to the presiding stage, and the whole battlefield immediately shook. What are you worthy of talking to me? Wolverine, break the mouth I gave him. Charles Rose struggled hard, but how could it be possible to resist Wolverine? With a bang, Charitha's glass cover was shattered. His jaw was also blown off by Wolverine. System, give me a can of stinky tofu. Gu Chen said to himself in his heart. With a brush, an iron pan appeared in his hand. As soon as the lid was lifted, an almost nauseating odor came out of the iron pan. Damn, it's a familiar taste. I have to say that the smell of this stinky tofu is really delicious. As a cleanliness person, Gu Chen can't really come up with it. So he had to take out something with a similar taste. Then, I saw Gu Chen picking up a piece of black shit, braving a faint white smoke, and sending it to Charles Ross with a smile. Chapter 18 Marine Invitation. Cruel trial, seeking a reward, seeking a collection. No, no. Charles Rose was held hostage by Gu Chen's men and couldn't escape. He could only shout loudly, like a little girl about to be RD. Eat it for me. A piece of stinky tofu was stuffed directly into Charles Rose's mouth. Slippery. The stinky tofu slid down the esophagus and fell into the stomach of Charles Rose, without a trace of stay. Okay, let him go now. Gu Chen clapped his hands and put away the iron pot containing the stinky tofu. Upon hearing this, Wolverine and Xin Zhao immediately released Charroth. Vomit. Charroth immediately lay down on the ground, vomiting violently, and even bile was almost vomiting out. He didn't taste the smell of stinky tofu, and he really thought he was eating she. The audience in the arena seems to have noticed this too. They were stunned by what happened before them. My God, St. Charles Rose was fed shit. He actually eats shit. Shocks of surprise and sarcasm kept coming. Charles Rose was already disgusted. Hearing what the audience said, his complexion became more ugly and his vomiting even worse. Ha ha ha, I'll let you go this time. If you dare to provoke me next time, it won't be as simple as today. Gu Chen smiled and walked out of the lounge. From then on, Charroth suffered from anorexia, and he couldn't eat any delicacies from the sea and the mountains. He went from being fat to scrawny. As soon as he walked out of the lounge, the arena staff greeted him. See His Royal Highness, may I ask if your fighting beast is fostered with us, and is it to be taken away? Take it away. Just kidding, this lost Tyrannosaurus beast is carried here, and within a long time, the entire Tianlong arena will be razed to the ground. Yes, then let's prepare now. No, I'll go by myself. After speaking, Gu Chen walked to the center of the Colosseum. As soon as the lost Tyrannosaurus saw it, it hurried forward happily. Like a puppy. Damn, there is a dragon to be your own dog, don't think about it too exciting. However, the only regret is that the loss of Tyrannosaurus is too huge. What if you hold it and frighten the beauties? System, can this lost Tyrannosaurus degenerate? Yes, and the points needed for evolution will be returned to the host's account. When Gu Chen heard it, he immediately said, okay, let it degenerate to the state of a ball beast. As soon as his voice fell, he lost the body of the Tyrannosaurus, and countless points of light gushed out and flew towards Gu Chen. Losing the huge body of the Tyrannosaurus beast, it also gradually shrinks, and it will turn back into a cute rolling ball beast. Gu Chen turned around and said to the maid Beth who was following him, you will take care of this little guy from now on. Beth was cut off by the chubby little guy in an instant, and she picked up the ball beast. Rolling ball beast stuck to Beth's turbulent waves, and soon fell asleep. The battle just now made it very tired. Gu Chen smiled softly, then turned his head, led his own servant, and left the Tianlong arena. Arriving at home, Gu Chen found that his butler had also returned. How about it, did you get 10 billion Baileys? His Royal Highness, I got it. However, there is one more thing that needs to be checked by your Highness. With that said, Sabas took out an invitation card and handed it to Gu Chen. What is this? Back to your Highness. This is from the Marine headquarters just now, sent to your Highness. Sebastian returned respectfully. Marine headquarters? Why would they find me? Gu Chen curiously accepted the invitation and opened it. After reading it, he knew what was going on. It turned out that 10 days later, it was the martial arts conference inside Marine. The purpose is to test the Marine's combat power, and also to discover new talents. In fact, this is like a modern military parade. Now that it is a military parade, someone must come to review it. Is there a better candidate for this kind of thing than celestial dragons? Therefore, in order to show the fairness and grandeur of the game, before each game, Marine will send people to the Holy Land Marie Joyce and invite celestial dragons to observe the ceremony. There are 20 celestial dragons families, it is impossible for everyone to go. Therefore, they stipulated that every time the Marine Martial Arts Conference, a member of the family should be sent as a representative to attend the ceremony. They have fulfilled their responsibilities. And this year, it happened to be their Lancelot family's turn. Gu Chen took this invitation and looked at it for a while. Why, Your Highness, don't you want to go? It doesn't matter, I will send someone to help you push it away immediately. Sebastian asked cautiously. Go, of course, how can you not go to this kind of event? Gu Chen collected the invitation, and then continued, clean up, let's go tomorrow. Sebastian was a little puzzled, how could His Highness be so impatient? This marine headquarters, although there are 3 or 4 days away, there is no need to leave tomorrow. However, they don't need to know what the master wants to do, as long as they execute it well. Yes, Your Highness. I'll make arrangements now. Why is Gu Chen so anxious? This is because, just now, the system jumped out again and released a main task for him. Main Mission 2, personally capture 1000 pirates with a combat power of more than 100, mission period, 1 month. Task reward, 10,000 points and a mysterious gift, failure penalty, obliterate. This time, the mission is not the same as before, it's just a play. He needs to go personally to capture 1000 pirates. This kind of thing is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your life will come in. No, I have gained the super recovery ability of Wolverine, I can't die if I want to die. Moreover, time is extremely tight. Only 1 month. Therefore, there is only one way to complete this task as quickly as possible, and that is to use the power of Marine. Because of this, Gu Chen will accept this invitation. Brothers, come for some support. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi, seeking collection, seeking evaluation. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Chen took his group of people to the dock. The wharf in the Holy Land is the most lively wharf in the entire pirate world. Countless giant ships are anchored here. All kinds of precious goods were unloaded from the ship. Merchants were selling their goods, and countless pedestrians came and went in an endless stream. What a prosperous scene! The most central area of the pier is now occupied by several marine warships. That was the fleet that came to escort Gu Chen. Gu Chen raised his head and looked up to the marine warship. The sharp gaze instantly saw the sight of a kilometer away. I saw a woman standing on the side of the warship, looking at herself. Interesting, interesting. I didn't expect that the escort was a beautiful woman. This journey will be interesting. Gu Chen said with a smile, couldn't help speeding up, and rushed out to the warship. After a short while, it has reached below it. I saw dozens of marines rushing out, forming 2 teams on the shore. Meng Meng. The marines saluted to Gu Chen. Welcome your lord. The beauty Gu Chen saw just now also stepped enchantingly and stepped off the boat. Is this His Royal Highness Gu Chen that the whole Holy Land has been discussing recently? Sure enough, he is a talent. The beauty laughed softly. Her smile was very special, her voice was soft, and she was a little bit provocative. Gu Chen couldn't help but observe the beauty in front of him carefully. His black hair was tied high in braids, and there were 2 strands of bangs hanging on both sides of his smooth forehead. The tender skin is white and red, the eyebrows are like willow leaves, and the lips are like sakura and peach. Appears extremely charming and charming. Looking down again, I saw that he was wearing a slightly exposed black tulle top, and the ditch was clearly visible. A long golden knife is worn around his waist. Behind him, he wore a coat of a marine senior general. The 2 were matched together to make it look a little more heroic. And in the end, her most eye-catching place is the super long legs. 1 point increase is too long, and 1 point decrease is too short. It's perfect. The beauty in front of you is really the best in the world. Gu Chen has made up his mind to turn her into his own slave. However, before that, she needs to escort herself to Marine headquarters. This beautiful lady, didn't you ask her name? Gu Chen asked with a smile. The corner of the woman's mouth bends in a hidden arc, her hands brushing her hair, her hands and feet, showing a lazy plump posture. Momuzagi. Momuzagi, it was her. Gu Chen's eyes condensed, a little surprised. In his mind, information about her immediately emerged. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate. The manga has not yet appeared, and it was confirmed by the author Ichiro Oda in One Piece 74 SBS. The world government's highest combat potential candidate has a sister relationship with the Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Crane. He possesses the famous sword Jinbira and is very powerful. Marine actually sent her to escort him, which shows that he attaches great importance to this ceremony. It's really an honor to have a beautiful vice admiral like you escort me. Gu Chen raised his hand like a gentleman and made a gesture of please. The two boarded the warship together. Gu Chen's entourage followed close behind, all on board. Set sail. After a while, the marine warship put away the anchor, raised the sail, and sailed toward the depths of the sea. As soon as he got on the boat, Gu Chen commanded his entourage, and set a small round table, a parasol, and 2 beach chairs on the deck. Then he took out a bottle of red wine from his carry-on bag. Beautiful lady, how about a drink? Of course. Momuzagi sat unceremoniously on another beach chair. I don't know how old Miss is this year. 30 Anna, what is your highness asking this for? Momuzagi's eyebrows were raised, a little angry. She only had a genuine wine, and when she heard someone's question, she subconsciously replied, almost leaking the secrets. How could she not be annoyed? The age of a woman is really a secret. Gu Chen laughed and said, Sister, don't coax me, you look beautiful, and have a good body. I guess you are only 18, older than me. 1 year old. Momuzagi giggled when she heard it, and her body trembled slightly, drawing a graceful wave, seemingly endless heat radiating from her. Gu Chen then said, Sister Momuzagi, can I call you that? Okay. Little brother. Momuzagi smiled charmingly, and then responded. Little brother, hey, wait a few days, and I will let you see if I am young. Next, the two began a chat in the South Blue North. As an old driver who is deeply poisoned by the internet, Gu Chen's knowledge is far more knowledgeable than those of Pirate World. Regardless of the topic, Gu Chen can talk about the last paragraph. Not only the opinions are novel, but they are also well-founded, and Momuzagi was stunned. And in the middle of the conversation, Gu Chen from time to time jumped up a joke or something, which made Momuzagi amused and giggled. Marine, who was guarding around him, drew his eyes. As for Gu Chen, the title of Momuzagi has also changed from Momuzagi Vice Admiral to Sister Jun. This Jun is the real name of Momuzagi, and Momuzagi is just a code name. When I was chatting to the point where I was happy, the warship suddenly shook violently. What's the situation? Gu Chen asked in surprise. At this time, from the front observation tower, one person ran down and said to Momuzagi, Report Master Vice Admiral, our ship seems to have been attacked by Sea Kings. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Sea Kings is coming. Poison kill, seeking collection, seeking evaluation. What? Momuzagi got up suddenly, brushed and pulled out her golden long knife. Take me to sea. Holding the knife, she came to the side of the ship and looked down. On the sea next to their warship, a black shadow was slowly growing. With a boom, a huge head broke through the sea. This Sea Kings is shaped like a crocodile, and it is looking at Marine on the warship with bulging eyes. Looking at such a huge Sea Kings, the soldiers on the warship suddenly panicked. Hurry up and shoot, a Marine captain said. A group of Marine soldiers immediately raised their guns and pulled the trigger. Boom boom. The bullets were like raindrops, shooting frantically at the Sea Kings. The artillery on the warship also aimed at the head of Sea Kings and kept blasting away. After a burst of gunpowder smoke, Sea Kings not only was not killed, but was angered instead. Roar! After a loud scream, this Sea Kings dragged his huge body and slammed into the warship. Boom! A big wave was immediately set off on the sea, and the large warship was also shaking left and right under the huge wave. Several consecutive collisions by Sea Kings caused a crackle even in the sea stone-reinforced hull. What to do? If this goes on, this warship will be torn apart by it. In the marine, an atmosphere of panic filled. The Sea Kings, seeing that he had not smashed the ship several times, couldn't help being even more angry. It opened its mouth in the blood basin and bite towards the warship. Ah! I'm dying! Some marine soldiers slumped on the ground, their faces full of despair. Cheer me up, a Sea Kings will scare you like this, what a decent way! Momuzagi screamed, pushed away the panicked soldier, and walked forward. Gu Chen is still sitting on the beach chair, watching all this calmly. As if everything had nothing to do with him. Momuzagi squatted slightly, her beautiful legs tight. Gu Chen stared at her straight buttocks, and his saliva almost came out. Boom! In the next second, Momuzagi rose into the air, like a cannonball, and shot at the Sea Kings that rushed wildly. Red Lotus light slash. Hum! A pink blade of light flashed vertically in front of Sea Kings. Time seemed to have stopped. Sea Kings stopped moving and opened his huge mouth and set it in front of the warship. A few seconds later, in the shocked gaze of the seamen, blood spewed out of Sea Kings, and the huge Sea Kings broke into countless segments. The blood slowly bloomed in the ocean, just like a beautiful red lotus. The Marines who watched this scene stunned for a moment, and they all let out a loud shout of excitement. A smile flashed across Gu Chen's mouth. As expected of Marine Vice Admiral, the strength is really strong. Momuzagi stepped on the air from the sky and returned to the ship. At this time, Gu Chen greeted him, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and said, "Sister Jun, it's really wonderful, come and I celebrate for you." Momuzagi held up the glass, drank it, and said with a sweet smile, "How about it, little brother, did you feel scared just now? Come, sister, to comfort you." With that, she really opened her arms and hugged Gu Chen. Gu Chen was overjoyed immediately, straightened up, and moved forward. The distance between the two is so close, Gu Chen can even see her upright and crisp skin slightly undulating. Just about to hug each other. Momuzagi flashed, and said with a smile, "I want to eat my sister's tofu, my sister doesn't follow it. Damn, it turned out to be fooling me. Wait for me, you must look good in the future." While the two were playing and laughing, the warship started to shake again. What happened again? Gu Chen raised his head and saw that the surrounding altitude line suddenly became higher, followed by a huge wave. The huge wave surrounded the entire luxury giant ship, but it quickly disappeared. Under the huge waves, huge heads sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, looking at the luxurious giant ship surrounded by the center. There are more than a dozen Sea Kings scattered all over the sea. Under these giant heads, each one has a different shape. The people on the warship looked at the dozens of Sea Kings around, and their bodies became cold. It's over, it's really hopeless now. Even Momuzagi frowned. One Sea Kings, she could easily solve it, but when so many came at once, she was not sure that she could kill them all. Once there is a fish that slips through the net, then this warship can be dangerous. Little brother, I will follow behind me later, and I will try my best to keep you safe. Momuzagi's voice suddenly became serious. Don't worry, Sister Jun, let me take care of these dozen or so Sea Kings. Gu Chen said with a chuckle. You. Not only Momuzagi expressed suspicion, but even Gu Chen's entourage had an incredible face. When will their highness be able to single out a dozen Sea Kings? Damn, what kind of expressions are you guys, I didn't say anything about it. Gu Chen waved his hand and said. Then little brother, what are you going to do? Momuzagi asked curiously. Shanren has a clever plan. Gu Chen is full of confidence. Then quickly show it. Sister can wait and see. Gu Chen raised a finger and looked at Momuzagi and said, after solving these sea kings, my sister will have to promise me a request. If you can really solve the current dilemma, why not promise you a request? Momuzagi said softly. Okay, speak for words. After speaking, Gu Chen took out a glass test tube from his pocket. In the test tube, there are some purple bodies. Going to the side of the ship, Gu Chen pulled the lid on the test tube. Then pour all the purple bodies into the sea. Drop. The purple body fell to the sea level and quickly dissolved. What is this? Biochemical virus. Momuzagi seemed to understand but not understand. Biochemical virus comes from the world of Resident Evil. Introduction: the modified biochemical viruses will not lose their lives, but will immediately end their lives. It is so toxic that one drop can kill 100,000 cows. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Play. Sabayati Land Islands, Seeking Collection, Seeking Evaluation. Is this really useful? Someone around questioned. Gu Chen didn't say much. After all, the facts will answer them. In just a moment, the dozens of sea kings surrounding the warship were abnormal. Foaming continuously came out of their mouths. It looks like it has been poisoned. Boom! There was a sea king's, which fell down first. Its huge body set off a wave of waves. It really works. Momuzagi's face suddenly smiled. That's for sure. Would I still lie to my sister? Gu Chen said with his mouth curled. At this time, other sea kings were also invaded by toxins. The huge sea kings collapsed suddenly. On the sea level, huge bodies floated up. Seeing this, everyone on the warship let go of their hanging hearts. They cheered loudly, celebrating their escape. In Gu Chen's mind, a series of prompt sounds also sounded. Ding dong, host kills a sea kings and rewards 100 points. Ding dong, host kills a sea kings and rewards 100 points. In a short while, his points went from 500 to 2000 in an instant. Ha ha ha, another big gain. Gu Chen was secretly delighted in his heart. Momuzagi also relaxed, commanding the soldiers, repairing the warship, and preparing to set sail again. However, the soldier in charge of the maintenance of the warship told her that the hull of the ship had been severely hit, and it might not be long before sailing. The other warships are in the same situation. Momuzagi and Gu Chen discussed, and the two decided to go to the nearest Sabayati archipelago first, change their warships, and then set off for marine headquarters. The warship moved calmly on the sea, approaching the destination Sabayati archipelago little by little. After about a few hours, the warship finally arrived at its destination. The arrival of Gu Chen and others quickly caused everyone's shock. Not only a few warships arrived, but the marine on the island was quickly gathering towards the port. Hey! What is this going to do? With such a big battle, isn't it about catching some powerful pirates? A middle-aged man asked suspiciously. I don't see it. A man next to him shook his head and said, it looks more like someone is going to meet someone. Welcome? What kind of big man should it be? The middle-aged man suddenly asked in surprise. Who knows? Either it is a certain officer in marine, or world government or celestial dragons. The man on the side guessed. It seems that the island will be lively for a while. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the port. But Gu Chen didn't know anything about it, he was busy talking and laughing with Momuzagi. The damaged warship slowly moored on the harbor. Gu Chen and Momuzagi held hands and walked off the ship. The first thing that catches the eye is a series of bubbles. This Sabayati archipelago, the most famous is this bubble. Many industries can be completed only by relying on it. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every place on the island of Sabayati. Gu Chen stepped on the ground of the island, as if stepping on the clouds, very comfortable. Yes, no wonder many celestial dragons like to come here on vacation. Why, brother, do you really like this island? Why don't we stay here for a few more days? Anyway, there is still a long time before the martial arts conference. Momuzagi suggested with a smile. Okay. I can't wait to stay with my sister. The mouth is so sweet. Momuzagi said with a charming smile. Outside the port, a large group of marine soldiers poured in. They lined up neatly in 2 rows under the command of a marine officer. Welcome His Royal Highness Lancelot to Sabayati Archipelago. The voice shook the sky. The marine officer also greeted him with a smile on his face. See His Royal Highness Lancelot, Momuzagi Vice Admiral. I remember you are Marine Rear Admiral who is stationed here, Kataru. Yes, it's rare that Momuzagi Vice Admiral still remembers me. Kataru nodded and said with a bow. Let's go, what's the old story here? Gu Chen said lightly. Yes, please here. Kataru guided the 2 of them, walking towards the interior of the island. Outside the port, a large bubble car has long been parked. The workmanship is extremely delicate. Momuzagi and Kataru explained the situation, and then took the bubble car with Gu Chen to the amusement park. Gu Chen didn't let anyone follow. After all, this was his time with Momuzagi. Regarding safety, a joke, Momuzagi Vice Admiral is there, can anyone else hurt him? The entire island of Sabayati has a total of 70 regions, and every 10 is a group of units, clustered into several different regions. Number 1 to 29, the lawless zone, where pirates and bounty hunters do mischief, and the human auction venue is also operated here. No 30 to 39, Sabayati Land Amusement Park and other entertainment venues. No 40 to 49, a tourist area full of shops and souvenir shops. No 50 to 59, shipyard, protective film processing office. No 60 to 69, Marine Regional Headquarters, entrance and exit of World Government. No 70 to 79, Hotel Street and other places. The location of Gu Chen and others is in Area 65, and they want to go to Area 30 where the playground is located. You have to cross half of the island to reach it. Brother, can you drive this car? Momuzagi is not very grandmaster for driving. Just kidding, as an old driver with many years of driving experience, driving this kind of car is not like playing. Don't worry. Look at me. Gu Chen put on his helmet and sat in the driving position, holding the throttle handle to the bottom. Call. A puff of white smoke exploded from the back of the bubble car, and it flew forward at a whirlwind. It looks like you are really good, brother. Momuzagi said appreciatively. That is, how can a man say no? Soon, the 2 came to Sabayati's paradise. The entire paradise is extremely vast. It's not inferior to the Disneyland in the previous life, and even worse than it is. The rapid roller coaster, the invincible pirate ship, and the bubble Ferris wheel are all enjoyable. After that, the 2 went to the commercial street again. In less than half a day, the bubble car was full of goods. Of course, the money was paid by Gu Chen. After all, as celestial dragons, everything is lacking, but there is no lack of money. Just buy those shops as a whole, and there is no problem. If you have flowers and evaluation votes, please throw them on my face as much as you like. And I wish you all a happy New Year's Day. I was forced to do so, so I could only review the code while at the same time. I can't be happy at all. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Supernova and Fire Fist Ace, Seeking Collection, Seeking Evaluation. That night, the 2 sat together on the highest point of the entire island and watched the fireworks show in the paradise. Momuzagi looked at the sky full of fireworks, with a pure smile on his face like a little girl. Gu Chen can clearly feel that Momozagi's feelings for him have quietly changed. From interest, it gradually turned into a trace of love. I believe it won't be long before this big beauty will be pushed by herself. Afterwards, the two returned to Marine Base and took a rest. Early the next morning, Gu Chen woke up from the most luxurious suite on the base. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to do some business. The business Gu Chen said was naturally to complete the task assigned to him by the system and personally capture 1,000 pirates. When he arrived at Sabayati Land Island yesterday, he had already figured it out. This Sabayati archipelago has a lot of pirates. Why bother to go to the marine headquarters to borrow troops? Wouldn't it be better to use the power of the marine on this island to catch all the pirates in one swoop? It had been planned, but I spent the whole day playing with Momozagi yesterday, so I naturally put this matter aside. Today, this plan can be implemented. Thinking of this, Gu Chen got dressed and walked towards the door. Momozagi's door was still closed, and it seemed that he hadn't gotten up yet. Just let her have a good night's sleep. Surprise her later. Gu Chen walked straight to Kataru's office, and after a short while, he came to the door. He pushed the door and entered. "Who? Come in without knocking," Kataru said without looking up while correcting the documents on his desk. Gu Chen snorted coldly. "What a big shelf! Mr. Rear Admiral." Kataru raised his head and saw Gu Chen at a glance. In an instant, the cold sweat soaked his back. To dare to do this to celestial dragons, it's really an old birthday star who eats arsenic living impatiently. Kataru immediately jumped up from his chair, rushed to Gu Chen, fell on his knees, and said loudly, "Your Highness, forgive me. I really didn't see you when I was just now." Gu Chen waved his hand and said, "Get up. This time something comes to you." You said. Kataru got up quickly, with a smile on his face. "I want to get the command of this marine branch," Gu Chen said lightly. "Command?" Kataru was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, "His Royal Highness, is it because someone on the island collided with you? You don't need to do it yourself, I will solve him personally." "That's not enough, but I think there are too many pirates on the island and need to be cleaned up." When Kataru heard this, he was shocked. "His Royal Highness, no. There have been many vicious pirates on this island recently. I'm afraid they will hurt your Highness." After speaking, he took out a stack of wanted warrants from the drawer in the office. Gu Chen took it and swept towards the reward order. The leader of the Pirates of Spades, Fire Fist Ace, is offering a reward of 300 million Baileys. White Horse Cavendish is offering a reward of 280 million Baileys. The Hungry Wolf Dipaman offers a reward of 150 million Baileys. The Sickle Mad Demon Dar, offering a reward of 120 million Baileys. Hemam Bakarak is offering a reward of 110 million Baileys. Wada Bai, the Witch of Ice, is offering a reward of 100 million Baileys. These are the supernovas of this generation. They are extremely evil. Your Royal Highness is a body of 10,000 gold. How can you head on with these people?" Kataru continued to persuade. "The Grand Line, starting from Logue Town, has 7 routes. No matter which route you choose, you will encounter the Red Line. Therefore, in order to cross that mountain wall, the pirates will gather on the island of Sabayati. Every once in a while, on the island of Sabayati, there will be a group of prominent newcomers. People turn these people into supernovae." "Oh! Supernova?" Gu Chen said with some interest. Seeing Gu Chen's interest, Kataru opened Shikai and said, "Among these people, the most famous is this Ace. He just made his debut for a year, and he has done several important things in succession. In a month, he openly rejected the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Fire Fist Ace? I will meet you sooner or later," Gu Chen said silently in his heart. "And the rest of these people should not be underestimated." Kataru continued to explain. Gu Chen showed disdain while listening. This year's supernova is obviously not enough. Ace and Cavendish are the only ones who can be named. How radiant and radiant like Luffy's generation of supernovae, it is called the worst generation. But it's good, just convenient for me to complete the task. Gu Chen thought to himself. Since you know these pirates are on the island, why don't you catch them? Gu Chen interrupted Kataru's introduction and said coldly. They are all hidden in the illegal areas from 1 to 20. Our people are hard to catch. Kataru replied while wiping cold sweat. Illegal area, under the rule of Marine, is there any illegal area? Kataru hesitated, shook his head and said, on the one hand, those areas are too messy. Even if it is suppressed once, it will appear in the future. It is impossible for the government to have the energy to invest so much force in one place, of course. There are some other reasons. Kataru did not say the following, but Gu Chen can probably guess what it means by looking at his expression. It is precisely because of celestial dragons' acquiescence that this kind of place exists. In this illegal zone, there are many unknown activities, such as human trafficking. Everyone knows it well, it's just not broken. In that case, let me break this balance. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He looked out the window and said in a cold voice, under the rule of the world government, there is no room for darkness. Suppression will not work once, then twice. If not, then use Buster Call. His words shook Kataru's body. Chapter 23 The army is overwhelming. The arrest begins, for collection, for reward. His words shook Kataru's body. He remembered his time in the first place, constantly fighting against evil, but as he got older, he gradually began to become moderate. The words of Your Royal Highness made the blood of his subordinates boil again. Yes, in Marine's territory, evil is never allowed to exist. After speaking, he pushed the door and left, ready to summon the Marine from the whole branch. Gu Chen looked at his leaving back, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. This world does not allow evil to exist, because I am the only evil. On the Marine Plaza outside, a team of about 3,000 people gathered in a short while. This is everyone in Marine Base. Gu Chen boarded the commander's platform with Kataru. He looked at the densely packed Marine below and nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 Marines, is it not easy to catch 1,000 pirates? Gu Chen thought to himself in his heart. Kataru didn't know that he had a small calculation in his heart, but instead mobilized the soldiers below with passion. Finally, he said, from now on, His Royal Highness Lancelot will command you in place of me. Is there a problem? The Marine below was obviously taken aback, but soon shouted loudly, no. His Royal Highness Lancelot, let you say a few words below. Kataru stepped aside and let Gu Chen step forward. Gu Chen nodded, walked to the stage, looked at the Marine below, and slowly said through the phone bug, yesterday, I came to Sabayati Archipelago. I thought it was a beautiful island. I don't know, there are some on the island. So many pirates. The Marine below, listening quietly. He paused, and continued, in the island where Marine is stationed, there are actually pirates. This shocks and shames me. Therefore, as a descendant of the Creator, I decided to lead you to capture these. Lawless pirate. The Marines were indifferent. Of course, this operation is not free. Anyone who catches a pirate can receive a bounty of 1 million Baileys from me. If it is a pirate with a bounty, I will pay double the price of. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the Marine below immediately boiled. 1 million Baileys. Double the price. These words constantly stimulate their nerves. You know, many people participate in Marine, not for justice. But because, in Marine, there can be a generous reward. But the reward is huge, and it can't compare to the price Gu Chen offered. This is a salary they can't earn for a few years. The morale of the Marines was so high that they couldn't immediately rush out and catch the pirates. After all, it was all money. Gu Chen smiled and watched what happened below. Soon after, all Marine was dispatched and rushed towards the area from 1 to 20. The movement was so loud that it shocked the entire archipelago. People have speculated about why Marine made such a big move. They all stopped their work and looked at Marine running neatly on the side of the street with all doubts on their faces. Only the pirates hiding in the crowd were frightened. Soon, they came to the illegal zone. Gu Chen's eyes of insight are fully open. He could see the whole area clearly. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Suddenly looked at the grass on the side. Who is in? Come out for me. Nothing. Hey. Toast and not eat fine wine. Gu Chen's arm shook, and a purple flame appeared in his hand. This is the unique skill of Iora Yagami, Demon Burning. Go. With a flick of his hand, the purple fire suddenly shot out, quickly igniting the entire grass. Ouch! One person crawled out of the grass screaming. At this time, he was holding a phone worm, whispering to the news. Captain, big business is not good, celestial dragons and marine are here, run away. After speaking, seeing his identity exposed, this guy ran away. Want to run? There are no doors. Nebula chain. With a brush, a shimmering chain shot out from Gu Chen's hand. The chain entangled the pirate's legs. With a puff, the guy fell to the ground. Go up to me and arrest him. Yes, Your Highness. Two Marines surged from the left and right, rushing forward like wolves, pressing the pirate to the ground, and locked it with shackles. Now, we are going to conduct a carpet search of the entire illegal area. Don't let any pirates let go. Oh, the Marine soldiers responded loudly. Afterwards, everyone raised their guns and cannons, frantically rushing towards them. After running a step slower, the big bounty was lost. So everyone had their strength. In a short while, the sound of guns rang out in the area. Those pirates who were arrested couldn't figure out how Marine, who usually looks lazy, is so brave today. Gu Chen did not go with them. He led a team of about 300 people, preparing to capture those supernovas. If you can capture them, then the value is much greater than catching ordinary pirates. Report to His Royal Highness Lancelot, the big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, Lion Majesty Black Mamba, right in the tavern in front. Enclose me. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Mermaid. Sky Price. Seeking collection, seeking support. Soon, this lot was taken away by an ant who looked like a rich woman. Okay, then the product below is a rare treasure. The host said with a smile on his face while holding the phone worm megaphone. While talking, he gestured to the audience, and 3 strong men pushed up a cart. The cart is covered with red cloth, and the contents inside cannot be seen, but from the appearance, it looks like a big square box. The host said mysteriously, "Can you guess what this is? Let me tell you the low price first. The reserve price of this lot is 20 million Baileys." There was an uproar in the audience. Few lots had a reserve price that was so expensive. As the host of the auction, mobilizing the atmosphere and the enthusiasm of the bidders is obviously a required course. He has successfully attracted the attention of the bidders. Next, please take a closer look at the distinguished guests. As he said, he pulled the red cloth and violently tore it off. A brilliant light also shot down from the stage, shining there. It was a huge fish tank with a Murloc girl in it. Seeing all this, the audience suddenly burst into a fierce voice. Oh my god, it's a Murloc! Treasures! Treasures! Gu Chen also looked towards the stage, and was immediately attracted by the mermaid in the water tank. Most of the celebrity fish girl's body was naked, and only the key areas were covered with shells. Because she was curled up, she couldn't see her appearance, but her figure was almost perfect. His fair skin was like crystal jade, and his long blue hair was flying in the water, extremely dazzling. She stayed in the water, looking timidly at the audience under the stage, her big watery eyes with a gleam of sparkle, looking very pitiful. Yes, I am a good slave. I am going to make this slave, Gu Chen said to himself. In the whole auction hall, everyone was attracted by the celebrity fish girl. They tried to take it down. The host banged the wooden hammer vigorously a few times before the audience calmed down. Okay, start bidding now. Before the host had finished speaking, someone shouted, 21 million. As soon as this number came out, the people around were scornful. At this price, I still want to buy a mermaid, really wishful thinking. 25 million Baileys. 30 million Bailey. The price soared all the way, and soon came to 80 million Baileys. This price, for a mermaid, is already the highest. But at this time, another person stood up and said loudly, 100 million Baileys. The court suddenly became quiet. Gu Chen looked back and found that he was an old man with a crown. From his appearance, he seemed to be a king of a country, and it was not difficult to come up with 100 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. The first time. The host's voice was a little joyful. Such a large transaction amount is also good for him personally. I'm going to see, who dared to snatch me. The old guy said proudly with his head up. Uncle, you are all too old, are you embarrassed? Gu Chen murmured silently in his heart. 100 million Baileys, for the second time, will anyone increase the price? Gu Chen was about to speak, but there was a voice next to him. 200 million Baileys. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. You know, this money has doubled. Who is so rich and powerful? The old king's face suddenly flushed with anger, and he shouted, Who is it? Stand up for me. It's me. A figure stood on the side, a celestial dragon's in the VIP seat. The old king immediately went down and said with a smile, My lord, forgive me for not having any eyes, this mermaid should be yours. A triumphant smile appeared on the celestial dragon's face. This guy, Gu Chen, is a bit impressed. It seems to be called Masquerade, who is very obsessed with mermaid. After fighting in the holy place in Tiger, he once went to the Fishmen Island in order to snatch back the freed slaves. However, the ship was attacked by sea kings during the voyage. After arriving at the Fishmen Island, although he was seriously injured and had nowhere to ask for help, he did not change his arrogant personality and actually threatened the residents of the island. As a result, he was caught by his slave fishermen and planned to take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, she was immediately stopped by the mermaid princess Otohim and sent back to the Holy Land by Otohim himself after recovering from her injuries. However, because of this incident, he was once reduced to the laughingstock of the entire Holy Land. As a result, this guy's heart began to twist. Whenever he met a mermaid, he would take her down and be tortured to death. At this time, he looked at the mermaid on the stage with greed in his eyes. In my mind, I was constantly thinking about how to torture her. 200 million Baileys, is there anything higher than this? The host's voice trembled a little. Such a high price shocked the audience again. A smile appeared on Masquerade's face. He didn't believe that anyone else had a higher price than him. 300 million Baileys. A lazy voice came at this time. Masquerade's smile was stiff on his face. Who is it? He said angrily. It's me, the young master. Gu Chen also stood up from his seat and said furiously. Why, don't you allow people to bid? Gu Chen asked the host. Yes, of course. The host replied with a flattering expression. The audience immediately turned into melon-eating crowds, looking at Masquerade, hoping that he could increase the price again. 500 million Baileys. Masquerade Saint said with a green face and viciously. This is the limit he can bear. Cut, what price did you think you could debut? I didn't expect it to be a poor man. Gu Chen said disdainfully. Then, he raised 2 fingers and said, I am twice as much as him, 1 billion Baileys. Everyone present took a breath. Gosh, it's so cruel. Heaven, I'm so rich, I'm kneeling. Asterisk. Chapter 25 picked up a big bargain. Seeking collection, seeking support. Billion. Hearing this price, the host almost fainted without excitement. This is a billion. The highest auction price for a mermaid in history. 1 billion, once, twice, 3 times, a good deal. The host raised his trembling hand and knocked the hammer down. Muscarud was somber with sage. He said with a sullen face, this time you will be ruthless, but you will remember it to me. I will count the account today with you in the future. After speaking, he left the auction house angrily. Gu Chen looked at him like a fool. Shit, dare to be so arrogant without money. Sooner or later, I'll feed you some shit just like I did with Char Ross. At this time, Xiaolulia on the opposite side also smiled and said, how about it, are you very happy to photograph this murloc? Happy, of course happy. This money is all given to me by your brother. However, Gu Chen didn't say this, he just nodded faintly. The host calmed down his mood and continued to host the following auctions. However, in the contrast with the mermaid just now, all the slaves looked eclipsed. Okay, the slave auction is over. Next, let's go to auction of treasures. Treasure auctions, the treasures auctioned here, have everything. A series of high-end items ranging from precious nautical pointers to large ships and guns will be auctioned. The Fire Fist, Ace and the other 3 came for this. After all, a place like New World needs 1 or 2 treasures. So good, let's not talk nonsense, I have my first treasure. The host got a box from the stage. He slowly opened the box, and in a short time, he saw the Buddha in the box overflowing with stars. When it was fully opened, the entire auction hall seemed to be flashing with stars. After the entire box was opened, everyone discovered that inside the box was a blue gemstone necklace, like a sleeping beauty. That gem crystal. It is translucent and full like a dove egg, presenting a hazy, purple-hued deep and brilliant blue, as mysterious and seductive as a blooming cornflower. Everyone at the scene was shocked by this gem. Especially female audiences seemed to want to rush forward. The name of this gem is called Blue Star, and the reserve price is 20 million Baileys. Shoot! This kind of stuff is flashy, so most people have little interest. So when the auction started, most of the shouting voices were arrogant female voices. 20 million Bailey. 30 million Bailey. 35 million Bailey. The price mentioned here, the audience began to quiet. After all, such a price is already the bottom line for those noble ladies who love beauty and show off. 100 million Baileys. Gu Chen shouted. Hey! A sigh sounded. The women at the scene all showed disappointed expressions. Since His Highness Gu Chen has already raised the price to this level, who else would dare to compete with him? Of course, this blue gem belongs to Gu Chen. If you give this gem to Momuzagi, I believe she will like it. Next, pieces of luxury goods are constantly being auctioned. For these, Gu Chen has no interest at all. After almost half an hour, the auction is coming to an end. At this time, the host finally took out the finale of the auction. Next, it is the treasure that everyone is most looking forward to, devil fruit. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly became interested. Devil fruit, I don't need to say anything, everyone understands it. During the introduction, things were carried on the road. What is shocking is that there were 3 devil fruits in this auction. This immediately detonated the audience, and everyone cheered. This thing belongs to me. Whoever grabs it from me will kill me. There was a fierce voice in the center of the venue. When everyone saw it, it turned out to be a pirate with a fierce face. Immediately afterwards, the silhouettes of pirates all appeared. This devil fruit is extremely attractive to pirates. Gu Chen raised his head and looked back. With a glance of his insight, he found the location of the remaining supernova. They seemed to be preparing to snatch those devil fruits. The host could not help showing a bright smile when the atmosphere was so hot. He walked to the first fruit and began to introduce, "Okay, the first fruit, this is Zoan fruit, cat fruit. As for what kind of form it is, the devil fruit illustration book does not say. Now, please bid for it. The reserve price is 100 million Baileys." Most of the people on the court showed disappointed expressions. As we all know, this Zoan fruit is the bottom of the 3 lines. Even after awakening, it just becomes more resistant to fights. Masters, especially top masters, don't seem to appreciate Zoan fruit. What's more, this fruit is only the weakest cat fruit among animals. 105 million Baileys. 110 million Baileys. Only a few people were bidding on the spot. Wait. Gu Chen said to himself, is this fruit really so mediocre? Let me use the eye of insight to identify it. His pupils instantly turned golden. This is. When the eye of insight, the moment he saw the fruit, Gu Chen was stunned. This seemingly ordinary fruit actually has something in it. Cat fruit Eudemon's white tiger form. Eudemons are animals in myths or legends. In addition to the characteristics of Zoan, they also possess some special abilities. Zoan monster species, even rarer than Logia fruit. Gu Chen was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't think that he had encountered such a superb fruit. 110 million, is there anyone bidding? Seeing that everyone was not very interested, the host tried hard to raise the price. 200 million Baileys. Gu Chen raised his hand and shouted loudly. The people around seemed to be used to it. I think this is Gu Chen, the celestial dragons, who is wealthy and wants to show off on purpose. But they don't know, Gu Chen actually took a big advantage. You know, decades ago, the auction house once auctioned an ancient species of Zoan devil fruit. The final transaction price was 2 billion Baileys. And now, the fruit of an Eudemon species can be bought for only 200 million. If this is made known to other people, it must be regrettable even in the intestines. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Lucky Draw Mode. Seeking collection, seeking reward. Well, this first devil fruit was taken by Our Highness Lancelot. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. His gaze continued to sweep towards the remaining 2 fruits. Paramecia emotional fruit. Logia wood fruit. It seems that they are all pretty good. The host also introduced the abilities of the 2 fruits, which is exactly the same as Gu Chen's judgment. The power of these 2 fruits immediately caused an uproar in the court. Emotional fruits can freely control people's emotions. The wood fruits can turn themselves into trees, and both fruits are rare treasures. The pirates in the auction are all boiling. In their eyes, there was a red light, and they shouted their price loudly. Gu Chen didn't make a move this time. Because he knows that these pirates, even if they get the fruits, will be arrested by themselves in the end. Well, these fruits are not their own. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a beep suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding dong, main mission 2 is completed. Host leads marine and captures 1,000 pirates with a combat power of more than 100. Congratulations to host, get 10,000 points reward. Mystery rewards open, slave shop, lucky draw mode starts. The treasure chest has been distributed to host's backpack, please check it in time. Lucky lottery mode, what is this, as a mysterious reward? Gu Chen asked himself in his heart. When the system saw that Gu Chen seemed to be a little confused, he opened his mouth to answer. The lucky draw mode can be opened once a month, and every time you pay 3,000 points, you can randomly draw anything from the slave shop. Is this real? Gu Chen was a little pleased. This lottery is more like gambling, as the saying goes, give it a try, a bike becomes a motorcycle, a gamble, a motorcycle becomes a jeep. I now have a total of 12,000 points, so why don't you try this lottery mode? What kind of things can you draw? Click to open, Lucky Draw mode. In front of Gu Chen's eyes, a light screen similar to a gambling machine appeared, which exudes colorful light. The lottery starts now. On the gambling machine, the rows of grids were rapidly turning. Even if Gu Chen had insight, he couldn't see the writing on it at all. Stop! Gu Chen randomly chose a time point, and then shouted in his heart. The grid on the gambling machine gradually stopped. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for winning the superb skill book Water Style Ninjutsu Encyclopedia. Water Style complete? What is this? Gu Chen clicked it on, and the introduction of the Water Style Encyclopedia suddenly appeared in his mind. Water Style Collection from Naruto. Introduction: the Water Style book contains all the ninjutsu related to water style in Naruto world. Once purchased, the host can be used at will, so water style ninjutsu. Purchase price: 20,000 points. FK. I made a lot of money. Had it not been for someone next to him, Gu Chen would have almost called out. In this first lottery, such a top prize was drawn. Okay, keep up the good work, continue to draw one. Gu Chen continued. The gambling machine is on again. Stop! Ding dong, congratulations to host, draw the magic sword Fenji. The demon sword Fenji comes from ancient sword Chi Tan. Introduction: demon sword Fenji, which has a fierce aura. You can gain powerful abilities by controlling this sword. Purchase price: 10,000 points. Ha ha ha, I earned it again, can't stop it, continue to draw. Gu Chen continued excitedly. Ding dong, congratulations to host, for winning the skill Star Absorption. Taking stars from the first under heaven. Introduction: the ultimate martial arts of Iron Guts, can suck out the internal force of the enemy. In other worlds, they can also exert their strong abilities. Purchase price: 5,000 points. Gu Chen was going crazy by the lottery, and he got so many things for a very small price. Don't be too cool. Clang! A loud noise pulled Gu Chen back into reality. On the auction stage, the host bowed, and then said, "This auction is over, thank you for coming." Are the auctions over? Gu Chen murmured. During the time he had drawn the lottery just now, the other two remaining fruits had already been auctioned away. Those who won the two fruits were the Pirates of Spades of Fire Fist Ace and the Pirates of Nobles of White Horse Cavendish. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is just right, let me defeat you, and then grab those two fruits. But before that, he had to give away this Miss Celestial Dragons beside him. After thinking about it, Gu Chen stood up, and the gentleman smiled at Xiaolulia next to him. How about it, Xiaolulia Palace, the auction is over, let me give you a ride. Xiaolulia stood up and said, okay. They walked out of their seats and walked out the door. The other people in the auction house bowed their heads and respectfully sent them away. They dare not make the slightest disturbance, for fear of offending two people. Soon, the two walked outside the hall door. Zalialai could not help being surprised when she saw the numerous Marines. What's the matter, why are there so many Marines here? Gu Chen smiled and said, a vicious pirate appeared in the auction house. Marine is about to arrest them. You should leave here first to avoid being affected. Xiaolulia nodded and said, you also be careful. Then she turned and left. Gu Chen watched her disappear, and then walked to the front of Marine Rear Admiral Cattle. Okay, there are no other celestial dragons in there now. You can go in. After speaking, with a wave of his hand, the Marines rushed into the auction room frantically like hunting dogs. Raise your hand, Marine handles the case. All the idlers and others squat down *. Chapter 27 Second Personality. Rommel's Scythe, for collection. The guests in the auction hall have just picked up their auctioned items and are preparing to leave the venue. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened. They froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Some of the pirates who were mixed in, immediately knew that the big thing was not good. They shouted, "Marine is here, run away!" A sharp long knife and a big gun were taken out. The scene suddenly became a mess. "Only you dare to be presumptuous!" Gu Chen walked to Marine and shouted. After speaking, behind him, numerous diamond chains emerged. The chain gave off bursts of cold light, and then shot out suddenly, attacking the clamoring pirates in the field. Blockade. Most of the pirates were firmly locked by chains. "Arrest them for me!" Marine swarmed up and knocked all the pirates in the auction floor to the ground. At this moment, several figures flashed out of the crowd. When Gu Chen saw it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's finally out, Huoquan Ace and White Horse Cavendish." I saw Fire Fist Ace leading several of his men to the wall of the auction house. Fire Fist blasting. Suddenly, Ace elementized his arm into a huge fire fist, which hit the wall all at once. Boom! A big hole was blown out of the wall, and the smoke scattered. Go! Fire Fist Ace, leading his crew of the Pirates of Spades, prepares to flee. On the other side, White Horse Cavendish drew a slender sword in his hand. "Bring your own men to stand out from the encirclement. Where do they know that there are countless Marines surrounding this auction site?" Sure enough, when Ace and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief after they rushed through the wall, they were surprised to find that they were already in the encirclement of Marine's eyes were staring straight at them, as if watching a pile of Pele moving around. Ace's few people were staring straight at them. More and more Marines flooded here. "No, if this continues, we are dead, we must stand out." There was a dignified flash of Ace. He turned his head, facing several other crew members of the Pirates of Spades, whispered, "I will make a passage later, you take the opportunity to escape." "Captain! What do you do?" Several crew members hesitated. "Don't worry, I will definitely escape." Ace smiled, as bright as the sun. "Ready? Yan Shang Gang!" Ace suddenly waved his arms, and in a moment, a huge wall of fire rose from the ground. The Marines were so scared by the fire wall that they backed away. A gap was revealed in the encircling circle. "Hurry up, I'll break it for you!" Ace shouted. The other crew members of the Pirates of Spades, braving the raging flames, fled outside. On the other side, White Horse Cavendish, also holding a long sword, is ready to break through. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. I saw him turning over and jumping, and in an inverted posture to the top of his opponent, and then made a gorgeous spin slash at the surrounding targets. He was like a ballet dancer, with death in his graceful posture, and whizzed to him. In an instant, all the surrounding Marines fell to the ground, blood flowing continuously. Gu Chen walked out of the main entrance of the auction house and saw this scene. "It's pretty good, just so, you will open the seal for my sword." After speaking, his arm flicked, and a stream of light condensed on his hand. A fascinating long sword appeared in Gu Chen's hands. As soon as the sword came out, it exuded a trace of evil. There was blood flowing on the ground, and it seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance. All of them flew off the ground and came towards the sword. The blood kept gathering, and the sword became even more weird. The evil spirits all over his body had almost condensed into substance, turning into wisps of bright red blood, wrapped around him. Gu Chen was not surprised and rejoiced, and exclaimed, "What a good sword, I will use you to slaughter those lawless pirates." After speaking, he flew up and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards Cavendish. Bloody! Cavendish was able to kill, suddenly feeling a murderous look behind him. He quickly turned around and put the sword across his body. Blocking skills gold and silver double axes. Boom! The two swords collided with each other, splashing sparks. Cavendish only felt a huge force coming, and he was knocked out. He fell to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. How could it be so strong? Cavendish's face was full of surprise. He did not expect that the celestial dragons in front of him were so powerful. To make matters worse, his long sword Durandal was also stained with blood-red evil aura. That evil spirit, along the sword's blade, unexpectedly continued to extend, crawling towards his hand. Not good. When he noticed it, the evil spirit had already penetrated into his arm. Suddenly, a feeling of heart palpitations filled Cavendish's body. His eyes also became blood-red. When Cavendish raised his head again, his second personality was automatically activated. Rommel's Scythe Weasel. Cavendish is able to have the current bounty price, mostly because of his second personality. This second personality is extremely killer and possesses twice as much swordsmanship as Cavendish, who was already a swordsman genius. Because sickle attack it was extremely killing, it was completely a homicidal approach, extremely crazy and almost irrational, so Cavendish usually suppressed him. However, the evil spirit that Fenji brought directly aroused the second personality in Cavendish's body. Now he is a pure demon. I saw that his face was hideous, the corners of his mouth raised, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. You all have to die. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Die to me. Starburst air slash. After speaking, Cavendish turned into a whirlwind and rushed into Marine's crowd. Brush. Like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, countless Marines were blown up by the storm raised by the sword blade. The sky is filled with blood. It has to be said that Cavendish has undergone earth-shaking changes after he became a second personality. His attack was powerful and domineering. His speed is unmatched. But what about this? Gu Chen's eyes were full of haki. A large area of marine around was all beheaded and clean. Their blood continued to gather on Gu Chen's sword, making Fenji even more terrifying. At this time, Cavendish stopped the massacre. He turned his head and looked at Gu Chen. The next one is you. After speaking, his body disappeared into the air. No, please protect His Royal Highness Lancelot. Kataru Vice Admiral saw that the situation was not good, and quickly wanted to rush to stand in front of Gu Chen. But how could his speed catch up with Cavendish? But in the blink of an eye, he had already invaded in front of Gu Chen. Your life, let me reap it. After speaking, his long sword turned into a dazzling light and slashed towards Gu Chen. Faced with this fatal blow, Gu Chen's face remained as usual. His eyes of insight gave birth to ultimate in an instant. Everything around has slowed down. System, give me a set of sword moves. Ding dong, according to the current status of the host, you can exchange the sword move Starburst Airflow / Starburst Airflow is from the world of Sword Art Online. Introduction, Starburst Airflow / with 16 combos in an instant, each sword shadow will cause several points of damage to the enemy. During the combo, the caster is invincible. Purchase price, 1,500 points. Okay, that's it, buy it. In an instant, all the knowledge about this set of sword skills appeared in Gu Chen's mind. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Fenji in his hand began to shake instantly. Star. Burst. Gas. Flow. Cut. In an instant, that Fenji turned into countless red lights, slashing madly towards Cavendish. Cavendish's eyes suddenly tightened, and he couldn't believe it. Someone actually moved faster than him. Before he could think about it, Gu Chen's sword came surging like a flood. Chiang chiang. Countless explosions sounded, and Cavendish's long sword suddenly broke apart under several blows. My long sword. Before he finished speaking, there were countless red sword lights that penetrated his body. After a while, Gu Chen put away the Fenji sword and inserted it into the scabbard. Then he turned and left, looking for Fire Fist Ace, ready to compete with him. Cavendish, on the other hand, was stiff and his eyes were dizzy. Really unwilling. In the next second, his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless blood mist, floating in the air. The surrounding Marines were trembling with fright by this scene. They didn't expect that the celestial dragons in front of them was so powerful. He was alone, unexpectedly beheading a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Gu Chen didn't notice the eyes of the people around him. At this time, his interest was all placed on Huoquan Ace. Fire Fist Ace couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw Cavendish being defeated so easily. It seems that we must leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Flying Fire Shooting Star. I saw his toes point slightly, his body became elemental, and the whole person swept forward quickly. The surrounding marine did not dare to step forward, for fear of being burned by the raging fire. Want to escape? Did you escape? A joking smile flashed across the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. The next moment, his body flashed suddenly, chasing Ace, and rushed away. The two left quickly one after another. The crowd hadn't reacted yet, and the two of them had disappeared from sight. At this time, Marine Rear Admiral Catalo shouted, "No, Your Highness is in danger. Fire Fist Ace is not a simple character. We must go quickly to protect Your Highness from danger." The deputy beside him murmured, "General, Your Royal Highness is much stronger than ours. What can we do to protect his safety?" Hearing this, Kataru couldn't help but froze on the spot. Yes. The hand that His Royal Highness displayed just now is really shocking. Even I couldn't resist it. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, "No matter what, we still follow him to avoid accidents, and send someone to follow." Yes. On the other side, Gu Chen follows Ace, chasing after him. Soon, the two came to the shore. A pirate ship drifted slowly along the coast. "This is Ace's pirate ship, Spades. Boss, hurry up. We are about to set sail." There was a hint of joy on Ace's face. Gu Chen sneered, "Under my nose, I still want to run." After speaking, his arm moved in one fell swoop. In the middle of the sea, a huge water column suddenly rose. Water-style water-ground shelling. The water column turned into countless cannonballs, blasting towards the boat of the Pirates of Spades. Boom! After a while, the pirate ship was torn apart. Several guys on the boat also struggled to climb onto the shore. "Damn it! The ship was destroyed, we are dead," a member of the Spades pirate ship said desperately. "Everyone, collect it." Asterisk. Chapter 29 Water Style of Smaramara Fruit, for collection, for reward. Isn't it dead? There was a cold light in Gu Chen's eyes. In the next second, he appeared on the shore. "No, run away!" Ace yelled frantically, and at the same time, his arm turned into flames and slammed at Gu Chen suddenly. "Feel the turbulent flame, hitting myself." Gu Chen didn't turn his head, but directly raised his hand. A huge water curtain rose from the sea, blocking him like a huge shield. Water-style water curtain tent. The flame blasted on it and was immediately extinguished, leaving only wisps of water vapor coming out. Well, what kind of fruit did he eat so that he can control the seawater? Ace looked at the scene in surprise, as if she couldn't believe it. The other members of the Pirates of Spades group were also shocked by Gu Chen's method. With panic on their faces, they crawled and fled in 4 directions. "Want to escape, have you asked me?" Gu Chen smiled sullenly and hooked his palms randomly. A large group of water drops emerged from the sea and condensed in front of him. Water-style water projection crazy shot. That large group of water drops turned into countless tiny water droplets, reflecting the bright light like diamonds in the sun, flying towards the surroundings. Puff puff. Water bombs poured out. The Pirates of Spades group suddenly felt a pain in their bodies. They lowered their heads and found that their bodies had been beaten to blood. Blood spurted from their mouths, and they fell to the ground and never got up again. This scene made Ace feel like a knife in his eyes. What? He knelt down on the ground and screamed up to the sky. These crew members, who followed him from birth to death on the Grand Line, did not expect to die here today. When Ace raised his head again, his eyes were full of hatred. There are flames burning there. Today, either you are or I am dead. Seeing Huoquan Ace's angry face, Gu Chen couldn't help laughing. Very well, this is what I want to see. Come on. Fire Fist Ace, see if your Maramara fruit is better, or my water style is better. Gu Chen killed those people just now because he wanted to anger Ace and let him show his true strength. It now appears that his goal has been achieved. Fire Fist Ace has been completely dominated by anger. Around it, raging flames began to rise. He was shrouded in flames, as if the god of fire had descended. Die to me! You celestial dragons of damn it! Ace threw a punch forward. Sacred fire flame bird! Boom! In an instant, a huge flame rose into the air, turning into a flying fire bird, along the ground, flapping its wings, and Gu Chen rushed forward. The intense heat caused the ground of the island to be cracked. Is this what you call anger? It doesn't seem to be strong enough. Gu Chen said with a smile, and then raised his arms. Two huge water dragons sprang from above the sea. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Give it to me, water dragon. Tear the flame bird to pieces. The two water dragons roared like a 9-day dragon chant. They shook their bodies, then entangled each other, and flew away. In an instant, the water dragon collided with the flame bird. They are like two ancient giant beasts, fighting together. The flames were intertwined with water, and a large amount of water vapor emerged, and the surroundings seemed to be foggy. Gu Chen looked for a while and found his two water dragons. Things seemed a bit bad. In that case, let the two become one. His hands are merged together. The two twin dragons hovering in the sky also merged instantly, forming a more mighty mad dragon. Water-style water dragon bite. The mad dragon opened its scarlet eyes, opened its huge mouth, aimed at the neck of the flame bird, and bit down. Boom! The blazing bird collapsed instantly, turned into a ball of flames, and disappeared into the air. Fire Fist Ace, is that what you are capable of? Gu Chen mocked. Ace watched his flame bird being defeated, and his mind moved quickly. Up to now, all he has used has been long-range attacks. Does this mean that the melee ability is not good? Thinking of this, he seemed to have an idea in his eyes. At its feet, circles of flames emerged. With a bang, Ace jumped up suddenly and shot at Gu Chen frantically. Yan Ring Pillar of Fire. With his hands spinning, a huge burning pillar of fire was thrown over by his knowledge. Small bugs. Gu Chen manipulated the huge water dragon and rushed towards the pillar of fire. Boom! In an instant, the huge fire pillar attack was resisted. The steam formed by flames and water is getting thicker. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the fog, and the distance between him and Gu Chen was close at hand. Good chance. Shenhuo Shiranui. In his hand, countless flame spears were immediately extended. These spears were thrown out frantically by Ace, and they stabbed at Gu Chen quickly. Let me run through. As he said, the spear of flames whizzed at Gu Chen. If you want to invade my realm, dream. Gu Chen shouted loudly, and countless water curtains surged around his body. These water curtains shrouded in a huge sphere, enclosing him. Flames can't penetrate such defenses at all. Damn it! It's just difficult. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Ace retreated immediately. Is that just a little trick? It disappointed me too much. Next, I will let you see what real power is. After speaking, Gu Chen kicked the ground with his feet, and the sea behind him began to become turbulent. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Absorb the stars and take the fruits. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. Boom! In the distance, there was a huge wave. This huge wave is 110 meters high, covering the sky and the sun, and whizzing towards the coast. Gu Chen manipulates the huge waves, like a sea god, overlooking Ace. Before my absolute strength, tremble. This is the strongest blow of Gu Chen so far, using water style to trigger a tsunami. Looking at the monstrous tsunami behind Gu Chen, a trace of panic appeared on Ace's face. You know, demon fruit power is inherently repellent to sea water. Not to mention, his fruit is Maramara fruit. The sea water can completely restrain his ability. It seems that I can only use that trick. Ace gritted his teeth and stomped his feet on the ground. Circles of flame light waves continue to surround his body. In an instant, the temperature in the air exploded rapidly. Around Ace, flames roared. Seeing his eyes condensed, his palm drew a strange arc in the air, and then suddenly lifted. The raging flames entrenched all over him rushed towards his palms quickly. In an instant, a huge fireball was condensed. On the surface of the fireball, flames boiled, and strong waves faintly spread. It is like the sun, releasing intense temperature. Great Yan Ji Yan Emperor. This is the most powerful move that Ace has created using Maramara fruit. Come on! See whose ability it is, even better! Ace roared. The huge fireball, facing the surging waves, surged wildly. Two huge forces collided together. Boom! An amazing energy stretched out from the collision. This energy wave turned into a violent wind and swept across the island. Everyone on the whole island of Sabayati was shocked by this huge movement. When they raised their heads, they saw the huge flames intertwined with the huge waves to the southwest of the island. This scene, like the end of the day, makes people fearful. In the sky, the two forces are stalemate with each other, not giving way to each other. At this stalemate, the corner of Gu Chen's mouth showed a smile. These two forces seem to be evenly matched, but when you look closely, you can find that Gu Chen's huge waves are constantly devouring flames. Flame is finite, while sea water is infinite. Gu Chen grinned, his hands increased his strength and pressed down. Suddenly, there was another huge wave on the seashore, which was bigger than before, and the two huge waves were superimposed on each other, and the scale became even bigger. Its momentum overwhelmed the flame and completely covered it. Turn it out for me. That huge wave was like a huge hand, suddenly squeezed. That Yan Emperor was put out in an instant. After putting out the flames, the waves did not recede. Instead, it turned into a huge sea beast, leaping towards Ace with its teeth and claws. Water-style water and sky pack attack. Not good. All around Ace was surrounded by a steady stream of sea water. They formed a huge uzumaki, which trapped him like a cage. You can't escape. Gu Chen said coldly. The sea water turned into a series of waterspouts, pressing towards the top of Ace's head. Ace couldn't dodge, and was hit by the sea. As soon as he touched the sea, Ace felt that all his strength had been lost and his body was weak. He was swept by the sea, unable to resist. Water jail prison. The surrounding sea water gradually converged into a huge water ball, sealing Ace in the center. Bubbles came out of Ace's mouth. Damn it! 4 more chains shot out from Gu Chen's body, entangled Ace's body. The current Ace has been completely controlled. In the sea water, his elementalization can no longer be displayed. At this moment, he is just a mortal. Gu Chen put his hands behind his back and floated in front of Ace. He looked at Ace condescendingly, as if an emperor was looking down at an ant. Now, I will use you to experiment, whether my star-attracting Dafa can capture your devil fruit in the end. In Gu Chen's eyes, a devilish light flashed. After speaking, he raised his palm, and in his palm, a uzumaki resembling a black hole appeared. Let me learn it. This star-attracting Dafa comes from the world of martial arts. The moment Gu Chen saw it, he connected it with the dark fruit of Blackbeard. The dark fruit of Blackbeard can capture the devil fruit in others through its powerful suction. And this principle of attracting stars is very similar. Gu Chen wanted to give it a try to see if it could take the fruits of others like the dark fruits. And Ace, as his first guinea pig. Let me go. Ace felt dangerous instinctively. He struggled to escape. However, the double bondage of seawater and chains gave him no hope of success. Those black hole-like hands pressed on the top of his head. What? In an instant, Ace felt his body as if torn apart. The dark Uzumaki seemed to be devouring him. Ace shook his head in horror, his eyes full of fear. A trace of flame was pulled out of its body, and gradually condensed into a fruit full of flame lines. This is Maramara fruit. Ha ha ha, this star-absorbing Dafa is really useful. Gu Chen held the devil fruit in his hand and smiled triumphantly. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding sea water quickly receded. The chain was also withdrawn by him. Ace collapsed to the ground, resentment in his eyes. Well, Huoquan Ace, you have no value anymore, don't worry, go to death. After speaking, Gu Chen lifted his fingers. Water Style 5 Food Shark. 5 huge sharks emerged from their fingertips. Go! Fist Ace the fire, and bite the dust. There was a cruel smile on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Pluton Rayleigh. Haki's Collision, for collection. The 5 sharks, wagging their tails, rushed towards Ace quickly. Just when they were about to bite Ace, a stunned sword light shot up into the sky. The 5 sharks were completely solved in an instant. Your Excellency, are you finally willing to make a move? Gu Chen raised his head and said lightly after looking at a giant tree. Since he was fighting Ace just now, the guy has been hiding there, quietly watching the two duel. Haha, I didn't expect it to be discovered by you. After speaking, I saw an uncle who seemed to be about 40 or 50 years old came out from behind the tree. He has half-white shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a pair of flowered pants and a white shirt, with round eyes, and he looks like a decadent uncle. Unexpectedly it was you, Pluton Rayleigh. Gu Chen put Maramara fruit into the system space, and asked Rayleigh with interest. This old man is exactly the deputy captain who followed the One Piece Gold Roger, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who will remember the old man. Pluton Rayleigh touched his head and laughed embarrassedly. I don't know what's the point to come to Pluton. Gu Chen asked coldly, squinting his eyes. Nothing, just want to join in the fun. Rayleigh took a bottle of wine from his waist and said as he drank it. Watching the excitement will save Ace Fire Fist. I'm afraid I want to save the only blood of the One Piece Gold Roger. Gu Chen hit the nail on the head and pointed out Rayleigh's intentions. Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly, and his arm holding the wine stiffened. How could it be that this secret should only be known to me and Garp? Unexpectedly, the young celestial dragons in front of him knew this secret. However, since the words have been said for this purpose, there is no need to hide them. Yes. Rayleigh put down the bottle, the smile on his face put away, becoming extremely serious. Roger finally left this offspring. I can't let him be killed under my nose. After speaking, his body was shaken. Conqueror's Haki burst out randomly. He will use this Conqueror's Haki to stun celestial dragons, and then take the opportunity to take Ace away. Circles of ripples rippled from its body. Do you think you are the only one who has Conqueror's Haki? Gu Chen said lightly. Immediately, a shocking aura emerged in his body. Conqueror's Haki. This Haki was exchanged by Gu Chen from the store just now. The price is not expensive, only 1,000 points. In a moment, Gu Chen's body also surged with ripples. The movement was even stronger than Rayleigh's. These two domineering auras collided in mid-air like this. Boom! In the center, it was like an explosion in the atmosphere, cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. This kid actually owns Conqueror's Haki that rivals me. It's really awesome. There was a cold sweat on Rayleigh's forehead. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. However, this Conqueror's Haki cannot be used forever. It has a time limit. After a long time, I will inevitably be unable to support it. Thinking of this, Gu Chen raised his hand and shouted, "Stop, I have something to say." Rayleigh put Haki away in an instant. All of a sudden, Gu Chen felt a lot less pressure. He also stopped releasing Conqueror's Haki, and then said, "Actually, it's not impossible for me to release Ace, but..." "Just what?" Rayleigh asked. "It's just that I need you to do something for me in the future, how about it?" Gu Chen said with a smile. "Good. As long as I don't violate morality, I will do my best to help you do one thing." Rayleigh nodded solemnly. As long as Ace can be saved, he will not refuse this matter. "In this case, if I have something in the future, I will send someone to Shucky's rip-off bar to notify you." "Okay, you can take him away." Rayleigh nodded, and walked forward, putting Ace lying on the ground against his shoulders. Then, he looked at Gu Chen meaningfully, sighed, and disappeared quickly. Why did Gu Chen let Ace go so easily? On the one hand, he has already drawn Mara fruit, and Ace's strength is not to be feared. On the other hand, just when Haki collided, Gu Chen quietly planted a dark seed on Ace's eyebrows. This dark seed lurked in his mind. When he finds revenge for himself in the future, he can also use this dark seed to turn it into his own slave. After this battle, he is the biggest winner. Not only robbed Ace's Mara fruit, and planted it in the dark, but also got a help from Pluton Rayleigh. It's a huge profit. I was happy, but there was a loud noise in the distance. Gu Chen looked up, only to find that Momuzagi came here with a large group of Marines. Excessive chapters, a little flat. I hope you don't mind. Ask for a wave of collections, and if you have something uncomfortable to read, you can also not say it in the book review section, and I will try my best to correct it. *. Chapter 32 Practice. Arrived at Marine Headquarters, for collection. After Sabayati Archipelago repaired, everyone set sail again. Marine's fleet has also become 8 ships. Gu Chen is standing on the bow of the boat, and Momuzagi is leaning in his arms. The other Marines looked at Gu Chen. In addition to respect, there was fanaticism in their eyes. After all, not everyone can accomplish such a great achievement all at once. I heard that at Naval Headquarters, even Marshal Sengoku was shocked by His Majesty Gu Chen's masterpiece. The fleet sailed on an endless sea, and there were no waves on the way. Gu Chen was lying on the beach chair, looking a little bored. Momuzagi was in the room preparing a record report when she went back, so she couldn't come to accompany him. "Hey, I knew I brought my little maid," Gu Chen said regretfully. He took out the 4 devil fruits from the backpack and started playing. These 4 devil fruits, gathered together, emit a leisurely light, which is very attractive. Gu Chen saw that it was a fruit, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although there are inexplicable powers in this devil fruit, Gu Chen is not in a hurry to eat them. Because at present, devil fruit, for him, has 3 major drawbacks. First, the fruit tastes extremely unpalatable. Second, once you eat it, you can't eat the second one. Finally, once you eat this devil fruit, you will be afraid of the sea. This conflicts with Gu Chen's water style. By the way, system, can these fruits be recycled? Gu Chen asked abruptly. Can. The system responded coldly. Then, a light screen appeared, showing the recovery price of the 4 fruits in his hand. Price of emotional fruit recovery, 2,000 points. Wooden fruit recycling price, 3,000 points. White tiger fruit recycling price, 6,000 points. Mara fruit recycling price, 10,000 points. Damn, I can't think of the price of the fruit, it's so popular. Gu Chen said in surprise. I have been busy for so many days, but only earned more than 10,000 points. It seems that in the future, I will have another job to hunt demon fruit power. He took the 4 devil fruits back into his backpack, and sold them when he needed it in the future. Maybe it would be able to relieve his urgent need. When opening the backpack interface, Gu Chen accidentally discovered that there was still a treasure chest hidden in it, which had not been opened. Last time I was in a hurry, I actually forgot about it. Now, let me see, what treasures are there? Gu Chen took out the treasure chest from the backpack. The treasure chest opened, and a silver card fell out. Wu Shui card, the Prujnagong of the dragon elephant comes from the world of the couple of Condor heroes. Introduction, it belongs to the supreme protection of the Dharma in Tantra. It is divided into 13 levels. Is it such a card? For me now, it's really timely. Gu Chen looked at this martial arts card and smiled. Although Gu Chen now has multiple sets of skills, water style, purple fire, chains, swordsmanship, everything. However, his physical skill cultivation was almost zero. This is his weakest part, and it has also kept his overall strength still stagnant. This martial arts card can bring his strength to a stronger realm. At that time, the second form of the slave soul seal will also be unblocked. Absorb. The silver card turned into a streamer and penetrated into Gu Chen's body. In an instant, the dragon elephant's Prujna skills have been engraved in Gu Chen's mind. However, this martial arts is not like other things, only constant practice can master its essence. So, for the remaining few days, Gu Chen stayed in the room and studied this martial arts carefully. Everyone was puzzled, but some didn't dare to bother. At that time, Momuzagi often came to visit him, but found that he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, like an old monk sitting still. On its body, bursts of phantom dragons erupted continuously, which was breathtaking. Momuzagi didn't know what was going on, and didn't bother him, just quietly guarding the door. By the 3rd day, the fleet finally arrived at Marine Headquarters. His Royal Highness, Naval Headquarters is here. A soldier reported outside the door. Gu Chen suddenly woke up from the training. His eyes are more energetic than they were a few days ago. The whole body, like a tiger, is full of power. Got it, I'm here. Gu Chen stood up and walked out of the door, only then did he realize that it seemed to be late at night. The warship was parked neatly in a crescent-shaped port. In front of the warship, there is a brightly lit island. Although it is night, the island is full of lights, so you can still see the island clearly. Magnificent. Spectacular. This is Gu Chen's first impression of Marin Fander. Unlike in the anime, Marin Fander in reality is even more shocking and spectacular. From the warship, Malin Fanduo is quite huge. On the huge wall of naval headquarters, 2 big black characters Marine are written, and in the middle of the 2 characters, it is naturally the sign of Marine, the seagull standing on the wrench. As the Marine headquarters, the defense are naturally extremely strict. The huge circular port is full of fort and defense measures. Marine soldiers patrolling the naval headquarters are not leaking. Not far from the naval headquarters, there are 4 high mountains in a square surrounding the naval headquarters. On each mountain there is a watchtower with a marine flag to ensure that the attacking enemy can be confirmed before the enemy attacks. Is this the Marine headquarters? It's a well-deserved reputation. Looking at the huge military fortress in front of him, Gu Chen couldn't help muttering. Chapter 33 Fusion. King Kong is not bad for magic. Zephyr's face immediately turned into pig liver color. He was actually forced back by a hairy boy. What a shame. At this time, Hina, who was waiting outside the door, seemed to notice something wrong in the training room. She rushed into the training room and saw that Zephyr and Gu Chen were confronting each other, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Hina, why are you here? Zephyr looked at Hina, obviously surprised. This Hina, also the student he brought out, was already a colonel. Why does it still appear in Marine Academy? Ms. Zephyr, Hina is here with His Royal Highness Lancelot. When Hina said this, it immediately surprised everyone present. What? This guy in front of me is actually Celestial Dragons. The students on the side looked at each other. I dared to yell at Celestial Dragons just now, but now that I think about it, I can't help but feel cold sweat all over my body. Zephyr's face also became subtle. As Marine Admiral, I dare to fight Celestial Dragons. If I let 5 elders in the Holy Land know about this, I will definitely be dismissed. I didn't know it was your highness just now, forgive me for being rude. Zephyr took his breath away, folded his hands in front of him, and reluctantly apologized. Hey! Zephyr Admiral, really a good student. Not only did he insult my highness, but he also wanted to make a move. If it weren't for my highness to hide quickly, I'm afraid it would be unavoidable to be beaten. Gu Chen said coldly. This. Zephyr was embarrassed. My student, dare to do it, preparing to beat Celestial Dragons. If this is publicized, it will inevitably cause an uproar. His Royal Highness, it is the old man's students who are blind-eyed and slammed into your highness. Please let your highness forget the villain and let them go. Zetiangzi said with a smile. Forget it, my highness is kind, so you don't care about your crimes. Now, you can go away. My highness wants to exercise in this training room. Gu Chen said lazily. Yes, your highness. Zephyr took dozens of his own students and withdrew from the training room in a desperate manner. As soon as he walked out of the training room, Zephyr's face became gloomy. Damn it! Unexpectedly, the old man was actually humiliated by a hairy kid in front of the students today. If this revenge is not reported, the old man swears not to be a man. He secretly hated in his heart. Zephyr ran out to the marine building angrily, and did not visit his students. These students are so humiliated by themselves, it is really useless. He even regretted accepting them as students. By the way, no one can divulge today's matter. Who divulges it will be punished as a felony of military intelligence. Looking back, Zephyr said solemnly, and the student nodded in fear. Gu Chen didn't notice Zephyr's resentment, he began to practice Marine 6 styles seriously. Marine 6 styles, almost every Marine officer can master the skills. Therefore, Gu Chen enslaved Hina and naturally became the master of Marine 6 styles. Iron Body, Moonwalk, Shave, Paper Arts, Finger Pistol, Tempest Kick. Gu Chen showed them one by one, but their power was not satisfactory. Think about it, these 6 formulas were originally copied from Hina. Hina can also Marine 6 styles, but her master is only fur, and more depends on the fruit's ability. Compared to the 6 style masters in Marine, it's not a little bit worse. Therefore, Gu Chen must modify the Marine 6 styles to make them more powerful. How to do it? Gu Chen thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason. System, is there a way to enhance the capabilities of Marine 6 styles without changing its essence? Yes, the system can use skill fusion. Skills integration, what skills integration? Gu Chen asked. Host can pay a certain amount of points, and then can choose 2 skills, stack them, and merge them into a brand new skill. This is a good way. Gu Chen exclaimed. In this case, let's start. However, apart from Marine 6 styles in his skill column, he has very few physical skills, and he lacks materials if he wants to integrate. So, before that, Gu Chen decided to go to the store and make a big purchase. There are still 1000 points. Such points are obviously not enough. Gu Chen made a decisive decision and sold all the 2 devil fruit, emotion, and moo fruit in the backpack. In an instant, the points reached 6000 points. Search for martial arts skills. Gu Chen ordered. In the shop, a lot of martial arts skills suddenly appeared. 8 trigrams of the dragon falling King Kong powerful palms 8 trigrams boxing. It's dazzling. Gu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and picked it up. Soon, 6 sets of martial arts skills have been purchased. Gu Chen paid 5,000 points all at once before he won them all. Very good, now, let's merge. Gu Chen opened his skill bar. More than 20 skills have been distributed inside. Adamantine Sealing Chains, Slave Soul Seal, Water Style Dafa, Starburst Airflow Slash. I'm going to see, what exactly can these skills be combined. Gu Chen first selected the Iron Body from Marine 6 Styles, and then dragged out the martial arts skill Golden Bell that I just purchased. These two skills are both body protecting magical skills, and their positioning is similar, so it is easier to merge. The two skills are superimposed. Ding dong, deduct 100 points, the Iron Body and the Bell Jar begin to fuse. Converging. Ding dong, congratulations to host, get super skills, King Kong is not bad magic. After Gu Chen clicked on the skill introduction, he was immediately shocked by his awesome ability. This King Kong is not bad, once it is applied, it is comparable to the hardest armament haki. Not only is it strong in defense, but it can also defeat Logia Devil Fruit's ability like armament haki. Gu Chen looked at this skill, and became more satisfied with it. Asterisk. Chapter 34 The conference begins. New people come out in large numbers. Very good. Continue to merge. Gu Chen continued to integrate the remaining 5 forms. Soon, he got 5 extremely awesome physical skills. Let me show it. King Kong is not bad magic. With a brush, Gu Chen's palm became a bit sharp, and it was still glowing with dark golden light. He aimed at a sandbag and slammed. A golden fist print suddenly flew out. With a bang, the sandbag was smashed. This is not over yet, the diamond fist mark has not disappeared, and it is still flying forward. Bang! 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 It pierced more than 10 sandbags in a row before gradually disappearing. Sure enough! Gu Chen said excitedly. With the punch just now, he only used half of his strength to cause such damage. Wouldn't it be comparable to Iron Fist Garp if he showed his full strength? It is necessary to find an opportunity to practice with him. See who has the harder fist. Gu Chen thought to himself. In the Marine headquarters building in the distance, Garp and Sengoku are discussing tomorrow's martial arts event. Suddenly, Garp felt a chill in his heart, as if being stared at by something. What's wrong, Garp? Sengoku couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Garp's face suddenly change. It's okay, it's okay. Garp touched his head, somewhat inexplicable. Gu Chen was in the training room again, rehearsing his other skills. Standing outside the door, Hina heard a jingle. Holes appeared in the walls of the training room, bricks flew horizontally, and smoke scattered everywhere. After half an hour, Gu Chen walked out of the training room with sweat on his face. Yes, not bad. Finally the training is successful. It seems that tomorrow's martial arts conference, there is a good show to be staged. After speaking, he turned and walked out. But at this moment, the magnificent training room collapsed, causing smoke and dust. Gu Chen looked back. I'm sorry, I tried too hard. Hina looked at her master with a dazed expression. This is training after all. It's still being demolished. As time passed, the next day soon came. Today is the annual Marine Martial Arts Conference. Early in the morning, the huge plaza of Marine headquarters was crowded with Marine. The number is staggering. Gu Chen has a rough look. There are about 10 to 20,000 people. These are definitely not contestants, just to observe. There are only 120 real participants. They all passed the qualifiers before qualifying for the competition. We'll fight here to compete for the final winner. The entire square is divided into 8 competition areas, each with 15 people. It was a melee, and then the top 8. Then in the ring match, the ranking is excluded. As celestial dragons, Gu Chen will naturally not watch the game like ordinary soldiers. His position, on the high platform specially set up by Marine, allows you to observe the entire course of the game. Well, the annual Marine competition has begun. The host was Rear Admiral with a strong voice, and he continued, the guests of the martial arts conference are, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Celestial Dragons Lancelot, Marine Admiral Akainu. Every time she said a guest, there was a round of applause from the audience, which made every guest present feel more face and feel quite good. As everyone took their seats, Gu Chen found himself sitting next to the 3 Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. He tilted his head and looked carefully at the 3 most powerful men by Marine. I saw Akainu staring ahead, his face serious and unsmiling. A dark red suit clings to the body. The whole body exudes an aura that strangers don't enter. Kizaru leaned back on the chair, leaning on Erlang's legs, humming an unknown little tune in his mouth, and seemed very comfortable. Aokiji, on the other hand, looked lazy, as if not awake. These 3 guys, dressed in Marine's military robes, are majestic and adored by the Marine below. It seems that Gu Chen's gaze has been noticed, and Akainu's gaze seems a little bad. Aokiji nodded his head in a friendly manner. After all, he had been to meet Gu Chen before. As for Kizaru, the old fried dough stick, his eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze wandered, and he couldn't see the change in his heart. Gu Chen looked away from the 3 of them and continued to look aside. Sitting next are a series of powerful generals such as Black Arm Zephyr, Iron Fist Garp, and Think Tank Crane. Momuzagi was also among them. She winked and threw it towards Gu Chen. Suddenly a group of generals next to him looked sideways. Okay, the guests have been introduced, please come on stage. Soon, the 8 arenas on the square were full of 15 contestants. The Marines cheered excitedly, cheering for the people they like. I don't know who will win this competition this year, Sengoku said with a smile on his face, touching his beard. I heard that many powerful newcomers have emerged in Marine this year. Aokiji said quietly. Yes, the strength of my Jean Talmaru is very good. Kizaru continued. Hey! I am optimistic about Virgo. Everyone present here, every word of you and me, are discussing the people they approve. After listening to it in a lap, Gu Chen knew about the hottest players in this competition. Marine Science Unit, fighting against Momomaru, the brute force is amazing. Marine Rear Admiral, X-Drake, dinosaur fruit capable person, powerful. Marine G-14 Base Commander, Ghost Bamboo Virgo, strong in physical skills, armament hacky, and innocent. Smoker, although physical skills are not good, but as a Logia fruit ability person, he is quite powerful. Black Prison Hina is also a seeded player. There is also Zephyr's disciple, the regressive fruit power, and the marksmanship is amazing. In addition, there are a series of newcomers such as the Rusty Fruit ability, Xion, the Swordsman Tashiji, etc., all of which have potential. These people, all under the age of 30, are the hope of Marine in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Everyone here is rubbish. In the 8 arenas, the participating Marines are all set. Well, now the martial arts conference is just the beginning. Following the host's order, the Marines on the field began to fight. The Marines began to cheer. The players also showed off their stunts one after another, knocking down their opponents to the ground. On the first field, the sturdy Jean Talmaru was like a savage beast, rushing from left to right. The surrounding Marine was crushed by his huge body and could not compete with it. On the second court, Marine Rear Admiral Drake held the Tyrannosaurus paw and waved wanton. Unstoppable. On the third court, Smoker turned into smoke, holding the sea stone 10 hands, and knocking everyone next to him to the ground. On the ring, countless exciting battle scenes are taking place. These pictures, the Marines on the other side were hooked. Gu Chen sat on the high platform, watching the situation in the ring with cold eyes. After a fierce competition, on every arena, it ushered in its final winner. Well, after a lot of competition, the top 8 of our martial arts conference has been born. With one stroke of the host's hand, 8 figures suddenly appeared on the big screen in the square. Ghost Bamboo Virgo, Red Flag X Drake, Black Prison Hina, Smoke Ghost Smoker, Madman War Peach Maru, Retro Oper An, Rust Zion. Very good. This result is not what everyone expected on the platform. Tashiji, whom Gu Chen noticed, was unexpectedly lost. In the 8th ring, she met a peasant capable of fruit. The ability of this guy is a bit similar to the clown buggy's chop chop fruit. The whole body can be split into countless pieces to avoid attacks. Tashiji had nothing to do with him, and finally lost. The surrounding marine, looking at the 8 people on the big screen, couldn't help showing envy in their eyes. They are all proud of this guy, representing Marine's future and hope. Ha ha ha, the old man's prediction is accurate. At a glance, I feel that Virgo is good at strength. Garp said with a smile while eating senbei. It's not bad for me to fight Momomaru. Kizaru also said with a smile. These seedlings are all good, maybe they can take our class in the future. Sengoku also smiled. Everyone smiled, obviously very satisfied with the participants in this martial arts conference. Okay, now, we will start the quarterfinals competition. Please draw lots and decide the grouping. But at this moment, Gu Chen stood up suddenly. There was no expression on his face, but there was a coldness on his face. His Royal Highness Lancelot, are you? Sengoku looked at Gu Chen with a cold face and couldn't help but wonder. Gu Chen scanned the entire square indifferently, and then said coldly, are these 8 people the so-called hope for the future of Marine? It's really bad. There was a hint of haki in his voice. All the people in Marine Plaza were shocked by his words. Then, they began to whisper. What happened? Why did celestial dragons say such things for no reason? Who knows? The host seemed to have a dazed look. He said quickly, His Royal Highness Lancelot, is there any misunderstanding in this? Misunderstanding? Oh. It is indeed a misunderstanding. I am not targeting the 8 of them, I mean, all the Marines present are rubbish. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. As soon as his words fell, Marine in the entire square was in an uproar, and the sentiment was exciting. Had it not been for Gu Chen's identity as celestial dragons, he might have been taken out and beaten 100 times a long time ago. Even Sengoku and Admiral on the high platform turned pale. What does this mean? This is hitting the whole Marine in the face. Why, are you still not convinced? Gu Chen chuckled. He pointed to the arena just now and continued, I saw all the conditions on the 8 arena just now. I thought there would be a high-level battle. I don't know that it's a bunch of shit. This is Marine. Our elite? This kind of strength is embarrassing to show up. Enough, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? On the high platform, Admiral Zephyr, slapped his chair, suddenly stood up. He felt that Gu Chen, on the surface, was scolding Marine for being too weak, but in fact, he was scolding himself. Who doesn't know, Zephyr is the instructor of the whole Marine. Most of the Marines participating in the competition are their own students. Gu Chen said this, isn't he saying that he taught incompetence, which led to the bleakness of the future of Marine as a whole? Why, don't I understand enough what I mean? Gu Chen tilted his eyes and looked over. I mean, the strength of these guys is simply not worthy of the glorious title of Marine. All the Marines below have a hint of anger on their faces. Everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Why, are you not convinced? Let me teach you what is true strength. Gu Chen stood up from his seat, and disappeared in a moment. What about people? Marine in the square, looking at Gu Chen who disappeared on the high platform, couldn't help but look around. Look, he is in the sky. One of them shouted. The Marines raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw Gu Chen floating in the air, as if standing. Is this? Garp and Sengoku all cried out when they saw this scene. Author Kun's exams are all over, and then, I will devote myself to the code words. The update speed will also be accelerated. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Ultimate Body Method. 3000 Thunders, Seeking Collection, Seeking Support. Moonwalk. Zephyr also had a gloomy face. That's right, what Gu Chen uses now is Moonwalk. Many people in Moonwalk and Marine will use it. However, few people stay in the air for a long time. Not to mention, like Gu Chen, he stands almost directly in the air, motionless. This kind of moonwalk is simply incredible. This is how you understand moonwalk to cultivate to this level. A wry smile appeared at the corners of both Garp and Sengoku's lips. They have studied Marine 6 styles for most of their lives. It has never reached such a state. Everyone on the high platform looked solemn. Looking at Gu Chen's eyes is like looking at a monster. Gu Chen looked at their expressions, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. Now what he is performing is a stunt that evolved from moonwalk. It is named Tongtianbu. This skill is formed by the moonwalk fusion of the martial arts skill Tizyun Zone. Once displayed, it will be able to walk on the ground no matter where it is. I saw Gu Chen standing high in the sky, looking down below. The impossibly radiating aura from his body made everyone below tremble. Okay, it's over, it's time to go down. Gu Chen moved with a bang, and a white wave of air spread like a ripple in the air, and in the middle of the air wave, Gu Chen shot out like a bullet in an instant. With a swish, Gu Chen fell from the sky fiercely and hit the center of the ring fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the smoke rose into the air. The powerful shock wave immediately blew the Marine near the ring, and the panicked shouts suddenly sounded, frightening the other Marines to scatter around. Above the square, a huge open space appeared. Gu Chen stood alone in the center, surrounded by the 120 Marines participating in the competition. He looked around, and then said, I don't seem to admit that you are trash when I look at your expressions. In this case, I now give you a chance to prove yourself. Oh, I don't know how your highness wants us to prove it. Gizua Virgo, standing among the crowd, asked in a low voice. It's very simple, as long as any one of you can beat me. I will take back what I just said. And, I will give out 5 billion Baileys as compensation for you. Gu Chen put his hands in front of him and said quietly. His words once again caused an uproar. Those Marines had bursts of anger in their eyes. This celestial dragons is too arrogant. Are they really vulnerable? There are so many of them, if they can't even beat him, it's better to die. Gu Chen seemed to see through their hearts' thoughts and hooked up, saying, come on. You guys go together. Although the Marines seem to pounce forward, but the identity of Gu Chen celestial dragons is really too deterrent. They dared not act, so they turned their eyes to Marshal Sengoku, hoping that he would agree. Since His Highness Lancelot wants this, you can cooperate with him. Sengoku seems to have acquiesced to Gu Chen's proposal. When the participating Marines heard it, their faces couldn't help but be overjoyed. They all raised their heads and stared at Gu Chen with scorching eyes. Superior! Everyone held weapons and rushed to the place where Gu Chen was standing. Come together! Gu Chen looked at the Marines swarming around and said proudly. All Marines held weapons, surrounded Gu Chen, swallowing saliva. But no one dared to take the first shot. Since you dare not go, then let me come first. A huge figure pushed aside the crowd. It is Jean Talmaru. After speaking, he roared and rushed towards Gu Chen. The surrounding Marines, waving their weapons in a roaring posture, rushed towards Gu Chen. Let you guys see what is really powerful. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp, and under his footsteps, wind and thunder flickered faintly. Hacky collision. With her huge body, Gendarmerie wanted to hit Gu Chen. However, the moment he was about to touch Gu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. 3000 thunders! Jean Mamamuru's attack hit an empty space. He looked around and couldn't see where Gu Chen was. Bang! With a sound, Jean Talmaru was knocked to the ground and passed out. The surrounding marine looked at this weird scene, and they were all bewildered. They stood there, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly appeared 10 meters away. His legs swept out like a flash, and instantly kicked several people around him. Under the screams, the few people flew to a height of more than 10 meters and crashed outside the venue, vomiting blood and screaming. In the next second, his figure flashed and appeared in another place. In the ring, there are after images of Gu Chen everywhere. Seeing this scene, on the high platform, there was another exclaim. Just now, that was an upgraded version of shaved. Garp widened his eyes and asked Sengoku. It should be. Sengoku said with a wry smile. That's right, Gu Chen's body technique is precisely the technique obtained by combining martial arts skills with shave. 3000 thunders! A magical technique from the fantasy world. Its power is extremely powerful. No one can resist. What? Gu Chen let out a low drink, and his speed increased again. Among the crowd, Gu Chen can no longer be seen. Only the sound of collision continues to spread. At the same time, Marine kept flying upside down and hit the ground fiercely. Boom boom boom. Marine sprayed out like a fountain, and the crowd soon became thin. If this continues, all of us will be defeated. Marine Rear Admiral Drake shouted. Quickly, everyone will gather together. The dozen or so people remaining on the court immediately followed his advice and gathered together. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Virgo. Armed full body. It's useless, rubbish is rubbish, even if gathered together, it is just a pile of rubbish. Gu Chen's voice appeared above the sky. He looked down at a dozen guys and said mockingly. The Marines didn't speak, their atmosphere was extremely depressed. It's really shameful that hundreds of people dealt with one, and they were beaten like this. Their expressions are a little frustrated. At this time, Drake mobilized again. Partners, stay up and down, we still have a chance to win. Now, we all take out the strongest tricks and attack him. I saw him cry in a low voice, and his burly physique quickly swelled. Drake's dinosaur fruit ability was activated. I'm going to block his retreat. You attack from the side. You must hit with one hit. Only in this way can you maintain the honor of Marine. After speaking, Drake was already in the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he bit at Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at Drake with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if this guy is stronger than my Tyrannosaurus, who is weak. Just take this opportunity to knock him down and take him as a slave, and let the Tyrannosaurus compare with him in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Drake in an instant. Good job! A glimmer of joy flashed in Drake's eyes. Tyrannosaurus claws. His claws turned into a cold light, and he suddenly struck Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not evade, his feet turned into a gust of wind, instead of blasting away. Tempest kick wind blade. Vase. The claws and the wind blade collided with each other, and a metal explosion sounded. The sound pierced the ears of everyone present. In the next second, the wind blade cut Drake's claws. No, it's impossible. My claws are as hard as steel. Tempest kick, how can I break it? Drake shouted. There is no point in yelling like this, accept failure. Drake. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. The next second, his figure suddenly appeared above Drake, with a golden luster on his fist, and a punch hit him. Tyrannosaurus head. Boom. Drake's Tyrannosaurus head was immediately hit into the ground with this punch, and the entire ground sank half a meter deep. Puff. Drake spit out blood and transformed back into a human figure again. Fainted. Gu Chen's figure also descended from the air, his movements extremely elegant. Afterwards, he stepped his foot on Uraj's body, and a black halo was silently penetrated into his body. Smoker in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore when he saw that Drake was also knocked down. He turned into a white mist, got up and flew towards Gu Chen. The white snake dances wildly. Smoker turned into a circling white smoke, trying to disturb Gu Chen's vision, and then took the opportunity to start. Unfortunately, he underestimated Gu Chen's methods. Gu Chen's eyes flashed and he quickly saw his position. Immediately afterwards, his left hand turned golden, and then he slammed out. With a swipe, it grabbed Smoker's neck, making him unable to move. Then, he raised his other hand and banged it directly on Smoker's abdomen. The violent power poured into his body. Smoker let out a scream, then Byakugan turned over and passed out. At your level, I am ashamed to be embarrassed. After Gu Chen carved the darkness into his body, he discarded it on the ground at will. Damn it! The rest of Marine saw 2 quarter-final players in succession. Both of them fell down, not all a little desperate. Damn it! The other Marines gritted their teeth when they saw this situation. Gu Chen hooked his hand and said, "Come on." At this moment, a roar sounded in the crowd. Then, 2 golden bullets shot out. With incomparable terror power, he attacked Gu Chen. Small bugs. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. In the world of pirates, things like guns and guns seem to be a joke. Only the lowest level Marine will be used. Seeing his figure flashed slightly, he avoided him. Seeing this scene, Anne among the crowd suddenly smiled. She shot the bullet just now. As soon as her palm turned, a peach-colored flame appeared. The bullet goes backwards. Whoosh! The bullet that was fired just now turned his head and shot towards the back of Gu Chen. This time I will definitely be able to beat him, Anne said confidently. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Chen suddenly raised his 2 hands and grabbed him at random behind him. The 2 bullets were immediately caught in his hands. How is it possible? Anne's mouth opened in surprise. If you want to attack me, it's beautiful. After speaking, he threw the 2 bullets in his hand forward. Whoosh! The bullet turned into a streamer and shot back quickly. With a bang, it hit Anne. Of course, Gu Chen did not take her life, after all, she is also a beauty. He was just in the bullet, mixed with a trace of darkness. Following Anne's fall, the rest of the people seemed to have lost their fighting spirit. Who else wants to challenge me? Gu Chen looked at the rest of the crowd. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. In this case, this game, I am. Wait, I am coming. At this moment, Ghost Bamboo Virgo, who had been hiding in the crowd, suddenly stood up. Oh! Virgo! Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed through the corner of his eyes. This guy is not a simple character. On the bright side is Marine, but in fact it is the subordinate of the great pirate Doflamingo. He went inside Marine undercover, not knowing how many pieces of confidential information had been stolen. Like this kind of guy, Gu Chen doesn't plan to be merciful anymore. There are traces of murderous intent in his eyes. Virgo obviously felt Gu Chen's killing intent, but there was no fear on his face. Come on! Your Highness! Virgo shouted. His body shook, his jacket burst open, revealing a strong muscle. Armed color hardening. In an instant, his whole body turned into a shiny purple-black. Today, the school is off, and I went back to my hometown and did a car for a day. The update is a bit late, sorry. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Iron Fist Burst. Who is the winner? Virgo's hand shocked the audience. The surrounding Marines began to look forward to his performance. This armament haki can actually cover the whole body, isn't Virgo invincible? They whispered the discussion. Sengoku looked at Virgo, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "This Virgo really has a hand. It seems that after this game, he can be promoted to Vice Admiral and guard one side. It's a bit of the old man's demeanor." Garp said with a laugh. Zephyr's face is still a bit ugly. Almost all the disciples he was present were defeated by Gu Chen. This is enough to discredit him. This Virgo is not his disciple. Even if Gu Chen could be defeated, it would still be of no benefit to Zephyr. He looked down, but he began to figure out how to restore his reputation. Gu Chen in the field did not pay attention to the opinions of the people around him. He looked at the armed Virgo, with a disdainful smile on his face. "Virgo, do you think you can compete with me with this armed hard shell? How naive!" Wilgo was taken aback. He originally thought that anyone who saw his own form would be subconsciously surprised. After all, it took him a full 10 years to cultivate to the extent that the armed color can cover the whole body. In 10 years, all kinds of cultivation can make the armed master so perfect. However, the celestial dragons in front of him looked at himself with disdain, which made his heart extremely angry. However, Virgo is a very good at forbearance, otherwise he would not have been sent by Doflamingo as an undercover agent. He smiled softly and said, "His Royal Highness, self-confidence is good, but excessive self-confidence is arrogant." What Virgo meant was that Gu Chen was just talking big, he just didn't understand the horror of armed colors. "Why, you don't believe me? Also, the frog at the bottom of the well, how can you know the power of the Nine Heavens dragon?" Gu Chen chuckled and continued, "In this case, in order to show the gap between us, Virgo, I specially let you 3 strokes. Within 3 strokes, as long as you can touch me, even if you win, how?" Virgo laughed furiously. This way of fighting was an insult to him. He wanted to refuse, but reason told him that he couldn't do this. As long as he wins this game, he will not only win back the honor for Marine, but also be appreciated from the highest level. This will bring him a lot of benefits. "Okay, just as your highness said." After Virgo finished speaking, he stepped on the ground violently and rushed towards Gu Chen. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Gu Chen. Finger pistol. As soon as he came up, Virgo did not hesitate to show off this powerful 6 skills. In an instant, it seemed as if hundreds of fingers were piercing Gu Chen. Faced with such a storm-like attack, Gu Chen was still indifferent. Paper Arts Lingbo Microstep. I saw his body quickly dodge, like a willow leaf, dancing with the strong wind. Countless phantoms flashed, making Virgo unable to tell where Gu Chen was. Damn it! Virgo cursed secretly in his heart. He retracted finger pistol and started attacking with his legs. Tempest kick. I have to say that Virgo's physical skills are really good. In an instant, his legs released countless light blades, shooting wildly at Gu Chen. These light blades are intertwined, and ordinary people cannot escape. But obviously, Gu Chen is no ordinary person. I saw his body flashing rapidly, making all sorts of incredible movements. Dangerously avoided all the light blade attacks. There is one more trick, Virgo, take advantage of this last opportunity. Gu Chen stood there and said lightly. In this case, I'm not welcome. Wilgo did not know where he took out a long bamboo. His hand shook, and the armed color immediately covered the bamboo. This originally fragile bamboo will be transformed into the most terrifying weapon in his hand. Wilgo held the bamboo in his hand, spinning it madly. The bamboo made a terrifying sound. Ghost bamboo. In the next second, the bamboo blasted towards Gu Chen's head. The air was blasted with crackling noises. But Gu Chen still looks calm. Seeing his footsteps swayed, his figure appeared behind Virgo. Ha ha ha, you are fooled. A fist covered in armed color blasted frantically in Gu Chen's current direction. A triumphant smile appeared on Virgo's face. He had predicted that Gu Chen would turn behind him, so the move just now was just a fake move. The real attack is this long-prepared punch. Iron body heavy hammer. Playing with me? I want you to know that in front of absolute power, all trajectories seem so vulnerable. After Gu Chen finished speaking, his left hand turned into a fist, and he blasted in the direction of Virgo. That fist, shining with golden light, was shining to ultimate. Boom! Two fists, one gold and one black, collided violently. Boom! A huge shock wave escaped from the fist confrontation. Like a strong whirlwind, it swept across the square. The ground also centered there, with cracks extending out. The two stood there, motionless. Who the hell won? The surrounding marine craned their necks, wanting to see who is the winner in the end. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Shocking Bet. Admiral's Celestial Dragons, for collection. Just when everyone was guessing, Gu Chen moved. He put away his fist, smiled and said to Virgo, I used only 1/10 of the punch just now. How can it be? Virgo still maintained his previous posture, his expression horrified, and his face full of inconceivability. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the armed color on his body disintegrated everywhere, and there were wounds on his body, with traces of blood splashing. The whole person instantly turned into a blood person. So strong. With unwillingness and resentment, Virgo fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. To be honest, the punch Gu Chen just used only used the magic power of King Kong to cover his arm, and did not use other skills. Virgo's armed color was not yet at home in his cultivation, and he was completely invincible to the hardness of his magical skills. The huge power penetrated into his body in an instant. Let his body suffer great damage. If it wasn't for Gu Chen's determination that he still had a little effect, with only 1/10 of his power, the blow just now would be enough to explode him directly into a blood mist. After seeing him fall, Gu Chen performed another dark engraving, which came into his mind. As Doflamingo's undercover, Virgo will control him, and he will definitely become a weapon against Doflamingo in the future. With the fall of Virgo, everyone present was unable to resist Gu Chen. Just kidding, even monsters like Virgo were knocked to the ground with a punch. They are so small, rushing to die. As a result, the remaining dozen people raised their hands one after another and said, "We give up. We give up." In this way, Gu Chen almost defeated all participants in the Marine Conference with one person. This kind of record has almost never happened in previous military exercises. Although the surrounding Marines were unwilling, they could only silently accept this reality. Well, the final winner of this marine martial arts competition is my celestial dragons. Does anyone have any objections? Gu Chen looked around. All the Marines bowed their heads, not daring to look at him. Wait a minute! Zephyr suddenly yelled at this time, jumped off the platform, and came to Gu Chen's side. Zephyr, do you have any questions? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. What the hell is this old guy doing? Didn't you see me and will finish the task soon? His Royal Highness, although your status is honorable, but I can't watch you trample on Marine's pride and just sit back and watch. So, now, the old man is officially challenging you. As soon as Zeta spoke, Sengoku and Garp on the stage fought. What the hell is Zephyr doing to challenge celestial dragons? Isn't it any excitement? Garp said thoughtfully. Yes, as Marine's chief trainer, Zephyr really doesn't want Marine's glory to be trampled on. However, his real reason was that he wanted to avenge the humiliation of Gu Chen last time, and by the way, he was pulling back his reputation. Zephyr, are you going to challenge me? No problem. But this battle, if this is the case, would be too boring. Why don't we make a bet? Gu Chen looked at Zephyr and said lightly. I don't know what you want, Your Highness. It's very simple, if I lose, I will give up my identity as celestial dragons. As soon as he said this, All the Marines who were present were surprised. Is he crazy? Actually bet on this kind of thing? A smile appeared on Zephyr's face. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him would dare to take the identity of celestial dragons as a bet. Does he know what this identity means? Celestial dragons can enjoy all the privileges, be the ruler of the world, and be protected by Admiral because of this noble identity. However, if this identity is lost, I don't know how many people will be chased by those oppressed by celestial dragons. The surrounding Marines talked a lot. Gu Chen ignored the opinions of the people around him, and then said, "But if I win, Zephyr, your admiral position, I will do it." What? The smile on Zephyr's face instantly froze. He actually wanted his admiral position. Even the few in the stands were all thoughtful. This celestial dragons actually wanted Admiral's throne. Among them, there is no conspiracy hidden. Why, don't you dare to accept this bet? Then excuse me for the inconvenience. After speaking, Gu Chen turned to leave. Wait, the old man accepted this bet. After thinking twice, Zephyr felt that there was no big problem in defeating Gu Chen with his own strength. Marshal Sengoku, it's up to you to testify for us. Gu Chen shouted. Well, Your Highness Lancelot, Zephyr Admiral, I will be your witness to this battle. Sengoku stood up and stood on the edge of the high platform, responding. No matter what the final result is, as Marshal Marine, he will let the bet fulfilled. Then now, the battle begins. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. An astonishing momentum rose from his body. Like a blazing flame, it is endless and shocking. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Zephyr broke his arm. God and Demon Palm. Zephyr was shocked secretly in his heart, but his face remained calm. The old man has gone through so many battles, big and small, but he won't be intimidated. He was shocked and his muscles bulged. After a while, his whole body was also enveloped with a layer of evil spirits. The momentum of the two collided with each other, and the surrounding Marines backed away in shock. Just let the old man come and teach your highness what is the real physical skill. Zephyr said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, he appeared behind Gu Chen's left side. Take a punch from the old man. His fist was suddenly wrapped in armed color. The armed color was obviously darker than Virgo's color. As Marine Admiral, Zephyr's strength is not to be blown out. He has reached the pinnacle of the Master of Marine 6 styles. When he was young, he earned the title of Black Arm Zephyr just by relying on a strong physical skill. At that time, he was a strong person with Garp and Sengoku. Although later, the gap between the three has been continuously widened. But anyway, he is an admiral anyway. The strength is not comparable to ordinary people. The fist came suddenly with a stern whistling sound. Faced with such a powerful punch, Gu Chen not only did not evade, but deliberately greeted him. Let me see if this admiral punch can break my King Kong not bad magical power. Boom! Zephyr's iron fist hit Gu Chen's body directly. Ha ha ha, the old man is really better at it. This guy doesn't even have a chance to hide. There was a hint of joy on Zephyr's face. However, in the next second, his expression changed. Gu Chen's body trembled suddenly. A bell-like sound came from his body. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr felt a piercing pain in his fist. Only a click was heard, which seemed to be the sound of broken bones. This is impossible! Zephyr shouted incredibly. How can you defend my iron fist? And you can also smash my fist? Gu Chen faintly said, there is nothing unwilling to do, just let you see, a more advanced defense than armed. After speaking, the clothes on his body suddenly exploded. I saw his whole body turned golden. The whole body, like a gold casting, was shining incomparably dazzling light under the sun. Everyone was blinded by this dazzling light. On the high platform, Sengoku and Garp were also shocked by Gu Chen. What is this? Is it the new armament haki? Garp was puzzled, and asked with some confusion. Or does Lancelot eat golden fruits? That's why it became this form. Sengoku also expressed his opinion. That's not right. Isn't Tizalo the owner of the golden fruit? This guy only started to show his prowess this year and built a huge sea casino. Kizuru retorted. Everyone was wondering about Gu Chen's golden dress. And below, Gu Chen looked at Zephyr in a daze, and said with a smile, Zephyr, you are old. Your Royal Highness will guide you in the future of Marine. No, I'm not old yet. The winner of this battle must be me. Zephyr roared, and the remaining arm, wrapped in armed color again, blasted towards Gu Chen. The fist became dark and shiny, as if it was coated with a metal shell, and its color was deeper than before. This time, Zephyr used all his strength without any reservations. He violently killed Gu Chen. Good job. Gu Chen's body also shook suddenly. As if he was a golden figure, he raised his palm and blasted towards him. Strong Vajra palm. A punch and a palm, colliding together. Boom. Because of this collision force, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose in the arena. The surrounding Marines couldn't help watching all of them, trying to see who is stronger. When the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised by the sight of the scene. I saw Gu Chen standing there, unharmed. On the other hand, Zephyr on the opposite side, don't be too miserable. The arm that collided with Gu Chen was completely out of shape. The bones have been exposed. The corners of Zephyr's mouth still oozes blood. Damn it! I won't lose. At this time, Zephyr was still thinking that he could win the game. He raised his feet and rushed towards Gu Chen violently. Zephyr, if you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. In Gu Chen's eyes, a cruel light flashed. His figure flashed, and he appeared under Zephyr in an instant. A golden fist hit his stomach instantly. Zephyr flew out suddenly. I'm here to pick up my last trick. Gu Chen raised his arm and burst out suddenly. Buddha's palm. A big handprint of King Kong sprayed out from Gu Chen's palm. The air seemed to be compressed, making a violent roar. The King Kong handprint suddenly pressed towards Zephyr. Zephyr was horrified and wanted to avoid, but could not match the speed of handprints. Boom! The King Kong handprint pressed Zephyr and slammed forward all the way. A huge building in the distance was directly exploded. Zephyr was covered by layers of ruins and passed out. Sengoku, how do I feel that the move that your Royal Highness made just now is so similar to the move you made after you became a big Buddha? Garp looked behind him blankly, and said silently. Sengoku smiled bitterly and said, how do I know? This Highness Lancelot is just unfathomable. Even San Admiral's eyes were full of shock. The huge golden handprints just now, even if they were changed to resist, they would suffer a lot of injuries. And all the Marines present were conquered by Gu Chen's method like a god or devil. No one dared to show him the slightest contempt. Everyone looked at him, full of madness. The world of pirates, strength is respected. And this person in front of him not only possesses monstrous power, but also possesses such terrifying strength, it is simply admirable. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Marine Meeting. Admiral Trial. Well, this Marine Martial Arts Conference is officially over. The final winner is His Royal Highness Lancelot. Sengoku waved his hand and announced the final result. The ups and downs of the Marine Martial Arts Conference came to an end. Zephyr and the injured Marine were sent to the Naval Headquarters Hospital for emergency treatment. And Gu Chen was invited to a place to rest. Others gathered in the large conference hall of Naval Headquarters to discuss the next issues. Sengoku sat on the main seat, and on the other two sides, each important general was seated in turn. 3 admiral arrived, 16 vice admiral is not bad. There are also some veteran marine generals, all of whom are also here. Everyone, this meeting is convened urgently today to discuss what happened just now. Sengoku spoke first. Everyone looked at him in unison, waiting for Sengoku's next words. You all know the gambling agreement just now. Zephyr was defeated, and his position of Admiral, as agreed, should be handed over to Saint Lancelot. I don't know about this, what do you think? Sengoku looked around at the generals and asked meaningfully. Akainu first expressed opposition. No, we Marine, never allow celestial dragons to get involved. He said categorically. For celestial dragons, he didn't have the slightest fear. His Royal Highness Lancelot is no ordinary celestial dragons. Not only does he wear Conqueror's haki, but he also has physical skills comparable to Teacher Zephyr. Once he joins Marine, our strength will inevitably grow. Aokiji agreed. He believes that as long as Gu Chen joins Marine, Marine's power will be strengthened, and the rights will also be increased. Both Admiral expressed their opinions, and everyone turned their attention to the last Admiral, Kizaru. Kizaru waved his hand and said jokingly, "Don't look at me, everyone, I don't care if Celestial Dragons is not an Admiral." Cut, everyone made a contemptuous voice in their hearts. This guy does not express his opinion every time there is a major meeting. Sengoku looked helplessly at the Vice Admiral below. Vice Admiral, you said nothing, and you also said your own opinions. According to the statistics, there are half of the votes for and against. The only ones left who have not spoken are the Marine hero Garp and the think tank. Sengoku turned his eyes to Garp and asked his opinion. Garp was eating senbei, watching everyone look at him, and laughed. It's my turn. From my point of view, that kid's strength is no less than mine. What? Everyone was surprised when they heard this. If Gu Chen defeated Zephyr, everyone can barely accept it. After all, Zephyr is old and has been responsible for teaching in Marine all the year round, so his strength will inevitably decline. But Garp is different. He is the hero of Marine, the man who almost pushed One Piece into desperation several times. Regarding his glorious deeds, they are countless. Even now, among Marine, there are no more than one person who can defeat him. Garp can say this, obviously has recognized that Gu Chen has the ability to serve as Admiral. At this moment, Crane, who had been silent, finally spoke. His Royal Highness Lancelot wants to be an Admiral, yes. But, he must complete Marine Admiral's trial mission. Crane Vice Admiral exited and resolved everyone's dispute instantly. If Gu Chen doesn't want to, or can't complete this trial task, the position of Marine Admiral will naturally not be his turn to do it. But once it is completed, it will prove that he has this strength and can shoulder the responsibility of his Marine Admiral. So why not give him the position of Admiral? In this way, whether you can become an Admiral or not depends on Gu Chen himself. In this way, there is no need to be afraid of offending him, and this gambling problem can be solved very well. It really kills two birds with one stone. Everyone looked at the Crane with admiration. As expected of Marine's brains. Okay, let's do it at this time. However, we have to discuss the task of Admiral's trial. There was another controversy in the conference hall. In the restroom at the other end, Gu Chen is holding Erlang's legs and turning on the system, checking his harvest. In the previous battle, Gu Chen successfully regained 8 Marine Masters. And there are 3 Marine female Masters, Hina, An, and Tashiji. During the melee, Gu Chen was the first to act on Tashiji. Okay, the task is complete, let's see what rewards you got. Bring out the treasure chest. It opened with a bang. Several white cards flew out of them. Gu Chen glanced. The cards this time, without exception, are all character cards. When he was about to check one by one, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. Gu Chen quickly swept his hands and put the cards and treasure chests into his backpack. At this time, the door was pushed open with a creak. Momuzagi walked in with long white legs and walked in with a smile. Today, Your Royal Highness is so majestic. Within a few steps, she came to Gu Chen and sat in his arms. Of course, don't look at who I am. Gu Chen smiled evilly, his hands clinging to a huge area, and kneading it vigorously. Don't make trouble, the marshal is looking for you for something. Momuzagi blushed and whispered in Gu Chen's ear. Asterisk. Chapter 42 3 Major Tasks. Codenamed Evil Dragon, for collection. Oh, then I'll come as soon as I go, waiting for me at night. After Gu Chen touched her hydrated buttocks, he left the lounge and went straight to the door of Sengoku's office. He pushed open the door of the office directly, and saw Sengoku standing in front of the window, with his hands behind his back, looking at the distant scenery. Marshal Sengoku, I heard that you are looking for me. Why, do you want to redeem my bet with Zephyr? Gu Chen sat on the sofa carelessly and asked nonchalantly. Sengoku turned around, smiling. His Royal Highness, do you really want to be Admiral? Of course, otherwise Zephyr and I will make a bet. Gu Chen looked at the mentally retarded expression. His Royal Highness, this Marine Admiral is not meant to be justified. This is not a trifling matter. Sengoku said groaningly. Marshal, what do you mean by this? Do you mean that I am not qualified to be a Marine Admiral? Believe it or not, I will insert this naval headquarters now. Gu Chen's face became cold, and said threateningly. Don't, my lord, don't. Sengoku smiled bitterly, he came to be an admiral or an uncle. I mean, this Marine Admiral needs to pass the trial of Admiral before he can take up his post. Marine trial, what the hell is that? Gu Chen was slightly puzzled. Sengoku took a look and quickly explained, this Marine trial, of course, is to complete the 3 tasks assigned above before becoming Admiral. Oh. I don't know if they are those 3. Gu Chen asked with a slight smile. First piece, solve the problem of Alabastus rebels. Sengoku pointed to a map of the world and said, this Alabasta is located in the first half of the Grand Line. It is a desert country. The ruler, the Nefertari family, is one of the 20 royal families who created the world government 800 years ago. But the Nefertari family refused the qualification to move into the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. So they do not qualify for celestial dragons. Why is there a rebellion in this place? Gu Chen asked. It hasn't rained in the country for a long time. The people thought it was the king's fault, so they rebelled. The king of this country asked the world government for help, and the world government ordered us Marine to come forward and solve this matter. Alabasta, why is this name a bit familiar? Oh. By the way, isn't this the island that Luffy passed through? The sand crocodile is entrenched there, trying to overthrow the country's power and establish his own kingdom. This is the first task of the trial. Your Majesty, how do you feel? After Sengoku explained it, he looked straight at Gu Chen, hoping to get his reply. Does it seem to be very simple? Gu Chen said disapprovingly. What about the next 2? The second task is to investigate where the heavenly gold was stolen. Every year, when countries around the world attack the celestial dragons, part of the heavenly gold will always be lost. I don't know which group of pirates robbed it. Your Royal Highness needs to find out who is behind the scenes. And catch them all. Tianchangjian means that the participating countries of the world government tribute part of the treasure to celestial dragons every year. 170 participating countries will deliver the treasure to the government marine's escort ship, to send the heavenly gold to the holy place Mauricioa. The last time he gambled with Charles Rose, why he could come up with 10 billion Baileys all at once. This is the result of tribute from all over the world. Who dares to get involved with gold in this sky? Naturally it is Doflamingo. This guy is ambitious and uses his former celestial dragon's identity to do evil. Marine didn't dare to shoot against it. But Gu Chen is different. He is also celestial dragons, and celestial dragons has no scruples about the former celestial dragons. Although this Doflamingo is Shishibukai, he has always refused to accept the evil control of the world government. In private, I don't know how many days of angry things I have done. Marine has always had no choice but to take him. And now, Gu Chen, a more distinguished person, wants to join Marine. Why not take this opportunity to eradicate Doflamingo in one fell swoop? Marine's abacus is clinking. This look is the handwriting of the think tank Crane. She has been pursuing Doflamingo for many years and has been unable to bring him to justice. So, she used Admiral to try this opportunity and let Gu Chen and Doflamingo confront each other. In the end, no matter who wins or loses, Doflamingo will not escape the fate of being arrested. It really is a good method. Gu Chen admired secretly. However, his face remained calm and continued, "This is also easy. What about the last one? The third thing is to kill a 4 emperors subordinate. The 4 emperors mentioned here are naturally not unknown people. Sengoku refers to the 4 stars in the Big Momum pirate group, or the pirates of the 3 plagues and beasts pirates. These 3 tasks can be said to be extremely difficult. Okay, I have agreed. I will definitely complete these 3 tasks." Gu Chen agreed without hesitation. But he turned around and continued, "Can I entrust the rights that Admiral deserves to me now?" "Of course, Your Highness. What do you think of Admiral now? You can freely control 20 warships, about 10,000 marine troops. Also, you have the qualification to launch Buster Call at any time." Sengoku explained to Gu Chen. "It sounds pretty good." Gu Chen nodded and said, "In addition, Your Highness, you need to use a code name. For example, my code name is Big Buddha and the code name of Sakurska is Akainu. This is good for spreading among Marine." Gu Chen thought for a while, "Well, then call me Evil Dragon. Sengoku frowned, "Marine Admiral, how could the word evil be used? But no way, who is Celestial Dragons? Whatever he likes to call, just call it." Asterisk. Chapter 43 coming. Desert Country. After discussing other details, Gu Chen turned away and left. Regarding the 3 trial tasks, Gu Chen decided to go to the desert country first. After all, of the 3 tasks, it was the easiest to complete. Moreover, there is a huge treasure hidden in the desert, waiting for Gu Chen to discover it. Now that I have made up my mind, it is time to make preparations. After a few days of refurbishment at the Marine headquarters, our Quasi-Admiral Evil Dragon Gu Chen set off with warships and a large group of Marines. Under his command, there are 3 Vice-Admiral: Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain and Mole. Below, there are 10 Rear Admiral and 10,000 Marine soldiers. Such a lineup can be called luxurious. Not to mention quelling the rebellion, but to destroy Alabasta directly, without a word. Why does Gu Chen have to spend so much time and effort? Obviously, he was naturally not to put down the rebellion, but to look for the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. The fleet followed its course and headed straight for the Desert Kingdom. Because of the sea stone as a reliance, Gu Chen directly surpassed the shortcut, so they were only 20 days away from Alabasta. Gu Chen stayed on the deck, boring. Fortunately, Hina and Anne were accompanied by him. They were all stuffed in by Gu Chen personally when choosing his men. Although Marshal Sengoku knew, he could only open one eye and close one eye. "Who is the uncle?" "Report to Your Highness, we are still 1 day away from Alabasta." Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stepped forward to report. "Got it. You don't need to tell me about such trivial things from now on." Gu Chen was hugging left and right at this time, making fun of Hina and Anne in his arms. The Ghost Spider's brows darkened. "This uncle, are you here to perform the trial mission or to pick up girls?" Of course, he dared not say such words. "Wait." Gu Chen suddenly turned over and sat up, looking straight into the distance. The Ghost Spider was taken aback. Did the Evil Dragon Admiral know what he was thinking? 20 nautical miles ahead, there is a pirate ship. Notify the whole army, speed up, and be sure to surround it. Gu Chen indifferently ordered. The ghost spider opened his eyes wide and looked at the sea ahead. It was calm and calm. Where is the pirate ship? His Royal Highness, this. My words, just need to be executed, don't ask why. Gu Chen glanced at the ghost spider and said coldly. The ghost spider suddenly felt cold behind his back, and quickly nodded and said, yes. Afterwards, he hurried away and ordered the warships to speed up. Sure enough, after a while, a huge pirate ship appeared in the marine's vision. The ghost spider sighed, His Royal Highness is really TM's insight. Marine really doesn't eat dry food. Within a few moments, the huge pirate ship was surrounded by layers. This is, the ghost spider can see the original appearance of the pirate ship. It was a huge ship, with a huge chimney erected on the ship, and a huge golden crocodile head on the front of the ship. This is the pirate ship of 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Your Highness, Shishibukai has immunity. I know, but I suspect that there are dangerous items hidden in this ship. Send me someone up and search it with all my strength. Gu Chen said coldly. And on the pirate ship, Crocodile's men panicked. What should we do? We have prohibited items like dancing fans on our ship. With so many marines surrounding us, we must be arrested and brought to justice. Give me calmness, Mr. One who was in charge of this action said solemnly. They may just happen to pass by, so we can deal with it. Before he could finish his words, countless marines rushed onto the ship through chains and planks, pointed their guns at them, and surrounded it. Arrest all. Don't keep one. Gu Chen walked in the air, waved his hand, and Haki shouted loudly. Afterwards, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral reported to Gu Chen, His Royal Highness, we have searched a ton of dancing fans. After investigation, this matter is inextricably related to 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. We have reason to suspect that Alabastus drought the problem may have been planned by him alone. Okay, next, we will go straight to the capital of Alabasta and meet this sand crocodile. A very sinister smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Half a day later, the fleet arrived at the port of the capital of the kingdom. Although the whole kingdom suddenly stopped raining, Albina is prosperous. After all, this is the capital of a country. In addition, this is the only place where rainfall has not stopped. Naturally, people from other cities in the kingdom have also poured in. As more and more people poured into Albina, the population of Albina exploded, and the sudden increase in population gave unprecedented development in all industries in this city. Thousands of porters gathered in the port alone. Everyone was shocked at the sight of such a large fleet of warships. Oh my God, how come there are so many marines? Does it help us put down the rebellion? For a time, the news shocked the entire capital. Even the king learned that he was rushing to the port, ready to meet them. And in another part of the capital, in the lower office of the Casino Rainbow, another big man also got the news. Marine. In the dimly lit room, a gloomy message rang out, and then, in front of a desk in the dim light, a tall figure slowly appeared. Turning around, there was a hideous scar on his face. The middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes shone with cold light, which made people shudder. Crocodile, one of 7 warlords of the sea, sand fruit ability, original bounty, 81 million. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Catch the Sand Crocodile. 2 more, please collect. Robin, what the hell is Marine coming to Alabasta at this time? Crocodile, who turned around, took a deep sip of his cigar, and then asked in a hazy mouth. As Crocodile's voice fell, a shadow walked out of the dim room, and then stopped beside Crocodile. What appeared next to Crocodile was a beautiful woman with a charming sense of alienation and imperceptible charm and aristocratic temperament, and this beautiful woman was Nico Robin. Son of the devil, Nick Robin. The only survivor in O'Hara Buster Call. Robin, who came to Crocodile, blinked his eyes and said nothing. "You have nothing to say, my vice president?" Crocodile turned his head to look at Robin, and then said, "At this time, shouldn't you give your opinion?" "Yes, President." Robin bowed slightly, revealing the aristocratic temperament incisively and vividly. Just after receiving the news, the king called for help in the Holy Land, and the Holy Land asked Marine to send people to Alabasta. The purpose, of course, is to carry out counterinsurgency work. "Marine, do you have this ability?" Crocodile's eyes flashed coldly, and said coldly, "Who is their leader?" "It seems to be celestial dragons." "Seal Sial dragons." Crocodile was taken aback for a while, followed by a burst of crazy laughter. "Heaven, long, people, they're kind of nobles, who are not in the Holy Land, how can they go to such a place to put down their rebellion? It's so ridiculous." Robin reminded him slightly, "President, I don't think this matter is easy." "Okay, don't be suspicious. Maybe it's just the high celestial dragons who want to have fun. Well, let's watch it secretly." At the same time, Marines' warships have approached the port. A large number of Marines flooded down from the warship. King Cobra and his daughter, Princess Vivi, are already waiting in the harbor. The people around were talking and asking each other, "Among this Marine, what kind of big man has arrived? It is worth the king to meet him personally. I heard that this time, it was a nobleman from the world. What about celestial dragons? No way. The people around are incredible. How could celestial dragons come to this turbulent country?" At this time, the three vice-admiral escorted Gu Chen off the largest warship. Cobra looked at the handsome boy in front of him and sighed slightly. "How could Marine send a celestial dragons over? Isn't this a problem for yourself?" And Princess Vivi on the side was obviously a little absent-minded. Her country is suffering tremendously. What does it mean that the world government is still letting celestial dragons to inspect it at this time? Although dissatisfied in their hearts, neither of them dared to speak out. "Dear kings and princesses, I am Marine Admiral Evil Dragon, come to assess the rebellion." When Gu Chen came, he showed his intentions. "Quasi-Admiral, Evil Dragon." The father and daughter both glanced at each other, with some confidence in their eyes. "The celestial dragons who came here are actually Quasi-Admiral." "Just kidding." As if seeing the doubts in the eyes of the king and princess, Gu Chen smiled and did not explain. He saw it, and the ghost spider beside him stood up. "Your Majesty, Lord Evil Dragon is indeed Marine Quasi-Admiral, sent by the headquarters to help you assess the rebellion. This is a commission." After speaking, he handed a paper to Cobra. Cobra took the paper and read it carefully before he was convinced that the young man in front of him was actually Admiral. "I was impolite just now, Your Highness Admiral, please." At this time, Cobra put on a smile. "No hurry, King Cobra, do you know where 7 warlords of the sea crocodile is? Please take us there now." Although Cobra was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Maybe Marine wants to join forces with Shishibukai to help him assess the rebellion. "Crocodile is in the Rain Banquet Casino, I will take you there." Under the leadership of the king, the group headed towards the casino. Not long after, a magnificent building appeared in front of everyone. Casino Rain Banquet. It is like a huge pyramid, located in the most prosperous part of the city. A ferocious crocodile head is at the very top, looking down at everyone around him. "Hey! What a luxury!" Gu Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth, then waved his hand and said loudly, "Enclose this casino for me, and no fly is allowed to fly out." "Yes." The Marines behind him immediately surrounded the casino. "Ghost spiders, moles, you two go in with me, the others, all wait outside the door." King Cobra looked dumbfounded. "What are you? Why, doesn't the king know? The source of all disasters in your country is crocodile." Gu Chen said with a sneer. "How is this possible? Cobra looked surprised. Princess Vivi seemed to approve of this decision, her face was full of anger. If it's unfortunate, can you go in with me? After speaking, Gu Chen ignored the two and led the ghost spider and mole to the casino. With a bang, the gate was kicked to pieces. In the casino lobby, the decoration is magnificent, and the guests are hugging the bunny girls and having fun. Suddenly the loud noise made them tremble with fright, and their eyes all looked towards the door. Someone is making trouble. The thugs of the casino saw someone making trouble. Can't help picking up the guys one after another and rushing towards the door. Humph! Gu Chen snorted coldly. Conqueror's haki opened fully and swept forward like a whirlwind. Boom boom boom! All the people in front of him were foamed at the mouth by Conqueror's haki and fell down. Sand crocodile, there are guests here, why haven't you come to meet them? Please collect it. Asterisk. Chapter 45 O'Hara Demon. Son of Sin, 3 more, please collect. No one responded. King Cobra whispered, is he not here? Gu Chen saw a video phone worm in the corner of the casino at a glance, and he was certain that the sand crocodile was in the casino at this time. Don't waste time, crocodile, I have mastered the facts of your crime. Come out and confess your guilt. Gu Chen said, waving his hand, and Mr. One was tied up and brought up. What? Crocodile, who was sitting in the dim office of the casino at this time, was startled when he saw Mr. One. What's going on? This guy was caught. After a brief shock, Crocodile took a deep sip of his cigar, and then grinned. Immediately afterwards, his figure turned into a ball of yellow sand and floated out of the office. After a while, he floated to the lobby of the casino on the first floor, and then condensed and recovered his body on the opposite side of Gu Chen. I don't know if Master Admiral is coming, I have missed a long way to welcome you. Sand Crocodile said with a smile. Gu Chen snorted coldly, Sand Crocodile, you don't have to be polite. Now, I have confirmed the identity of Admiral, and I am going to arrest you. I don't know, Mr. Admiral, what did I do? Is it worth it for so many people to work together? Sand Crocodile said with a smile. I now suspect that you are plotting against Alabasta, one of the members of the world's politically corrupt countries, and you have used unique means to stop the country from reigning and trigger a rebellion in order to seize the opportunity to seize state power. Gu Chen hugged his hands in front of him and said lightly. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile grinned as he watched Gu Chen talking. As his laughter stretched, his momentum rose, and the invisible and majestic coercion suddenly burst out. The coat on his body suddenly disappeared automatically, and the invisible pressure that was spreading engulfed Gu Chen. You have no basis, dare to arrest me, I am afraid you are too confident. Bold. How dare to be so rude to the evil dragon Admiral? The ghost spider and the mole stepped forward and yelled. There is no proof, the person behind me is the evidence. The dancing fans in that boat are also the evidence. Even the words of my celestial dragons are even more evidence. Gu Chen said coldly. Following that, Conqueror's haki on his body was also released. The two auras collided, and instantly shattered everything in the casino. It seems that you are determined to arrest me. Okay, just let me see what your celestial dragons are capable of. The sand crocodile had a hint of killing in his eyes. Desert knife. Suddenly, 4 sand-shaped blades under the ground slashed towards Gu Chen and the others. Useless. A sneer flashed from the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. He raised his arm and slammed his fist towards Sand Blade. The sand blade was smashed to pieces in an instant. The sand crocodile was smoking a cigar, and when he lifted his hand, the sandy blade continued to condense together. It seems that only by attacking the ontology will it be useful. In the next second, Gu Chen appeared behind the sand crocodile, his arm instantly turned golden. So fast! The sand crocodile hadn't reacted, but saw a golden fist, suddenly coming. Boom! The sand crocodile was hit in the back by this golden fist. The violent power directly caused his body to fly out. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from the sand crocodile's mouth. No, this guy seems to be very good at physiques, and I suffer a lot here. And the surrounding conditions are very unfavorable to me. Wait for me to summon my men, it won't be too late. Thinking of this, Sand Crocodile looked back at Gu Chen and said with a sneer, "Evil Dragon Admiral, I will avenge this fist in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a wave of wind and sand, rushing out of the door. The ghost spider and the mole were about to chase them out, but Gu Chen stopped them. "Don't chase, don't worry, this guy will come back. Crocodile will definitely not give up this desert country, he must have gathered people and horses. Your boss has gone, but you can't, my beautiful lady." After Gu Chen finished speaking, he blasted his fist towards the wall next to him. With a bang, a huge black hole was punched out of the wall. Inside there is a deep escape tunnel. Nico Robin was about to follow it and escape the encirclement of Marine. Seeing the light shining in, she knew instantly that she was exposed. Years of escape experience told her that at this time, the best way is to take important hostages to help her escape. She instantly jumped out of the tunnel and looked at everyone present. When the ghost spider and the mole saw her, they roared, "O'Hara's sinful son, Nico Robin. You are here. It's you." When Robin saw these two people, anger flashed in his eyes. These two people were responsible for the O'Hara Buster call back then. However, it is clear that with his own strength, he is definitely not the opponent of these two Vice Admiral. It's important to run away first. So, she turned her eyes to Gu Chen and Cobra. "It's the two of you. Obediently take my hostage." I saw Robin folded his hands in front of him and yelled slightly. "Two-wheel flower gallows." Puff! Two slender arms grew on the shoulders of Gu Chen and Cobra. The two arms are tightly inserted into their necks. "Quickly let me go, or I'll break their necks." Gu Chen felt the two soft arms around his neck and smiled faintly. "Miss Robin, are you sure you want to hold me hostage?" "Of course, I know you are celestial dragons, let me go, or I will break your neck immediately." Robin scolded. "Then you are looking for the wrong person." In an instant, countless chains emerged from behind Gu Chen, entangled the two arms layer by layer, making people unable to move. In the next second, Gu Chen appeared behind Robin, knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. The recent plot is a bit dull, I hope you don't suggest it, the climax is coming soon. I hope everyone can collect this book, thank you. ***. Chapter 46 The prologue begins. War will rise, for collection. Gu Chen hugged Robin's weak body in his arms. "His Royal Highness, this son of sin, do you plan to?" Ghost Spider asked. "Just leave it alone, I have my own arrangements." Gu Chen put Robin under the care of Hina and Anne outside the door, and then told the Ghost Spider, "Go, spread Crocodile's intention to assassinate the king and his illegal deeds to the whole city. I want him to be in the entire city, become a street mouse." "Yes." The Ghost Spider was ordered to go and handle it. Soon, the residents of the entire royal city heard about it. No. It must be a lie for Crocodile to do such a thing. How can that be possible? This must be fake. Sand Crocodile is still very popular in the royal city. For so many years, he has been helping people resist the invasion of pirates and won the love of many people. Gu Chen's ears are so keen, he heard these remarks all at once. So, he turned his head and said, "King Cobra, you go and make a statement yourself. This is more credible." Well. Cobra pulled out a phone bug from his pocket. "Subjects, I am King Cobra. This phone worm connects the streets and alleys of the entire city, and only the king is qualified to use it. It's the king." The people stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. After Marine's investigation, the reason why our country never rains has been found. The culprit for all this is Shishibukai crocodile." When the king said this, all the people were shocked. There were still unbelievers just now, and now I have to change my views. After all, King Cobra's words are still very famous. The Nefertari clan has ruled this country for 800 years, and their reputation has always been very good. It is impossible for the king to lie to them. Immediately, the inhabitants of the royal city began to change their attitudes, and turned towards Crocodile. "I've seen it a long time ago, that big pirate must have no good intentions. Yet, since he came, our country hasn't rained anymore." Crocodile stood on a very tall building. He saw the reaction of the civilians in the royal city and knew that he was gone. "Damn it! Now there is no place to stay here. That guy is really not a good crop. It seems that only by using the rebels can I achieve my goal." He dangling his cigar and cast his gaze into the distance. Then, it turned into a gust of sand and flew away. On the other side, the king has already welcomed Gu Chen to the palace and held his welcome dinner. "Come on, evil dragon admiral, I toast you. Thank you for finding the culprit behind the conspiracy for our country." Cobra raised his glass and said to Gu Chen, "Why, Your Majesty, do you feel relieved? Don't forget, there are hundreds of thousands of rebels in this country." Gu Chen poured the king's pot of cold water. "This." The king suddenly put away his smile. "But don't worry, I will help you solve all the rebels." Gu Chen continued to say lightly. Cobra's mood was like a roller coaster, rising and falling rapidly. The way this guy talks is really unpleasant. "Then I wonder if you have a marriage partner? Little girl this year?" Gu Chen smiled and raised his head. Does King Cobra want to betroth his own daughter to himself? Princess Vivi also blushed on the side, not daring to look at Gu Chen. "This, I'm not in a hurry." Gu Chen smiled and declined. "You." When Princess Vivi heard Gu Chen's refusal, she became angry and left the table angrily. "This kid," Cobra said with a wry smile. "It's okay, I have almost eaten. Since that's the case, I'll go back to my room and rest first." After speaking, Gu Chen smiled and left the seat and walked to the west of the palace. There is a presupposition used by King Cobra specifically for distinguished guests. Gu Chen Shi Shiran walked towards the room, pushed open the door and walked in. "I saw a beautiful girl lying on the bed. It is Robin, the son of the devil who was captured by Gu Chen before." Gu Chen deliberately asked Hina and Anne to send her into his room. "Now, it's time to enjoy." A wicked smile flashed across the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. He raised his hand, teasing and touching Robin's perfect face. The dark hair, coupled with a delicate face, is full of the breath of a royal sister. Gu Chen also asked Hina to put on a close-fitting outfit for Robin. At this point, it looks like a good decision. The jet black robe outlines Robin's perfect figure, which is extremely alluring and inviting. It's really uninteresting to fall asleep like this. Gu Chen smiled and tapped his finger lightly. He used a small water style. The water element contained in the air is condensed to form a small water ball. Go! Gu Chen pointed his hand, and the water polo immediately turned into a water arrow and shot it straight into Robin's face. Hey! Robin was flushed by the water, groaned, and woke up. Asterisk. Chapter 47 The whereabouts of the historical text, for collection. The distance between the royal tomb and the palace is about several kilometers. Gu Chen's figure is as fast as lightning, and no guarding soldier can see him. With a bang, his light fell to the ground. In front is the entrance of the imperial tomb. It was a huge stone gate, and it was absolutely impossible to open it with external force. Outsiders can only get in if they find the agency. "Can you open this door?" Robin asked curiously. This imperial tomb Robin has also quietly visited several times, but he can't enter it every time. "Certainly." Gu Chen smiled triumphantly. He revolved the Eye of Insight, and there was a golden light in his eyes. Sweeping around the tomb, Gu Chen immediately found the location of the organ. With a click, after Gu Chen pressed a hard-to-find button, the stone gate suddenly opened. A dark and deep tunnel door appeared in front of the two people. It really succeeded. Robin gave Gu Chen a surprised look, and his eyes were almost believable. Only a handful of talented people will be involved in this mechanism, so he swept it away and opened it unexpectedly. Oh my god! Okay, go in. Gu Chen said with a smile drawn at the corner of his mouth. Can you let me down? I can go by myself. Robin said shyly. Okay then. Don't even want to run away. Gu Chen put Robin down. The two walked into the deep passage. Gu Chen's hand, I don't know when there is an extra flashlight, he held it and shot it forward. The underground imperial tomb is not only deep and terrifying, but also has many institutions. After all, in the imperial tomb, not only corpses, but also countless treasures are buried. Be careful, come to me. As he walked, Gu Chen whispered softly. What are you doing? Robin still wanted to ask, but Gu Chen was overbearing and pulled him into his arms. In the next second, only a click was heard. On the wall of the passage, numerous tiny holes emerged. By looking at it, I knew it was a hidden weapon. Sure enough, in the next second, I saw countless arrows, shining with cold light, howling out of the small hole. What? Robin was so scared that he held Gu Chen's arm tightly. Small bugs. Gu Chen's body shook, and a burst of golden light quickly emerged from his body. The golden light surrounded them too, forming a huge bell shape. This is exactly the martial arts technique Golden Bell. Although it has been integrated with Iron Body, Gu Chen can also use it alone. Ding-ling dang kang. The arrows were shot indiscriminately, but they couldn't hurt them at all. 5 seconds later, all the arrows were shot, and there was debris on the ground. Go on. Continue to move forward, and soon, the two passed through numerous agencies and reached the deepest position of the tomb. In the innermost tomb, there was nothing bare, but there was a huge black stone block standing there. The black stone shines like a metal light pattern, and there are many weird words engraved on it. Is this the historical text? Gu Chen stroked the cold stone tablet and sighed. Miss Robin, I know you can read the text above and tell me the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton on it. Gu Chen glanced at Robin lightly. But this glance made Robin fight a cold war. Nico Robin turned his head, his eyes quickly scanned the text of the history, and her pretty face gradually showed a variety of different expressions. Do you know where Pluton is? Gu Chen asked. Robin just wanted to answer, but he heard Gu Chen's voice ringing again. Don't lie, you must know that if you deceive me again, the punishment will not be as light as before. Gu Chen's words changed Robin's face several times, and she didn't know what she was thinking. There was a long silence. Robin looked up at Gu Chen from deep thought, with a hint of appointment in his eyes. Okay, I tell you. Very good. Gu Chen smiled, stretched out his hand to lift Nico Robin's chin, and leaned forward. You made the most correct decision. Gu Chen actually understood that besides recording the whereabouts of Pluton, on this stone stele is also printed some 100-year history of disappearance. Unfortunately, he didn't have the slightest interest in it. Since history has become a thing of the past, why bother to pursue it? After thinking about it, he raised his hand and blasted his fist towards the stone wall. Click! The historical text, known as Invincible, shattered into a pile of rubble in an instant. What are you doing? Robin asked questioningly. This piece of historical text has no use value. In this case, let it disappear forever. Gu Chen said coldly. Afterwards, he did not stay too much and took Robin back to the palace hall. Although he knew where Pluton was, Gu Chen didn't immediately look for it. Because a crisis is already at hand. According to reports from the spies, the Alabasta rebels are gathering their troops and preparing for a major attack. Asterisk. Chapter 48 The Emperor of the Desert Azire. One more, First Order. It's not good. The rebels are coming. We are less than 30 kilometers away from the royal city. The scout came to the temple and said loudly. What? Cobra sat on the throne, shocked and surprised. How can they come so quickly? Gu Chen sat aside and sneered slightly, if I guessed right. Their leader has been replaced by Crocodile. Yes. This group of rebels has been led by Crocodile. And the number is as many as 300,000. The informant said immediately. What, 300,000? How could it be possible? Cobra stood up from the throne and said sadly. There are only 100,000 guards in his royal city, so why fight the 300,000 rebels? Relax, King Cobra, leave it to me. 890 Gu Chen said vowedly. King Cobra seemed to have grasped the last straw. Evil Dragon Admiral, the people surrounding the city, I will leave it to you. Wait for my good news. Gu Chen smiled and flicked the cloak behind him and strode out of the palace. I'll go too. Princess Vivi seemed to be worried about the rebels, and rushed out. The two soon came to the wall. Above the wall, there were already soldiers and marines. The three vice-admiral of Ghost Spider, Mole, and Hua Shaishan have already guarded it to prevent the rebels from attacking the city suddenly. Admiral, here you are. What should I do in this situation? The Ghost Spider asked. As Marine, the biggest battle he has ever experienced was nothing more than a great battle of tens of thousands of people. He has seen such a land battle there. Don't worry, the victory will definitely be on our side. Let me see the situation first. Gu Chen looked out of the city. At first glance, they were all densely packed with human heads. 300,000 people gathered together, the scene was really spectacular. Among these rebels, there are not only Alabasta personnel, but even forces from the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, they are not sure to gather such a large team. Good job. I will catch you all in one go today. A sneer flashed across the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. And the leader of the 300,000 rebels is Gu Chen's old acquaintance, Crocodile. He stood at the forefront of the rebels, and behind him were the senior agents of the Baroque studio. This guy is really capable. In just 2 or 3 days, he can gain control of the entire rebel army. I have to say that he is also an individual. Sand Crocodile's gaze saw Gu Chen above the city wall, and he couldn't help shouting, Evil Dragon Admiral, don't come here without harm. Today, it's time for me to avenge my last blow. Standing on the city wall, Gu Chen looked at the Sand Crocodile standing in the crowd, and couldn't help but sneer. Crocodile, you think you want to defeat me with this mere hundreds of thousands of rebels? Wake up, don't daydream. Oh. Really? It's easy for these hundreds of thousands of rebels to break through this royal city and take your life. After speaking, the Sand Crocodile turned his head, looked at the hundreds of thousands of rebels behind him, and shouted, You said, don't you? Yes. The roar was shaking. Today, I will let you see what is the real king. After speaking, Gu Chen took out a white card. The people around showed inexplicable gazes. Now the enemy, what is the use of this broken card? Gu Chen smiled slightly. This white card is exactly the character card in the treasure chest last time. Those few characters, each of them existed through the heavens and earth. Now, Gu Chen finally took it out. He wanted to let the people of Pirate World see the power of aliens. Gu Chen shook his hand, and the card quickly shot into the desert. Ha ha ha, is this your method? Illustration. The Sand Crocodile couldn't help laughing. Even the 100,000 rebels behind him laughed presumptuously. Their laughter, like a storm, swept across the entire city. In the capital, everyone's faces are full of gloom. Laugh to your heart's content. Wait a while, you don't even have time to cry. Gu Chen stood on the city wall with his hands in front of him, looking down coldly and said. Crocodile waved the golden hook in his hand, and said with a sneer, "It's all mystery here, don't pay attention to him, charge me and capture the king's city." Oh! The rebels behind them uttered earth-shattering roars. They rode majestic camels, waved their guns, and rushed towards the city wall. The city guards were about to fire, but Gu Chen stopped them. "No need to shoot. Wait a minute, he will naturally suffer." Yes. Seeing that the city guards did not even resist, the rebels were even more aggressive. Kill. Take the king's city. And at this moment, anomaly happened suddenly. The place where the gang card was inserted suddenly resembled a fountain with a huge sand pillar. An extremely majestic voice radiated from it, resounding through the entire desert. "Shurima, your emperor is back." As soon as this word came out, the world changed color. In the desert, there was a roar, endless sandstorms began to roll up from a distance, as if echoing something. What's happening here? The surrounding rebels looked around with horror and asked in a panic. Sand Crocodile is also full of doubts, but as a leader, he cannot panic like others. "Don't be afraid, this is just a blinding trick set by the enemy. Keep going." After speaking, he waved the golden hook, turned into wind and sand, and rushed forward frantically. When the rebels saw their leader doing this, they were not afraid of death, and rushed forward frantically. At this time, a terrifying portrait was slowly taking shape in the sand pillar. The sand particles condensed and turned into a golden stomach. The rebels finally saw what the human figure looked like. It was a huge human-shaped colossus wearing gold armor, and the sun shone on him, making him look like a god. He is holding a scepter in his hand, like a kun near the quartet. "Open your eyes to me. The Emperor of the Desert." Gu Chen raised his hand and roared. "That's right, this giant statue is the hero of the League of Legends, the Emperor of the Desert Azire. He is not just a mortal like Xin Zhao, but a demigod." "OM." The Desert Emperor's eyes opened suddenly, and a blazing light shot out from his eyes. When the light swept across, everything turned into a scorched earth. After a few seconds, the light stopped. Everything is back to peace. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Illustration. Chapter 49. Thousands of troops and horses. The massacre is exhausted. 2 more, first order. See the master. The giant was holding a scepter, kneeling on one knee, and said respectfully to Gu Chen on the city wall. "Get up, the Emperor of the Desert." Gu Chen said with a smile. "Yes." The Desert Emperor stood up. He looked at the rebels surrounding the city as if he was looking at a group of building ants. "Go. Desert Emperor, let those rebels see your power." "Yes. My master." After speaking, he stood up and waved the golden scepter. Boom! A huge blade of yellow sand shot out quickly. The rebels rushing in the front were immediately cut into 2 segments. The rebels couldn't help but retreat one after another. They looked at the huge figure tens of meters high in shock, and their eyes were full of horror. What kind of monster is this? When the sand crocodile saw that the situation was wrong, he immediately shouted, "Don't worry, it has only one person, and we have 300,000 horses." Hearing what the sand crocodile said, they immediately recovered their faith. "Yes. On my own side, there are 300,000 people. Even one person can drown this guy." Standing on the city wall, Gu Chen sneered. "Really? You have a lot of people. Now, I will let you see what makes you so crowded." As he said, his body flew out. "The Emperor of the Desert, become one with me." "Yes, my master." The huge Desert Emperor split into countless golden rays of light instantly, rushing towards Gu Chen. This summoned character can be integrated with Gu Chen. After being integrated, Gu Chen will have all his skills, and can also summon everything that the character had in his lifetime. Kaka. The golden light flowed and converged continuously on Gu Chen. Gu Chen is like Iron Man, wearing an incomparable Tsar's armor. The sun was shining on the armor and it was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Gu Chen is as mighty as a god descending from the sky, noble and inviolable. Holding a golden scepter in his hand, he shook his finger at the rebels below, and yelled, "Missings, your time for death has come. Come on, my soldiers!" As soon as the voice fell, the sand was flowing in the desert, and they continued to condense together, gradually turning into a human form. The sand soldier appears. One of the skills of the Desert Emperor: once cast, there will be countless sand soldiers born. Compare with me, are you worthy? In an instant, millions, no, 10 million soldiers appeared in the desert. Densely dense, endless. As if the entire desert was flooded with his men. The 300,000 rebels were like people trapped in the quagmire, unable to get up to any struggles at all. It's not over yet. My two members, Admiral, come together. Immediately afterwards, from the rolling yellow sand, two huge monsters emerged again. These are the two admirals of the Desert Emperor. The Desert Shinigami and the Desert Butcher. I saw the waves of sand rolling, and a giant crocodile covered in scales and fierce-looking crawled out. It held a sharp axe and screamed up to the sky. The surrounding rebels were all frightened to the ground by this vicious-looking monster, and they couldn't get up. And another monster with a wolf head also crawled out from the ground. "Slay me, my soldiers!" Gu Chen's voice spread across the desert. "Yes, my majesty." All the sand soldiers raised their swords, guns, and swords, and said coldly. Crocodile looked back and saw that the sand soldiers were rushing up quickly, getting closer and closer. The dust raised by thousands of people covered the sky and said, and he couldn't see his head at a glance. Soon, the sand soldiers rushed into the rebel army and began to massacre as much as they wanted. When have the rebels ever seen such a terrifying sight? They had already been so scared that they ran away in panic. "We surrender, spare our lives." Spare. We know it was wrong. However, the sand soldiers did not show the slightest reaction on their faces. They waved the sharp knives, forks, and halberds in their hands, and cut them down without any hesitation. Blood splattered. Some were a little bolder and even dared to shoot back. However, the bullet hit the sand soldier, and he immediately recovered as before, and it did not have any effect at all. In the desert, there is no opponent of sand soldiers. In addition to these endless sand soldiers, Admiral, two members of the Desert Emperor, also worked hard. Desert Shinigami is holding a giant axe, charging violently, every step of the way. The entire desert also shakes slightly. His body the size of a small hill broke into the rebel army, and with every step on it, dozens of people were directly turned into meatloaf, and there was no chance to resist. The rebels dispersed immediately, screaming and fleeing, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Above the city wall, the guards were stunned looking at all this. They thought that there must be a fierce battle today, but they knew that this was actually the case. The rebels are being slaughtered side by side. Damn it! Seeing this situation, Crocodile was suddenly anxious and was about to issue a command. But at this moment in 903, his body was directly exploded by an axe and turned into sand particles in the sky. Who is it? Kolokdal condensed his body again, and when he turned his head, he saw the huge crocodile monster slaughtering his own members. And the blow just now was exactly what he hit. Dare to do it on my head. Crocodile's face showed a trace of ferocity. Sandstorm. With a flick of his hand, a huge sand whirlwind whizzed out and slashed towards the Desert Butcher. When the Desert Butcher saw this attack, the corners of his mouth could not help but split, revealing sharp teeth. "This weak attack, dare to be ashamed in front of me." After speaking, he raised his bloody big axe and slashed on the sand whirlwind. With a brush, Sand Cyclone was beaten to pieces. Crocodile roared with anger. He couldn't attack this monster at all. He could only watch his men being slaughtered to death. Soon, the blood dyed the entire desert bright red. Of the 300,000 rebels, not one was slaughtered. Only Crocodile remained, still struggling to support it. He can also be deserted, so no matter how many times he is killed, he can be resurrected. Chapter 50 Water Burst Funeral. Sand Crocodile died. 3 more, First Order. All of you, step back. I will deal with him personally. A majestic voice sounded in the distance. That's what Gu Chen sent out. Yes. Your Majesty. The sand soldiers wrapped around Crocodile immediately withdrew. A huge open space was set aside. Gu Chen walked slowly down from the sky and came to Crocodile's body. How about it? I didn't expect it. Sand Crocodile, you have such an advantage, I will easily overturn it. Gu Chen laughed softly, majestic. Ahem. The Sand Crocodile resisted for such a long time, already a little exhausted. Evil Dragon, do you dare to have a one-on-one match with me? In his eyes, it was all unwilling. This guy didn't know what method to use, but he actually summoned so many demons and ghosts, and he was defeated. Well, since you are dissatisfied, I will let you rest enough and come to a duel with me. After speaking, Gu Chen took a pleased pose, and then he hovered in the air, closed his eyes, and waited for the recovery of the Sand Crocodile. Many soldiers on the wall looked down, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Look, this is the master style. Actually, Gu Chen was just sitting in silence and preparing. Crocodile is in this sandy land, it is simply an undefeated existence. Even with armament haki, he can be elementalized and blend with the surrounding sand. Therefore, he can only be defeated by one blow only by blocking his retreat. And how should it block its retreat? Naturally it is water. Therefore, at this time, Gu Chen is using water-style Dafa to condense the water at the bottom of the desert. The longer the time delay and the more water resources are collected, the greater the probability of crocodile failure. The underground water is constantly condensing, and it gathers more and more. Soon, an hour passed. Okay, I have enough rest. Crocodile's cold voice came. Okay, now I will fight you for life and death. Gu Chen held the scepter and pointed towards the Sand Crocodile. Success to death. The Sand Crocodile suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Gu Chen. Desert King Kong knife. His hands turned into 4 huge sand blades, shining with extremely sharp cold light. The blade formed by the Sand Crocodile's hands is extremely sharp, and even extremely thick rock walls can be cut off easily. In an instant, the shimmering blade slashed straight towards Gu Chen. But Gu Chen hugged his hands in front of him, without any movement. Throat. The Vajra knife and Gu Chen's golden armor hit each other, making a clear metal crackling sound. It's useless, Sand Crocodile. My treasure armor, but it has a hardness comparable to a diamond. Even if it is an eagle eye, it is constantly cutting, let alone you. Gu Chen said with a chuckle. There was ridicule in his eyes. Sure enough, just after Gu Chen finished speaking, the Sand Crocodile's diamond sword broke every inch. In that case, let's try my big trick. In the Sand Crocodile's eyes, a fierce color flashed. His hands touched the desert. In ink time, the entire ground has become a flowing sand dune. And, sand began to pour upwards, trying to wrap Gu Chen and bury him alive. Useless. Gu Chen smiled contemptuously. He waved the scepter in his hand and shouted. Wall of the Forbidden Army. Around him, countless tall sand walls quickly stood up, and they completely withstood the attack of the sandstorm. Well, Sand Crocodile, this is the end of your performance. Next, I will come to take your life. Gu Chen said coldly. as if the life of a sand crocodile had been firmly held in his hand. Really? This desert is my world. I want to see how you can kill me. The sand crocodile roared. In that case, open your eyes to me. With that, Gu Chen raised his hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Under the sand, countless water suddenly emerged, and they gathered together and condensed into a huge water dragon. Impossible, how can there be such an amount of water in this desert? The sand crocodile was frightened again and again, and his face was full of incredible. Idiot, of course I took it from the ground while I was resting. Now, let me die. Gu Chen manipulated the water dragon and violently attacked the sand crocodile. No, I won't lose. The sand crocodile's body turned into yellow sand and was about to float away. You can't catch me. He smiled coldly. Yes. Water prison technique. Gu Chen's hands shook, and the huge water dragon split into 4 water walls in an instant, locked towards the sand crocodile. The water wall immediately blocked the sand crocodile's retreat. He was completely blocked in the water jail, unable to move. Gu Chen came to him, looked at the hero, and couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Sand crocodile. Your death date has come. After speaking, he reached out his hand like lightning and pressed it on the sand crocodile. Draw me devil fruit. In an instant, Gu Chen started to attract stars. The sand crocodile's body quickly pulled out a devil fruit, which was the sand fruit. At this time, the sand crocodile sucked the fruit as dying. He was in the dungeon, raised his head and looked at Gu Chen, Niu's Zhao. This time, it's really pale. Evil dragon, let me die happy. As the former Shishibukai, the sand crocodile lost everything he had. Whether it is power, status, or strength. At this point, he has nothing to miss. Okay, sand crocodile, I respect you as a hero, and I will give you a good cry. After speaking, Gu Chen turned around and didn't even look at him. Water burst funeral. As soon as he squeezed his palm, the water cell behind him burst open. The sand crocodile was torn apart by the extremely strong water pressure, turned into clumps, and scattered with the explosion. For a time, blood stained the sand. Shishibukai crocodile, who used to have a lot of beauty, ended his life like this. Fengsha will bury everything he has, whether it is his body or his ambition.